도전이 시작되는 곳 2023 LCK 챌린저스 리그 서머 스플릿 결승전 미리 보기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요. 오케이 누나 김호경입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 또 LCK 챌린저스 리그의 미남 해설 두 분을 모셨습니다. 오늘 함께 할 텐데요. 김동준 해설 그리고 허만희 해설과 함께 합니다. 어서 오세요.
네,
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 오늘 두 분 근데 커플룩인가요? 저한테 드레스 코드를 말씀 안 해주셨는데 어떻게 되신 거죠?
뭐 남자들이 늘 그렇듯 이렇게 그냥
짠 듯이
까만색, 흰색, 뭐 회색 이런 거밖에 없잖아요.
맞아요.
네.
단정한 옷을 입고 오라고 하셔가지고
네.
전 엊그저께 급하게 사왔습니다.
아니 이거는
네,
린나랑 해설이 제 생일 선물로 사준 옷이에요.
그래요? 와,
개념 있는 후배.
잘 나가시는데요?
방송도 잘하고.
멋있는
너무
또.
감사하신 거의 스승님 같은.
감사하시다고요?
감사하시네. 그쵸? 스님 같은 신 같은 또.
그래도 오늘 또 우리 김호경 아나운서는
근데 덕분에 두 분 덕분에 오늘 제가 좀 사는 것 같습니다. 저 혼자서 이렇게 하늘색으로
뭐야?
주인공 같네요. 주인공.
아주 좋아요. 드레스 코드
혼자 날아가세요.
괜찮습니다.
하늘로
네.
하늘로 날아가세요.
가겠습니다.
네.
자, 오늘 또 결승전 미리 보기 함께 하게 될 텐데요. 6월부터 시작했던 LCK 챌린저스 리그 서머 스플릿이 이제는 결승전만을 남겨두고 있죠. 이번 서머 스플릿을 보면 이 스프링 시즌보다 확실히 좀 모든 팀들이 좀 발전된 그런 모습을 많이 보였던 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 지난 스프링 대비 훨씬 더 발전된 경기력을 보여준 팀이 있고 의외로 스프링 때는 좋은 성적을 보여주다가 서머 때는 좀 안 좋은 부진한 모습이 이어진 팀들도 있고 그런데 마지막까지 결국 어떤 팀이 우승을 차지할지는 쉽게 예상이 안 되는 그림이 아닌가 싶습니다.
그렇습니다.
팬들 사이에서는 돌돌 딥농이라는 표현이 있어요.
돌돌
돌고 돌아서 D 플러스 기아와 농심이 재패하는 그림이 나오는 거 아니냐. 이번 서머도 결국 그런 결과가 나오지 않겠느냐라는 예상이 좀 많이 나오고 있는데 과연 그런 결과가 이어질지도 많은 분들이 좀 궁금해 하시죠.
그렇죠.
네.
스프링도 정말 재밌었는데 서머는 배로 재밌어진 느낌이 있거든요.
맞아요.
그리고 통합 로스터기 때문에 LCK 선수들이 내려오기도 하고
맞아요.
CL 선수들이 올라가기도
네.
하고
그러니까요.
보시는 팬분들도 더욱 재밌었을 것 같습니다.
그래서 우리 린다랑 해설이 더 몰입을 많이 하는 거예요.
맞아요.
또 LCK에서 오랫동안 활동을 했다 보니까
그러니까요.
그 기억을 가지고 또 챌린저스를
맞아요.
막 재패하고 평정하고 막 이런 모습을 더 피가 막 끓어오르는지 많은 얘기를 하시더라고요.
맞아요.
네.
황다랑이라는 얘기도 나오고 아주 요즘 날아다니고 있습니다.
저도 가슴이 뛰더라고요. 그래서 집에서 솔로 랭크 열심히 돌렸습니다. 최근에. 네.
열심히 하고 있다.
그래서 지금 티어가
티어가
올라가는 중입니다.
올라가고 있다? 오케이, 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
누쿠리아 해설은 마스터라던데.
항상 이렇게 견제를, 선의의 경쟁을 하고 있습니다. 네, 오늘 펼쳐질 2023 LCK 챌린저스 리그 서머 스플릿 결승전 두 팀을 만나봐야겠죠. 먼저 농심 e스포츠 아카데미입니다.
농심 e스포츠 아카데미는 여러 의미에서 이번 2023 LCK 챌린저스 리그 서머 스플릿 중에 가장 성장을 많이 한 팀이라고 할 수 있죠. 지난 스프링 때는 플레이오프에 진출하긴 했지만 조금 아쉬운 모습이 있었거든요. 그런데 이번 서머에서는 당당히 결승까지 올라가면서 출중한 경기력을 계속 뽐내고 있습니다. 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 결승에 선착할 거라고 예상하시는 분들은 많지 않았는데
맞아요.
선수들의 기량이 이제 서머 중반 이후부터 계속 올라오기 시작하더니 그리고 LCK에서 계속 활약했었던 바이탈 선수가
그쵸.
챌린저스 리그에 등장하더니
맞아요.
결국 결승 진출까지 성공해서 현재 경기력 면에서는 오히려 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 가장 강한 거 아니야 이런 얘기를 듣고 있어요.
그렇습니다. 그럼 상대팀도 만나봐야겠죠. 이어서 만나볼 팀은 디플러스 기아입니다.
디플러스 기아는 정규 시즌 1라운드에서는 전승을 기록했었으나 2라운드에서는 그게 깨지면서 후반부에는 좀 아쉬운 경기력을 보여줬었거든요.
그렇죠.
바이블 선수가 위로 올라가게 되면서 덤브 선수가 새롭게 들어오게 됐는데 팀적인 합을 맞춰가고 있는 과정에서 좀 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 이번 결승에서는 좋은 모습 보여줘야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 이 디플러스 기아는 또 디펜딩 챔피언인 만큼 많은 분들이 기대를 할 것 같습니다.
아무래도 상체 쪽에서는 엄청난 캐리력을 보여주는 선수들이 있기 때문에 그런 부분이 기대가 되는 것 같아요.
자, 이어서 결승전에 오른 양 팀의 포인트도 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
농심 e스포츠 아카데미와 디플러스 기아가 결승에서 격돌하게 됐습니다. 이 두 팀은 정말 많은 스토리를 가진 팀이죠. 작년이죠. 2022년에 펼쳐졌었던 챌린저스 리그 스프링과 서머 모두 결승에서 만났고
맞아요.
각각 한 번씩 우승을 차지했어요.
사이좋게.
네.
네.
스프링에서는 디플러스 기아가 우승을 했었지만 서머 때는 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 미라클 런을 만들어내면서 오히려 디플러스 기아를 결승에서 꺾어냈었거든요.
그러니까요.
디플러스 기아 입장에서 이번에 복수할 기회가 왔죠.
2023 스프링 스플릿 때는 또 디플러스 기아가 우승을 차지했었기 때문에
네.
사실 작년 서머에서 우승을 차지했으면 3연 우승이었거든요.
맞아요.
그런데 그걸 저지한 농심 e스포츠 아카데미의 저력이 정말 대단하다는 생각이 다시 한번 들고, 그리고 디플러스 기아는 말씀하신 것처럼 이를 갈고 있을 것 같습니다.
그리고 이번에 디플러스 기아가 우승하게 된다면 챌린저스 리그 최초 3회 우승이라는 타이틀을 거머쥘
3회
수
우승.
있기
3회.
때문에
네.
그만큼 더 중요한 결승전일 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 또 농심이 우승하면 또 2회 우승이 되는 거죠. 네, 이번에는 양 팀의 주요 경기 결과 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
농심 e스포츠 아카데미와 DRX의 플레이오프 2라운드 매치 결과네요. 전체적으로 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 우위에 있는 경기력을 보여줬다고 생각하고요. 가장 눈에 띄는 건 역시 2전 3기 결국 해낸 사운더의 자크가 아닐까 싶어요.
맞아요.
그렇죠. 정규 시즌에 2회를 사용하긴 했습니다만 0승 2패로 부진한 성적을 거뒀었거든요.
맞아요.
근데 이번에 플레이오프에서 자크를 뽑아주면서 라인전에서부터 좋은 갱킹 그리고 한타의 파괴력을 보여줬기 때문에 상대로 하여금 견제를 해야 되나 이런 생각을 할 것 같습니다.
맞습니다.
이게 이 경기에서 자크가 그때 받은 피해량이 거의 3만 가까이 됐던 걸로 기억을 하거든요. 그래서 그때 또 POG도 받았는데 정말 멋진 모습 보여줬습니다. 자, 그럼 이어서 농심 e스포츠 아카데미와 DRX의 또 명장면을 선정해왔다고 하는데 어떤 명장면 선정해 오셨을까요?
이때 콜미의 제이스를 DRX 선수들이 매섭게 노리는 플레이를 보여주면서, 그리고 또 CC 연계도 성공하면서 잡아내나 싶었거든요.
그렇죠. 근데 제이스가 한번 살아가더니 드락사르의 효과로 여기서 핑퐁이 됐어요.
그렇죠.
그리고 오히려 본대 쪽에서는 농심이 지원을 온 선수들이 한타를 이겨내면서 오히려 역전을 하는 장면이었거든요.
다시 봐도 진짜 멋진 장면이네요.
진짜 명장면이네요.
저희가 쉬는 시간 때도 참 저런 장면이 나올 수 있구나 좀 얘기를 많이 나눴었던 기억이 나요. 그렇죠?
솔로 랭크에서는 뭐 드락사르로 여러 가지 장면이 많이 나오긴 하는데 대회 때 저렇게 실피로 살아가는 건 전 처음 보긴 했었거든요. 그래서 리플레이 보면서 이거 진짜 밸류가 높구나 템이 이런 생각을 많이 했었습니다.
그렇습니다. 다시 봐도 정말 명장면. 역시 믿고 보는 김동준 해설의 명장면 픽이라고 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
발음 똑바로 해주세요. 믿고 거르는 게 아니고
보는
믿고
보는 믿고 보는 김동준 해설의 명장면 이제 시작입니다, 여러분. 계속해서 함께 해주시고요. 자, 다음 이어서 살펴볼 경기는 플레이오프 승자조 경기입니다.
당시 전문가들의 승부 예상이 5대4 농심 e스포츠 아카데미의 약 우세 분위기였었는데요. 그래도 디플러스 기아가 큰 경기에 강한 모습을 많이 보여왔었기 때문에 만만치 않은 승부가 예상이 됐었거든요. 근데 뚜껑을 열어보니까 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 예상보다도 더 좋은 경기력을 보여주면서 3대1로 디플러스 기아를 완파하는 데 성공했습니다.
저는 이 경기에서 사운더 선수가 가장 기억에 남았는데요. 최근에 사운더 선수가 경기력이 더 올라오면서
그렇죠.
루시드 선수에게 걸맞는 경기력을 이제는 보여주고 있다 이런 생각이 들었거든요.
맞아요. 또 인터뷰에서 사운더 선수가 루시드 선수에게 오명을 남겨주겠다라고 얘기를 했는데 전 인터뷰에서 실제로도
그렇죠.
이겼죠.
오히려 정글 싸움에서 루시드 선수를 사운더 선수가 이겨내면서 농심이 더욱더 무서워진 게 아닌가 이런 생각이 들었거든요.
맞습니다. 자, 이 경기의 명장면도 모아오셨다고 하는데요. 그 명장면 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
다전제에서 정말 중요한 첫 번째 세트였죠. 네, 후반까지 가는 아주 치열한 경기였는데 농심 e스포츠 아카데미가 일단 드래곤의 영웅까지는 획득한 상황, 그리고 디플러스 기아가 이제 계속 매섭게 포킹을 하면서 이제 장로 사냥을 노리고 있는 이 시점에서 전투가 사실 좀 허무하게 끝났어요.
그렇죠. 잭스가 위쪽에서 내려오고 아래쪽에서는 제리의 프리딜 구도가 나오면서 오히려 농심이 한타를 쓸어버리는 장면이 나왔죠.
농심 e스포츠 아카데미 선수들의 후반 집중력이 빛나는 한타였다는 생각도 듭니다만 한편으로는 디플러스 기아가 너무 쉽게 무너진 느낌도 있는 것 같아요.
농심 스포츠 아카데미 입장에서는 포킹을 막고 있는 상황이었기 때문에 좀 불리할 수 있었거든요. 근데 장로 전투에 집중을 하면서 경기 승리를 이끌어냈던 게 굉장히 좋은 판단이었던 것 같습니다.
저희가 이 경기 끝나고 사실 경기가 흥미진진하게 흘러가고 있었는데 엔딩이 좀 허무했다. 이런 얘기를 했었던 기억이 나요.
네, 그렇습니다. 그래서 이 경기로 인해서 농심이 결승으로 직행을 하게 됐고요. 자, 이어지는 다음 명장면도 함께 만나보시죠.
디플러스 기아가 바론 버프를 먹고 공성하는 과정이었죠. 본대 쪽에서는 레를 마무리했고 위쪽에서는 풀벨가 물리나 싶었지만 전멸로 살아가면서 만개로 여기니시를 걷는 장면이었습니다.
디플러스 기아가 주도권을 잡고 운영하기 시작하면 이렇게 파괴적으로 스노우볼을 쭉쭉 굴릴 수 있는 팀이라는 걸 다시 한번 확인할 수 있는 한타 장면이죠.
네, 그렇습니다. 그래서 이 경기로 POG도 풀베 선수가 받은 걸로 기억을 하고 있습니다. 네, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 디플러스 기아와 하나생명의 플레이오프 2라운드 경기입니다.
디플러스 기아가 패패 승승승으로 드라마틱하게 승리했었던 플레이오프 2라운드 경기였죠. 첫 번째와 두 번째 경기에서는 좀 무기력하게 패배하는 장면이 나왔었고 특히나 풀베 선수의 경기력이 너무 좋지 않아서 0대4 완패를 당하는 거 아니야? 이런 생각을 했었는데 저력을 보여주면서 결국 패패승승승을 해냈습니다.
특히 다전제에서는 멘탈과 꺾이지 않는 마음이 중요하다라는 생각이 들었던 경기였던 것 같고
그렇죠.
특히 라엘 선수의 엄청난 파괴력이 나오면서
와.
특히 아펠리오스로 POG를 받는 등 여러 가지 활약을 보여줬죠.
네, 그리고 라헬 선수가 POG를 3세트 때 만장일치로 또 받은 기억이 납니다. 그리고 또 이 경기가 저희 서머 시즌 첫 실버 스크래치였잖아요. 따다다 따다다. 저 혼자 대기실에서 이렇게 Shine Your Light 네. 따다다 했던 또 기억이 납니다. 패패승승승.
네, 부끄러움
네.
우리의 몫입니다.
부끄러워하지 말라고요. 자, 그럼 이 경기의 명장면도 한번 살펴볼까요? 어떤 장면 꼽아주셨을까요?
이 시리즈에서 가장 화제가 됐었던 장면 딱 한 장면만 꼽으라면 이 장면을 꼽을 수밖에 없죠.
맞아요.
각종 커뮤니티에서 난리가 났었습니다.
맞습니다.
네.
아,
그렇죠. 저도 롤을 10년 넘게 했는데 이런 장면은 처음 봤거든요.
저도요. 야, 화염룡의 영혼 스플래시 데미지로 저렇게 발언이 마무리되는 진기한 장면이 나오면서 많은 팬들이 이거 혹시 버그 아니냐 이런 얘기도 하셨었고, 우리 또
네.
분석을 하는 뭐 스트리머나 현 선수들도 꽤 많았었는데 결국 이제 바이블 선수가 해결을 해줬습니다.
그렇습니다.
네.
저도 그때 기억이 나는 게 이제 인터뷰를 해야 되는데 아직까지 저한테도 결과가 정해지지 않았다고 하더라고요. 이게 버그인지 뭔지. 그래서 선수들에게도 너무나도 여쭤보고 싶었지만 못 여쭤봤던 그런 기억이 납니다.
그렇죠. 순간적으로 바론이 체전이 되면서
맞아요.
강타 데미지보다 피가 높아졌었기 때문에
1200을 넘긴 거예요.
그렇죠. 그래서 영혼의 스플래시 데미지로 스틸을 한 거였거든요.
맞아요.
정말 진기한 장면이었던 것 같습니다.
그러니까요. 다시 봐도 진짜 이거는 명장면 확실합니다. 자, 이제 또 선수들의 라인별 고승률 카드를 살펴볼 텐데요. 먼저 농심 e스포츠 아카데미입니다.
일단 미하일의 잭스. 이번 서머 잭스 외길 인생을 걷고 있다고 해도 과언이 아닐 정도로 굉장히 피크수도 많고 고승률을 기록하고 있고요. 그리고 사운다의 마오카이와 콜미의 트리스타나는 7전 전승 4전 전승이에요. 와, 무패의 기록을 이어나가고 있어요. 그런데다가 바이탄의 카이사, 진짜 필벤 리스트에 올려도 손색이 없을 정도로 훌륭한 경기력을 매 경기 뽐내고 있고, HH의 렐은 이 선수 여러 번 말씀드렸지만 렐이 버프가 되기 전에도 자주 활용했었던 그런 선수거든요. 승률도 엄청 높습니다.
네, 이어서 디플러스 기아의 고승률 카드도 만나보시죠.
타나토스 선수는 특히 레넥톤으로 탑 쪽에서 항상 상수 역할을 보여주고 있고, 루시 선수는 특히 캐리력이 강한 선수이기 때문에 아이 같은 챔피언은 주면 안 된다 이런 생각이 들거든요. 그리고 풀베 선수는 특히 메이킹에 강점이 있는 선수잖아요. 아리도 확실히 견제를 해줘야 될 픽 중 하나인 것 같습니다. 그리고 최근에 아펠리오스가 너프를 먹게 되면서 좀 티어가 떨어지지 않았나? 라고 생각을 했었는데 라엘 선수의 아펠리오스를 보고 생각이 완전 바뀌었던 것 같아요. 최근에 또 알리스타의 티어는 엄청나게 올랐잖아요. 거의 0티어라고 생각될 만큼 여러 가지 리그에서 1픽으로 나오기도 하는데 덤브 선수의 알리스타도 여러 가지 활약을 보여줬기 때문에 확실히 견제될 만한 픽인 것 같습니다.
네, 지금까지 결승전에 나서는 두 팀에 대해 알아보는 시간 가져봤습니다. 자, 이제 정말 결승전만이 남아 있습니다. 과연 이번 서머 스플릿에선 어떤 팀이 우승을 기록하면서 왕좌의 자리를 차지하게 될지 결승전 끝까지 저희와 함께 해주시고요. 지금까지 김호경, 그리고 김동준, 송환이 해설과 함께했습니다. 여러분, 네, 뜨거운 결승전 함장으로 지금 바로 가보시죠!
결승으로 가시죠!
고고!
고고!
온라인
거의 너무 잘
쌓였어요.
살긴 했거든요.
아니
이거
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 온라인 따고 있어요.
이러면은 디플러스가 약간 그림이 좀 괜찮아 보이는데
하도 잡았고요. 라이.
오 근데 아직가 로바가
아니
로바 트리플
고 얘기하는 거죠.
허용하지
와요.
않겠다라는 얘긴데요. 크리스타나 둘다 막 위치 바꾸고
대전의
대전의
마수. 루스터가 나를 지켜보고 있는데 뭐 웃겼어요 루스터. 한번 뛰었고 불 껐고 루스터가 이거 이등을 와 그냥 밥을 낳고
점사가 약간 아닌 것 같은데 자 볼까요? 끝까지 볼까요?
아직 여기 먹을 거 더 있다.
점사
잡아먹자. 매우 들어가는 상태에서 잡았고 하나 버튼까지 잡아냅니다. 하나 생명.
여러 명이 죽은 건 아니긴 한데 이거
그거 포킹으로 한번 시도해보나요?
이
시가 혹시 근데 정답이 없어요. 시가. 자 바로
때리는 것보다 그냥 주는 게 나을 것 같아.
잠시만요. 아니 뭐예요 이게? 화염병의 영웅.
D 플러스 기야.
밀고 라헬.
재미 볼 수 있는 조합이 되다가 이거
잠시만
후배가
먼저
뭐
친다고?
갖고 있는 것 같은데.
디플러스기야?
글쎄요.
글쎄요. 아 진짜 글쎄요.
라칸 위치 찾았어요.
잠시만 라헬.
찾았어요.
라헬은요? 라헬.
그러면
라헬 떴어요.
그리고 왼쪽으로 잘 들어갔어.
아니 아래쪽에서
여기서도 잘 들어갔네.
너무 잡혀요.
와 이거 디플러스.
와 아니 계속 디플러스기야. 와 디플러스기야. 이 한타를 대승으로 이끕니다.
아니기 때문에 르블랑을 잡기도 쉽지 않을 것 같고요.
여기서도 뭐 세트
이런 식으로 아니 진짜
야 여차
그래도
계속
입장을 못 하는데
여기 달아놓으면 아무것도 못하거든요.
진짜 입장에서는 무력감이 있어요.
와
얘네가 이런 조합을 이렇게 하면 어떻게 안 돼?
나는 생각이 들 정도예요. 그리고
정답!
여기서
그 과정에서 바텀 다이브까지 연결시켜야 DRX가 가져오는 게 있는 거거든요.
그래서 자 정진명 얘기
아니, 이게-
선물 없거든요.
오,
미쳤어요.
아니 이거
오히려
체인지.
잘했대요 우리. 서포트 캐리죠. 네.
DRX가 좀
여기 물병이 걸린다. 싸움 일어났으면 정진명 영웅 주는데 바이 들어요. 바이 잡고 여기 하지마.
스포츠 아카데미.
G'dowdy everyone and welcome to the LCK Challenger 2023 Summer Finals. I am Valdez and I'm joined by Wolf here today as per usual, like every single day. Atlas and Chronicler did a great job yesterday and today we're here to bring you the winner of Challenger.
that big trophy on the stage. And
Full of
all
Ramyun,
its-
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Or full of Kias.
Could be full of Kias as well as all those car keys piled in there. You just never know. As it is what we are fighting for tonight in Nongshim Esports Academy up against D+ Kia Challengers. A best of 5 to decide who's getting that Challengers glory. Nongshim have done it before. They've upset before. They've broken expectations. D+ constantly the favorites throughout this year. See if they can get that title.
Yeah, this is very interesting because as you can see, they have definitely been able to upset in the past. But as you can see, it's not very recently that it has worked out because it was last year, it was the power of Dundun. It was a very different roster. The real question for me is, when it comes to Nongshim, will this whole team be promoted to like LCK? Where does Dundun go? Where does Fiesta go if this team is just considered better? Maybe Vital just promotes himself twice in a row. Like, what's going on?
I don't know what's going to happen with this roster, but there's clearly a lot of talent. A lot of these players very young still, like Call Me. But I do think that there's a chance that we see this roster kind of split into different teams next year. With some of the new sporting financial regulations coming through, I think a lot of teams going to restructure next year. But here on the side of D+, we've been saying this team has had its fair share of success and needs to send these players to give an opportunity in the LCK. We haven't really seen that. We don't know what the roster is going to look like for Worlds qualifiers coming up later this week. But we do know this team is bouncing back in a big way in playoffs because at the end of regular season, we were a little bit concerned. And obviously there were some changes to the roster. It was very difficult for them to play with Thumb. But I think they did show us in their last 2 series, they've really recovered from what was a shaky end to regular season.
Yeah, I think that the biggest test here is the fact that Nongshim have looked so much better on the map than a lot of our other teams. And we're going to welcome them out onto the stage right now, of course. They were the first ones to get here. D+ had to play up through that loser final yesterday in order to get here. But Nongshim, they've been waiting this whole time. And man, it's some aggression right here, as you can see already. The bottom lane, you know, Double H and Vital just hanging out. But I'm sensing that this team is ready to play.
I was wondering why Kenzie was at the bottom of the stairs or walking in through the crowd tonight. Players can give a bow in front of the stage. You know, it's hard to say who's really the clear favorite going into this one because obviously Nongshim had the upper bracket run. They were the first seed going into finals from upper bracket, so they will have side selection. And I think their run was a bit of a surprise for most people. They had a very strong roster. They were very good in round 2, but still took out the likes of very strong opponents on their way here. And yet, because of D+'s very dominant run through the lower bracket, a lot of people are favoring them going into this one too.
Yeah, and also just, you can't forget how incredibly dominant their early season was and things like this. Like, I think D+ deserve a certain amount of respect. However, there has been shakiness shown towards the end of this season that can bring pause. And here is that squad. It's without Bible, who did pick up the All-Pro team support earlier on, along with a few of his teammates as well.
Yeah, it was Thanatos, this man right here. Lucid picked it up for jungle. Was not Pull Bay in mid, unfortunately, nor Rahel, but Bible picked it up, and this roster has been dominant, not only this entire season, but also this whole year, and really dominated the early parts of spring as well. Very similar playstyle to what we saw from their counterparts in the LCK, as well as T1 spring playstyle, where dominant, aggressive 3v3 bot lanes and stuff like that. But coming back here, I think Thumb has improved a lot through this season, and also his drafting, or rather the team's drafting, has been very solid. So I'm definitely looking for the best version of this roster, let's say, today. Like, I do think that will show up tonight.
I'd certainly hope so. I think that, like, we have a beautiful matchup of 2 different styles when it comes to creating a roster, though. That's what I love about this. I think D+ are full of amazing players. But I think Nongshim is an amazing team because they play around the map, they play around each other extraordinarily well. That is the biggest failing of this D+ roster, of the D+ organization, both of their teams.
Yeah, it's so true. So we are going to go to a quick interview on the KR side and lead into this. I don't know if this will be translated for you guys or not, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
사실 이렇게 쉽게 이겨가지고 올라오게 될 줄은 잘 몰랐는데
시즌 초반엔 콜업으로 운영된 팀이었는데 이렇게 결승까지 오게 될 줄 몰라서 좀 좋고 신기한 것 같아요. 저희가 4회 연속 결승 진출인데
결승전을 하도 많이 오기도 했고 약간 지금은 좀 덤덤해진 것 같아요.
한 번 더 올라가고 싶다는 생각했었는데
저희가 플레이오프 3라운드 때도 이기고 정규 시즌에서도 마지막 판에서 승리를 거둔 만큼 이번 결승전도 저희가 기량 차이로 이길 것 같습니다.
이 팀이 작년에 담원 3대2 역전승으로 이겼던 것 같은데 이번에는 역전승이 아닌 좀 깔끔하게 승리해보고 싶습니다.
저번 플레이오프 때 한 번 졌었는데 이번에 복수할 수 있어서 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 지금은 뭔가 다시 하면은 질 수가 없을 거라고 생각이 들어서 그냥 복수해주고 싶은 마음입니다.
저희를 2번 이겼다고 자만하실 수도 있는데 결국 마지막에 웃는 건 저희일 것 같아서 좀 더 긴장하시고 기다리고 계시면 될 것 같습니다.
일단 저희 팀은 강한 라인전을 바탕으로 한타를 되게 잘하는 팀인 것 같고
라인전 센터 바탕으로 상대팀을 교전까지 끌어낼 수 있는 힘이 있는 게
한타 페이지 가면은 절대 쉽게는 안 지는 것 같아요.
저희 팀의 강점은 상하 토스를 보유하고 있는 게 강점이라 생각합니다.
제가 있는 게 장점인 것 같습니다.
스포츠 바이블 선수에서 덤프 선수 바뀌었는데
서포트 친구가 좀 많이 약점인 것 같아요.
썸무 선수가 이번에 상군에서 올라온 지 좀 별로 안 되는데 아직 2군 레벨까지는 아닌 것 같아서 좀 더 연습하고 와야 될 것 같습니다.
뭔가 농심이랑 할 때마다 긴장이 돼서 제 플레이가 잘 안 나왔던 것 같은데 누가 약점인지는 이제 경기 결과로 나올 것 같습니다.
승준이가 뭐 올라온 지 얼마 안 됐다고 하셨는데 바이터 선수 제외하면은 다 저희보다 경험 적은 신인들인 것 같아서 제가 쉽게 이기지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
상군에서 급하게 콜업된 거에 비해서 굉장히 잘해주고 있다 생각하고 형들이 더 잘해서 우승 꼭 시켜주고 싶어요. 우리 형들이 확실히 뭘 좀 안 해.
그냥 바이탈 형이 CL 카이사는 제일 잘해요.
우리 원딜 바이탈이에요.
우리는 라일인데?
플레 선수가 일단 템포는 좀 넓다고 생각하고 있는데 템포만 넓지 잘하는 것까지는 모르겠습니다.
뭐 라인전도 꿀미한테 지는 것 같고 계속 던지시니까 그냥 게임하기 편한 것 같아요.
지금까지 안 보여준 챔피언이 더 많아서 조심하는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 지훈이 롤을 잘하는 게 아니라 정지훈이 롤을 잘하는 겁니다.
저희한테 오늘 지실 거면서 왜 그렇게 말하셨는지 모르겠네요.
팀은 열심히 올리고 있는 것 같은데 팀은 열심히 하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 인생 무치 탑라이너라고 생각합니다.
아나토스 선수 굉장히 잘하는 탑이라 생각하고 하지만 제가 고점이 터진다면 저도 이길 거라고 생각은 안 해요.
고점이 안 뜨면은 저를 못 이긴다는 말이기 때문에 제가 고점이 뜨면은 자신이 없으신 걸로 알겠습니다.
아무래도 루시드 선수가 가장 공개됩니다.
당연하다고 생각하고 있어요.
루시드 선수 이번 시즌 항상 위에서 올라가다 보는 왕 같은 느낌이었는데 아래에서 반란이 일어나는 모습 잘 보여드리겠습니다.
이번 결승에서도 선수 가르쳐드리겠습니다.
제가 사실 지금까지 프로 생활을 하면서 3번을 준우승을 했거든요. 그래서 이제 그 저주를 한번 풀어보고 싶다는 마음가짐이 있습니다.
우승하면 응원해주신 팬분들 일단 감사하다는 말 전하고 엄마 아빠한테 그냥 전화하고
우승한다면 제가 발라드 한 곡 멋지게 뽑아보겠습니다.
우승하면은 꿀배 선수가 노래 한 곡 불러드리도록 하겠습니다.
평소에 노래 많이 부르는 용용이 형도 듀엣으로 노래 부르면 좋을 것 같습니다. 형준이가 이기면 벨리 댄스 한번 본인이랑 했으면 좋겠습니다.
결승에서 굉장히 거만한 모습 보여드리고 잘하는 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
결승전까지 오게 된 이유는 팬 여러분들이 계속 응원해 주시면서 저희한테 힘이 되는 것 같아서 팬 여러분한테 항상 감사하게 생각하고 있고
우승할 수 있도록 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
작년에 뺏겼던 트로피 이번 시즌에는 저희가 가져가겠습니다. 챌린저스 최초 3연승 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 경기 빨리 끝날 거라 좀 재미없으실 수도 있는데 경기 3대0으로 빨리 끝내고 팬미팅 때 뵀으면 좋겠습니다.
Thank you so much, Yundo, for live translating in the chat. I hope you guys got a whole lot of insight there. Sorry we did not have the subtitles, but if you speak Korean, then you're probably not watching this broadcast, are you? But if you do, then you probably got a lot out of that. And you also probably saw these players are not afraid. They are not holding back.
No, there's
They're
a
just tearing each other apart.
little bit of trash talk. Obviously, the history between these two in finals was discussed quite heavily. A lot of trash talk back and forth on that, but the Biggest one, I think the biggest standout between the two teams was Nongshim and Thumb. He's not Bible level, and he's not Challengers level, and the kind of response from D+ was kind of like, we'll take care of him, you know? It wasn't like, no, he is, like, you better watch out. They were like, it's okay, we'll take care of him. And he was like, they'll take care of me.
Well, they do have quite a few of the All-Pro players on the D+ roster. And I think, like, as far as, like, skill is concerned, the total amount of skill on DK, even if Thumb isn't Challenger level, is still probably higher.
Yeah.
That's the hilarious part.
The thing about Nongshim is that if it's an even game state, I always kind of favor them because what you're talking about, they make proactive plays, they read the map really well, they're very good at figuring out how to set up for objectives or looking for picks, whereas D+, it feels like if they're not winning in the early game, they've struggled to figure out what happens next in an even game state.
Well,
but they win so hard early, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, the way I think about it is if they're not winning enough, Poolbay goes in and dies instantly. If they're winning a lot, Poolbay goes in and it's a hyper play, you know, everything's like super dope and cool. Otherwise, he's just dead and then they lose whatever subsequent fight happens. We did see a bit of that yesterday, but the rest of his team was so incredibly fed, it did not matter quite so much.
I kind of want to give a small edge to Call Me in the mid matchup. I think he's been better as of late, and Poolbay has definitely come back closer to, I think, his peak form. I wouldn't say he's quite there yet, but he does look a lot better in these last few games. So I'm expecting that mid matchup is going to be very critical, as it has been basically in both leagues and Challengers and in LCK right now. It is just so important, and mid champion pool is also quite significant. I think Poolbay has a little bit of an edge there right now. We'll see what Call Me's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, I think Poolbay definitely has the weird picks ready to go. He is definitely more that guy, but I think Colmey's been really consistent. I think another thing that's really good for Nongshim is the fact that Sounder has been playing so much better over the last few series, and he has been, you know, a bit of an up and down player throughout playoffs, but Lucid is like incredibly terrifying as far as opposition is concerned. We're going to need to see the Sounder that really got them here, right, performing in today's match. Otherwise, I just don't think that they stand too much of a chance, because things can fall apart very quickly if the jungle kind of gets destroyed.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be one of the cruxes of how this best of 5 goes. And top side, Mihail, he's had some good games. He's had some not so good games. Like, I feel like when he's
had
on,
some Cassante games and some
yeah. When he's on, he's on. His Jax in the laning phase, great. Outside the laning phase, we're sometimes wondering what the plan is.
Well, like, the way that you think about Mihail is, even if the champion's name isn't Cassante, he is still playing Cassante. It's just, unfortunately, the buttons do the wrong things when he's pressing them. He just wants to be Cassante at all times, no matter what. And so if you see him flash for a Q on Jax and he just leap strikes to someone, what he was really hoping to do is knock them all back with his sick third Q. But I think we are getting closer and closer to our opening draft. I'm very, very interested to see how this first one is going to look, because like you say, yesterday, I think D+ kind of blew him out of the water in the draft phase, namely. And DRX are not a team to be underestimated, right? But they were just crushed. Pretty, like, I don't know, unceremoniously, to be honest.
It's weird because in Challengers, we've had so many back and forth series in playoffs over the last 3 seasons or so. But this season was kind of one-sided. A lot of chokes I think we saw, and overperformances too. But I think it's a good sign for the skill of Challengers when teams actually dominate each other. Actually, it means that, like, they're making all the right calls and there's less room for error. And if you're really on and you just don't let anything slip away, you're going to be able to make that happen. You're not going to make a huge mistake and give your opponent a chance to come back in. Getting more closer to the LCK level of oppression from ahead is a good thing to see.
Yeah, and I want to see in this series the D+ that we saw, you know, at the beginning of even last season, right? Like, the one that is like a well-oiled machine, plays out these snowballs absolutely beautifully. Because that team's just kind of gone by the wayside. They don't have the same level of coordination and control like they did earlier on. And it feels like their hands are still fine. They're still doing the right buttons on their champions, but they're not doing it at the right places on the Rift or at the right times.
Yeah.
As much as they used to previously. I think that's where Nongshim can fight back. But I think it's like the sum of the parts. If you just add it all up here on Nongshim, I think you are going to be found wanting, and it's going to have to be how well they utilize their teamwork up against this squad that is going to be able to push them over the line. The only ones really standing out are the bottom side, but we've found that you don't even necessarily need to carry through the bottom side to win games. Thanatos showing us yesterday on the Renekton quite comfortably.
Yeah, can definitely just play weak side bottom and try to scale up as well in this meta. Rahel's a pretty good Aphelios player if that's what he has to play. If he has to play Zeri, he's decent at that as well. As long as the laning phase doesn't go horribly wrong, I think they've got a pretty good chance of finding wins elsewhere until the AD carry comes online later on. They'll need to get huge advantages.
Oh, that's some cute poros. I like those.
I'm not entirely sure what the reference here is. Hi M. Maybe somebody else can.
Someone saying sorry?
Yeah. Oh, finals? MVP? Hi M? I guess maybe that's what it is.
I'm
getting the final word. And yes,
final MVP.
Because usually Pi M, in my experience, is like a shortened version of Fire Emblem. Like, I was like, I don't think there might be like a reference here. I'm like, oh, is Thanatos like Roy from FE6? Like,
yeah, maybe. Don't you mean Roy from Smash Brothers Melee?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where he came from originally, because that's a really old game, Wolf. And then he was in Fire Emblem after that. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. Him and Marth came over from Smash Brothers. All right. LeBlanc and Ari both taken away here from Pool Bay. An interesting strategy to be banning out his champion pool. I guess trying to carry through Call Me a little bit in this one, as Tristana banned on red alongside the Sejuani, with Nico taken off the board as well. Man, they are heavily targeting him.
I feel
and
like
there is Dyer and now Maokai.
The other way they could have approached this was to try to target some of the champs that work well with these picks for Lucid, like banning Viego or potentially the Vi. But now they're going to give over the Kai'Sa. Xayah is banned. So this means Rahel is probably looking towards that Zeri pick, I have to imagine, just based on how this draft is looking thus far. With these bans here, I think the stock of Azir goes way up as well.
Yeah.
Just go for the Maokai Jace. I think that's a reasonable answer. It's going to enter some of the poke.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to me that they leave open the Maokai, because I actually kind of respect it, given the fact that Maokai, if he's played in the jungle this game, of course Thumb could be playing it, but if he's played in the jungle, then you don't have Lucid on something that dangerous. But they still do give away the Jax to Mihail. This is something that one guy in chat would be very upset about, because he was screaming for the Jax situation.
There's that Azir I was referencing as well here for Call Me. He's been so good at it.
Yeah.
Feels pretty safe into Jace, and you have a pretty well-rounded comp here already from Nongshim. Obviously, you don't have the Sejuani. The Zeri is pretty no-brainer here, and now we'll see like the Rakan taken away, and some of the other potential supports. Nautilus should be banned by D+. You have to think.
I would agree. Oh, but they want to ban Rakan, Nautilus, Alistair, and Rel. And that's hard. It's hard to ban all of those.
Yeah, Rel and the Rakan, I think, probably banned by Nongshim here.
Love the Zac ban.
Yeah.
Sounder has been really, really good on this pick, and has decided, DK have decided that they are not willing to deal with it.
Pretty good in the Maokai. I really like it. It's really difficult for Maokai to lock down the Zac. Okay, they're just going to ban this Aatrox instead, so Rakan, still a very strong option. And maybe that D+ aren't going to be able to play it with Thumb, so maybe Nongshim are not trusting the skill ceiling is high enough for this player just yet to play the Rakan in an impactful way.
It might be just too many supports to ban, so you just don't ban them and just take two really good ones. That's a Rek'Sai. That's not going to be picked.
No.
That's because Rek'Sai is pretty close to Rakan. I could imagine.
I think
on
that
the
is
list.
definitely one of the reasons. Leona also close to Rakan, but looking for the Leona here instead will be a great answer to Rakan if that does get locked away for Nongshim here. Take the Alistair that's been so popular here in Korea, not as a counter necessarily anymore. Now,
oh my
Nongshim's
god,
draft is really coming along, isn't it? Like now they've got a
you
Poppy.
get Poppy Rakan on this rotation. Like, can you lose? Like, I don't know, man. It's really scary.
They know they're going to lock the Rakan, so they're trying to decide still about jungle here. Viego is still open. Don't think they necessarily want the Viego in this draft, though. Feels pretty easy to stop the Viego from being impactful with Maokai, Alistair.
I think you want real frontline, but it looks like Sounder wants to carry. I don't know about that. I actually think the Poppy was a really good choice.
Yeah,
See
I
what
like
Double
Poppy
H is
more.
going to settle with, but no, it's going to be the Viego.
Your early game impact can be quite high with Viego here. but so can Poppy. So I'm kind of, I still feel like the Poppy would be better, but Cassante into Mihail here on the top side on his Jax, and I still overall really like the draft of Nongshim better because they have Engage, they have Peel, they have Poke, and then they have resets if you get the first elimination with this Viego. Whereas for D+, Rahel has to do the heavy lifting, I think, in this draft, and that has worked for them sometimes in the past, but with Thumb at his side, hard to get the Zeri accelerated early on. Really gonna have to survive through some tough mid-game fights, and then you've got to deal with Jax's side lane. You don't have a side lane threat yourself.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. Nongshim don't have any frontline sort of anymore. I mean, Jax is kind of pseudo frontline, and I guess, you know, Sounder could kill a tank and then just assume their body, but it's not going to be the same. Rakan definitely isn't that, so it's going to be more difficult with this Viego for Nongshim to navigate it. But I still love their composition. I still think it's very powerful.
I kind of echo what Kevin says in chat. If it was LCK, I prefer D+. If it's CL, I like Nongshim on this one. And I'm kind of like, yeah, I do feel that way. In terms of individual plays you can make on Jace, on Alistar here with this draft with D+, if you had a really nice setup here with the frontline for Zeri with the Cassante, and you were 100% going to know that Thanatos was going to have a god-tier performance here with this draft, I'd be like, yeah, no, this feels almost unbeatable. But with how scrappy these fights end up going, Nongshim's draft looks really good to me.
Yeah, like if you showed me the DK draft and was like, it's Gen.G playing it, I'd be like, oh, well, there's no way they lose
like it's
ever.
Dunzo,
Like it's actually just like it's literally over. But with the fact that it's a very team fighty draft, you're needing to try and force these 5v5s. They should be able to do that, but they lose in side lanes, and Nongshim have been really good at playing around those. So I think that like both teams picking to their strengths, and we'll see who's going to be able to make it work, as we're going to rock out for a little bit beforehand. Just went with a standard to start things off. We might mix it up, but it is the finals, so the do-do-do-dos need to be the cleanest that they possibly can be. We do have some predictions that have been sent through. Yundo sent them, I believe, to you, Wolf, so we can let you guys know. I believe I predicted Nongshim like 3-2, and I think the majority of other commentators, the ones with brains, predicted D+.
So on the global side, Chronicler, Valdez, and I all voted for D+. You were the only one who voted for Nongshim. But on the Korean side, everyone except Hojin voted for Nongshim.
Whoa!
There are 0-3-0 predictions. Most people predicting a 3-1 for whatever they put, but you and I were 3-2 voters, along with Dongjun. And
so me and Dongjun are aligned?
Yeah, you and Dongjun are on the 3-2 Nongshim.
Yeah. I'm in pretty good company. There's at least that. I think that like recency bias actually needs to be respected a little bit here because of how dominant D+ looked and how much better they looked compared to some of the games that they have lost. But Nongshim, I think that they are going to be a very different opponent. I think that DRX are plagued by some of the similar issues to D+, where the control of the map, the coordination isn't necessarily as there. And Nongshim are very, very good at capitalizing on those. So that might be why so much of the Korean side has voted the way that they have, especially with, you know, a bit of tape of them recently taking a win. But I do think that like this could go either way. And like what was our quote from this morning? We believe that the winning team will be the one that wins 3 games.
Yeah, that's the
guarantee.
Sure.
Yep.
That's the one thing we can promise you guys. As Sound is going to come over here and take away some wolves. Will be uncontested here as the same counter jungler, or rather vertical jungler, is happening on the opposite side. Lucid is taking his. So just a bit of a vertical start here. And Mihail up here on the top side. You can see Thanatos having a 9-4 win rate on this Cassante, but Mihail has been playing Cassante or Jax almost exclusively, so definitely very familiar with both sides of this matchup.
Yep.
And we'll be getting an early lead here. I mean, for me, Atlas, I look at these drafts and I think if D+ get to the mid game with a slight lead with a Zeri, I feel very good about their chances of winning it because they have a very tanky front line to set up for the Zeri to do Zeri things. Even though Rahel isn't the player I think of who's going to do the clutch plays, he's not going to be flashing on anybody necessarily. That's not generally his play style. I worry for D+ if they fall behind in this early game at all, because then the Zeri with Thumb as the support here can certainly feel very weak, and you know, you start making situations where the side laning is strong for Nongshim and D+ are trying to catch the play rather than make the play. Some things have historically been pretty rough for this roster and their LCK counterparts, as you were mentioning earlier. That's why Bible isn't here in the first place.
Yeah. I'm just very interested to see what the first couple of skirmishes are going to look like, because that really will tell us a story about how this series is going to be shaped, I think. Especially how, okay, there's a bit of an engage as Rahel's going to get knocked up. Nice little headbutt hold, but Battle Dance exists. Double H going to be absolutely fine. H's for days. And this is actually something that you and I spoke about a lot, was the fact that Double H has been one that's been stepping up quite a lot for Nongshim.
Yeah.
And in comparison to Thumb, it is a massive pressure point here, I believe, in this particular series. So there are a lot of like individual things we can look at, but then there's also how the game's going to be played and the strategy that's going to be chosen by these teams. And I like the, like as you were sort of mentioning, right? Like I like how D+ have navigated the draft to give themselves like the most ease of execution.
Yeah.
Like it's group around objective, use saplings for vision control, win team fight, win game, press R on Maokai to secure thing.
Yeah, it's like, as long as Polbay can stay, and on red side when you have that Jace, you can stand on Drake contests in the brush just to the north of the river and put that poke in. It's very annoying to play against that. And obviously, as you mentioned, there's no front line here for Nongshim whatsoever. So itemization here, even though there's not really a lot of AP damage in the side of D+, like, you're not really going to get a whole lot of value out of trying to build tanky here as anyone. Like, only Mihail can kind of be that front line, but only a pseudo front line, as you mentioned.
Yep.
We'll see if he goes steel caps this game around. Might be pretty helpful against that Shock Blast poke. We will definitely see Crown, you have to think here, for Call Me. I don't think he has to, but I think that is the expected result. And that should help him at least survive some of that poke, as well as some of the burst damage when he does decide to go in and look for the Emperor's Divide. Because they kind of need to dive with this Jax Counter-Strike setup and the Kaisa.
Oh, they need to kill someone in the first 4 seconds of a team fight, otherwise they lose. I think that's sort of how it goes.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of things that can kill things really, really fast. And they also have so much follow-up, right? Like you take Killer Instinct as well as Rakan's mobility and Call Me being able to swoop in. I do think that it's going to be a possibility, as already starting off this Drake, we've got Lucid moving towards the top side of the map, and we have to remember the vertical jungling that did come through. This is going to afford Nongshim some control of this bottom side. Less common for the blue side team to get early Drake priority, just from how we've seen the games going. So shout outs to Nongshim for making that one work, and with, you know, a minute to spare. So they could potentially get some control towards his top side and actually contest for the Herald as well.
They certainly could. With how quickly they're able to take this, it feels really nice. And there's no contest here whatsoever, and teleport straight to top side means a very standard low impact top lane thus far. My real question is going to be this first fight on Herald. You know, how's that going to go? Will D+ be able to get the setup they need to actually get value out of Jace early? Because he does a lot of burst, obviously, when he can get the full combo off when he is going into all-in somebody. But in terms of his poke, with just the Dirk, yeah, you're doing a little bit, but you only, because of the cooldowns this early on in the game, you only really get like one accelerated shock blast during the fight. And so if you can't actually close the gap on the enemy team, if you don't have that prio, first Jace fight doesn't feel great compared to it. Emperor's Divide is massive value almost every time.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Call Me can actually do. So far, things have been pretty quiet across the Rift. And as you can see in the CS numbers, it is identical.
Yeah, it's like
there
dead even.
The most even. It's just the Drake. It's just the Drake. And so Nongshim are in the lead by
25
gold. Some
gold.
stats. You know, like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Lucid's going to start off this Rift Herald, and Sounder is making his way over. Thumb wandering through mid lane, and Rakan hot on his heels. You've got Rahel heading back towards the bottom side, but he's out of vision right now.
Yeah, they don't know.
Yeah, they haven't actually fully figured this out. However, that is going to be a plate going over to Vital, and he is going to back away. And so Lucid just comfortably securing this one. Nongshim not going to bite off more than they can chew, I guess.
I like how Nongshim handled this because if Rahel is going over there, you're down on numbers. And if they see him, which they don't have any way of getting vision towards that wall, then they can go, okay, yeah, like we can just all in on pushing bottom side, and then that's going to be really nice for us. We get 2 plates there. If he doesn't show up and comes bot, then, you know, we could have maybe contested here, but just don't want to play around that. Just get those plates no matter what. And Rahel, because it took so long to get back to lane, also lost a wave. You can see he's down 13 CS at the moment. So while they will lose Herald Gold and that plate gold that comes with it, I think that ultimately it's pretty nice here for Nongshim. Not nice for Mihail at the moment on that one.
No, not having the greatest of times, but I think he's just comfortably scaling as best he can. That's a wave stacking up as well, so he should be still relatively close on farm. Just not close on health bar. Thumb's rotating over, does turn off the lights here just a little bit inside the jungle. Lucid just farming. And a big Pulverize does come in. We'll see where the Sounder does go for this attempted steal. I think this Double H is being frustrated. Lucid going to be able to secure that, but can they win the fight is the question. Poolbay's moving over. Sounder going to get headbutted around. There's a Heartbreaker. Gets himself out of there, but he's not out of the woods just yet. And Lucid going to come forward. Extendo Beam locks down the kill, and that is the worst case scenario for Nongshim.
Yeah, that was about a Zeri moment over 2, you know? Give it like half a Zeri moment
yeah,
on that one.
Half.
But like, first blood picked up with Extendo, and your mid laner's out of position. They get a free Herald charge. This is optimistic.
Well, yeah, Rahel is going to ult. Thumb going to get a headbutt, but there's Killer Instinct. And Vital wants to be able to lock this one down. Oh, the Ignite just finishing. Vital will be denied, but this wave will also be denied. As Rahel still sticking around. No mana on Vital. Does have his Flash and Cleanse, but I don't think they're going to be able to get to Rahel, but he's not going to be able to get to the minion wave. So
like
there's at least that.
That contest there, the attempted to steal the blue buff, works out so well if you actually play it proactively instead of just looking for the smite. You actually get the jump on them while they're actually just pushing that buff down, and maybe you can actually win that because you also have a Kaisa who is level 7 who can ult in to follow up faster than the Zeri can get over there. So this is a disaster.
Yeah.
But they actually really tried to force on the smite itself into the Maokai ult, and there was no follow-up from Call Me. Like, he was not in position to actually get in there faster than the Jace and set up for an Emperor's Divide, so they just half-heartedly contested and then got themselves trapped, and are unfortunately not able to trade that kill back onto Rahel. It looked very close, but still he does survive, and actually heals up enough to get the wave. So only, again, that about 11 CS behind right now. We'll get a back off for free. As look at how this starts off, like, if Sounda goes in here with HH's ultimate and you have a Kaisa to follow up with the Killer Instinct on the Thumb, for example, yeah, he's Alistar, it's going to take him a while to kill him, but maybe you could then circumvent the Maokai ultimate. If Azir is here, this makes more sense, but he's not, then that Sound is just going to get zapped here. So a bit of an overforce, yeah, a bit of a question mark coming out there over on the emote, and I think telling the story.
An understandable one. I think Thumb really, really given the right emotional state of the whole situation in that emote. Really beautifully done. Nongshim now looking to try and fight for this second dragon. Mountain is on the rift. We do have the opportunity of the clouds, and we love to see that. Could be Kentek as well. As Mihail trying to be that frontline. Double H is extraordinarily low as Vital has to flash away from Rahel. This could be a disaster. And this is what we were talking about earlier, right? You press the R button on Maokai, get objective.
And last 2 fights have been dictated by Lucia pressing R. He's like, oh, you're trying to steal my camp? Press R.
Yeah.
Trying to come over towards my Drake? Press R. Thank you very much. And now it's a tied up 1-to-1 Drake situation. It is the Chemtech Soul, so not the greatest here for excitement purposes over these next few objectives. It's going to slow the game down a little bit, but will be some really big blast plants as we'll watch why Vital had to flash, is trying to use his Q here to chunk him out and get slowed.
Yeah, I guess he just like got extendo, but Rahel ulted on him and he flashed away, and so now they know that there's no Zerial for the potential fight. Interesting that they still had to give it so much respect, and of course the positioning of Lucid, being able to get that ult in the right spot, wasn't going to be a way for them to find an angle. So I guess that's just a way to make it happen. Static shivs across the board. You've got Vital now completing his cull as well. So has a pickaxe to augment. Looks like he might be going, like, What's that pickaxe doing? That's interesting.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
Because often you do see, like, you know, straight into either Berserkers or Sorks and then Nashers, but instead he has gone for possibly an earlier Rage Blade, as Mihail is in dead. He is in dead.
He's been having a bit of a rough one, and this time Lucy gets it done without pressing the R button. Nongshim definitely coming into this series a little bit shaky here in this first game, and I am kind of with you. I think it might be an early Rage Blade, as Call Me should be fine here. Does have to use his ultimate, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Thanatos now just going to flash him. That was a bit of a spectator error there. Not an error of the spectator. Yundo's doing a great job, but the client itself just showed the all-out not really working, and then Call Me teleported. So he does have to flash, and so things a little bit messy here for Nongshim, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so let's watch how this one goes down. He just has no vision, is greeting up here with a little bit of a shadow from Sounda, but he's way too far away to make an impact quickly enough. Just doesn't have vision in that brush. I don't think you can be up like that if you don't have vision in that brush in the river. A little bit of a overextension is punished, and now Sounda trying to make something happen here bottom side, knowing that Thanatos has no flash and no ult. But there's also no Emperor's Divide or flash here from Call Me. They should be able to deny some minions here, but Thanatos can just walk this out. It's very transparent what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Herald for potentially this turret. If they do get first turret blood off the back of this, then could be important. But as you can see, DK are going to be able to race them for it, and I think that they'll be trading up. So there is first turret, and Vital is actually able to clear the wave. So I think maybe a gold equal trade, but that is now not gold equal, because Pulpe, with any sort of spare time on this outer turret, is going to be able to take it. So immediately it is going to be traded back. So we're a Herald up in the trade. Nongshim getting a bit more money because it was the first turret.
Yeah, just a slight amount, but not too significant. I actually really like this for D+. The Herald itself is going to be super useful at eliminating that mid turret, which opens up the map for Jace, opens up the map for Maokai, and Zerius is always going to have, with this massive turret health advantage here in mid right now, even before that turret goes down, the ability to push forward, zap those minion waves with the Shiv, and then just hide behind this turret, very simply put. And the map control is kind of unreal here for D+ at this moment in time. There was some deep vision set up for that really aggressive bottom side play attempt, and yeah, they got the turret and its first brick, but you need to get the Cassante too to make it worth it, and Thanatos just read the play despite all of that vision that was set up around there for him, because he committed the Emperor's Divide in that last play. I think maybe you can actually hard commit and grab him before he gets back to the turret if you have that ultimate, but simply didn't. And Vilo gonna grab some base fruit here.
Yeah, the base fruit.
He got some movement, speed, and shielding out of that, I guess. Like,
hell yeah. Gotta love the Chemtech Rift. But I'm Valdez, so, you know, I really hate it. I just hate it. All of these super non-interactive, non-fun plants all over the place bother me so much. Stop betting in the chat. Okay, now that's enough. Call Me down here, but he'll be just catching waves. And D+ setting up for this first dragon, or first Chemtech dragon. It is, in fact, the third one. 24 seconds until that one comes back up. Let's see whether Nongshim have a good team fight in them. Because, of course, you know, we mentioned already, like, how a good team fight looks for them. Last time around, it didn't quite work because they didn't get to sink their teeth in at the beginning. And we've got Rift Herald coming down. Vital not going to be able to defend this turret. That is definitely charging. As Sounder trying to find an angle here.
Now Vital is just so exposed, so vulnerable. And I think they should be able to get an extra charge. Meow's going to try to trade this, but I mean, they're going to get Dragon 2 after the charge. There's just no contesting this, no one to stop it. And Vital, I mean, he just keeps getting hit by these shock blasts. That's not your minion wave. You know, that's not going to block the shock blast. And now they've got sapling control here on the other side of the pit. Sounda can't do anything. Not like he would ever want to, you know, go over the wall and then flash out for a Chemtech Drake. But even if he wanted to, D+ have his number. And yeah, you got this turret. The Jax is getting bigger and stronger. I feel like D+ have enough of a lead here. Sounda, I'm going to say probably don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
He's tempted. I mean, he does have Heartbreaker and Flash, so technically he can get in and out, but I wouldn't risk it.
I just don't think it's worth
single Chemtech Drake.
I don't think your ult in the Flash is worth a single Chemtech Drake. I just don't think it is. Not at this game state where you're behind. You want those abilities to gap close onto a Zeri or onto a Jace. Way more valuable in a team fight on, for example, the Baron, which could happen in the next few minutes before Flash is back up. If it does, you're going to sorely miss it. That's the one you can heartbreak your Flash for.
Yeah. I think you're okay with that. Man, the more I watch this, the more, like, I'm imagining how much better Nongshim's draft would have been with Poppy.
Yeah, it's kind of unreal because the neutral setup for both of these teams on objectives will obviously favor the team that has Sapling and Jace control when you're ahead like this, but if you had Poppy, you could at least kind of warp that. Plus, it's just pretty good at their comp in general, and if you can pick the Alistar, pull him away, as they're going to try to do now.
Yeah, they should still be able to at least hit him with a few abilities. Lucid roams over, and Poolbay is in the area, does have a very long range, very powerful shock blasts. Already 2 items now completed, ahead of the clock as the Jace, and that is very important for D+. Because if the Jace sort of turns into a non-factor, then you really only have a Zeri as, okay, they're just going to dive onto said Zeri. Now they don't have a Zeri. I mentioned that they could only have a Zeri. They don't have a Zeri. Thumb is going to interrupt Colmy, and he's just going to get taken down. You can see Sounder trying to get on top of the Alistar, but he's knocked away. The Mega Blast Cone destroys him. And now Vital looking for that opportunity. Mihail doesn't get the Counter-Strike, though, and everyone dives on top of the Kai'Sa. He'll be taken down. Mihail's trying to escape, but he's in a Baron Pit and he's dead. And D+ just obliterate Nongshim right before the Baron.
Yeah, who's that worm? I hate to say it, but that might just actually be game. I mean, that is a huge overcommitment. Mihail also committing the flash to try to get that Counter-Strike and not coming up with anything there. They get wiped. It is so easy to grab this 20-minute Baron. Already, they got 2 turrets off the map. They can go ahead and get that outer bottom side and start sieging up that weakened inner and mid. And this fight here starts off with a pick onto Rahel, and then that's fine. And this is exactly what you're talking about. Nongshim, they play proactively on the map. They like to make really aggressive moves like this, really good Emperor's Divide on the thumb, but then he catches Calmy, and then Sounda thinks this fight is over and done with, and as transformed Zeri goes into the fight and then gets launched back in. And then this move here as well, nice attempt from Mihail to try to get the Counter-Strike, but he comes up empty, so his flash is now down after the fight. And it's just more salt in the wounds this first game. Just a total wash for Nongshim, unfortunately.
I have to say, Thumb played absolutely extraordinarily in that fight. And this is a guy that we were toting as the potential weak link for this team. His flash headbutt onto Colmy secured them that kill, stopped anything from being an issue. Like Thanatos, absolutely fantastically played, right? Like, but immediately mitigates the CC, gets right on top of the Azir, and then pushes him exactly where he needs to, away from the rest of his team. Gorgeously played. Him and Thanatos really hard carrying that last team fight.
And Poolbay just, he's not missing with these shot blasts. He's hitting Calmy, who didn't go crown, by the way, and Vital non-stop. The 2 carries are seemingly permanently at 2/3 at best health because he just keeps hitting them. And now the Baron is going to allow them to open up this base. They got the bottom turret, that inner turret in mid, I think under some pressure here as well. And they're trying to decide, do we want to get into Nipper this early? I think you definitely do. As Sounda on the flank, they spot him out here, and they should be able to take this one and get out. Sounda has no flash.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulp is going to connect onto him as well, as Sounda now trying to escape. Does dash, but Rahel is dancing over these walls. Mihail is splitting, does manage to get an inner towards the top side.
It's the Dindon effect.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to go for. He is 0-2. That's 5 deaths away from full power, as Poolbay not going to find Sounder completely here. So I guess, you know, he Owen Wilsoned his way out of there. Did manage to nail it, but still, not exactly making any gains.
No, I don't think so. He was able to get in there and get a bounty off of the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor somehow. Like, if they just really dropped the ball and were trying to end or something and failed, and he got that, like, we could have a conversation. But, I mean, he still was able to get a little bit done, but, I mean, he's also flashless from that last fight around the Baron Pit, so it's just, you know, not like he's going to team fight Jax his way back into this one, no teleport either.
Yeah.
He does have Spear of Shojin now and will be a threat in this next fight, but, I mean, it's also not even the soul for Chemtech, so Nongshim, it's very awkward to decide what you want to do here because now the Jax is trying to push on the same side of the rift as the Dragon, so he's kind of feeling like I got to opt into this team fight here. No flash.
Yeah, these shock blasts. Vital is the one that's supposed to be becoming a poke champion, and he's just not there. Meanwhile, Pulbay is doing the most damage in the game by the largest of margins. Double H looking for that flank angle. He may actually not be seen, but the rest of the fight is going to start. Emperor's Divide onto 2, but it's not fantastic. Colmy gonna have to try and get out of here, but he's not going to be able to. Double H not really getting anything done, but they do kill Pulbay, and that is something. And then the Zeri is just going to murder the rest of Nongshim. Drake is going to go over to D+ as well, and Rahel is now flashing on top of them. Sounder will be the first one to die. Double H going to go down as well, as Jet Set Radio is indeed the future here for D+. And yeah, I think they'll just walk through the bit of base that's been obliterated and take game 1.
That's about 6,000 damage for Rahel in that last fight, and said he wasn't necessarily going to be the guy who's going to clutch it out or make the impressive mechanical Zeri play, but you know what? He will do the pew-pew damage.
Oh,
he will
yeah.
bounce those hits through. He will hit a big ultimate and chase you over the wall, and that is it for game 1. D+ dominating. It wasn't even close here, not for a second. Okay, maybe like the first 8 minutes of the game where we're like, it's really close, but beyond that, it wasn't close for a second.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're just going to 6-0 these finals. It would be absolutely insane. But first game, definitely going their way. And some experimentation done in the draft here for Nongshim, but I think that they were honestly just outplayed for the majority. Kind of ridiculous. And this D+, I don't know what happened. They had a conversation with someone back at home. Maybe Bubbling comes back down to help out his boys in Challenger.
Look at this flank here attempted by the Rakan. By the time HH gets in here, like, the rest of the team is completely moved away. So, like, yeah, we get to see the top part of this fight again, where you do see they are able to kill Pulbay, but not until he's already gotten a Dust Play reset and actually helped take out the Jax. And the bottom side of the fight is just Sounda getting absolutely destroyed. It's Vital getting absolutely destroyed. Can't follow up, and Call Me dying instantly in order to help set up that Rakan flank meant that the fight was just over in a matter of seconds, but not in the good way you were talking about, unfortunately, for the side of Nongshim here.
Yep. And I very proudly voted for Thumb. I think that the guy...
It was a great game
in
from him.
So many of these team fights was absolutely amazing. Yes, the very large line in the middle of the screen probably dictates who is going to pick up the POG, but I don't care.
It looks like the damage craft was given the finger to Nongshim on this one.
True! No!
And, I mean, those shot blasts hit so incredibly well, and he really...
Wait, Thumb is actually the Thumb.
I know! That's
oh
the
my
crazy
god!
It's yeah. I guess we always knew Thanatos was the pinky all along.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty dominant performance across the board here. I think Lucid deserves some votes. I think Rahel had a great game. And, you know, Thanatos, oddly enough, like, he won the laning phase against the Jax, but otherwise it wasn't really about him because the rest of the team was winning everywhere else all the time.
Yep, I think Thanatos did have that amazing fight around the Baron alongside Thumb. I loved Rahel's engage, where he asked Double H to flash on top of him and instantly died, and then they won the team fight. I think that was one of the best engages for D+ so far in this series. But I would agree with Moose Knuckle. Thumb deserves POG.
Sounda, he had a bit of a rough
Oh, he gets it, my boy!
He's gonna get it. 83.3% kill participation. That last play where he got on top of Call Me was just pretty insane. It didn't help, unfortunately, for Nongshim Esports Academy that Sounda also zoomed in on Zeri and also instantly died afterwards. But like, the kill onto Call Me there was pretty impressive. His laning phase was very good. His defense of the blue buff in the early game as well, very solid. Always having the confidence to hold his ult as well when it looked like maybe he was going to get caught by Call Me. Somebody's engaging onto him. He's like, nah, I actually think I have enough tankiness in me so I can hold that ultimate, rejoin my teammates, use it for the team fight later. He was very clean. 0 deaths in this game.
0 deaths as an Alistar is pretty impressive. It's either you're not really doing your job or you're doing your job extraordinarily well. And we know because we watched the game, Thumb played amazingly. And what a time to start performing as well. I mean, in the grand final here of Challenger, really stepping up. Remember, this guy is about to turn 16. Like, that's just how it goes. it's going to be a long time before we have to wave goodbye to Thumb when he goes to the military. Let's just say that. Like, there's like 10 years of playing this guy.
Unless he pulls a Bible and goes super early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. He might just go and then just come back again. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 5. D+ are going to need 2 more of these if they're going to take home the trophy full of car keys. And we'll be back after the break for Game 2.
이거 근데 이게 빼네. 와, 그리고 역으로
스카리도 가요.
역수 가나요?
안 들어가는데 안 들어가죠.
근데 루시죠?
체력이 아니 체력이 좀 안 좋거든요.
안 좋아요.
체력이 안 좋아요.
안 좋아요.
디아스 체력이
근데 하나씩
아니
더블 이러면 그리고 카이사도 오거든요 이제.
카이사 왔어요?
사냥꾼은 곧 와요 카이사. 축장
안 맞았어요.
안 맞고.
그렇게 해서 오
왼쪽에서
날개
사실강
날개 폈어요. 그리고
사냥
들어가요.
맞아. 그리고 사실 진짜.
와 이거
김다리 스킬인데요. 루시로 살았죠.
라이크 D 플러스 기어
역습 성공. 나만도 나오면 대책이 좀
돌렸어요.
오답니다. 근데 잘 피했다. 자기 폭포 연계되나요? 이거를?
이거 일단 점프가 아니 이게 점프가 또 막기가 굉장히 좋았고요.
이렇게 사실 타나토스 나왔어요. 순식간에 2명 제거.
그 말씀 드렸죠. 딜러 하나를 막 해도 나머지 딜러 둘이 딜하면 안 쓸린다.
덕담도 체력을 먹습니다. 마지막 프로까지 잡아냅니다.
플러스 기아 조금
오,
불편하. 물었어요.
루시드
아무것도 그래도 반격각
라이 앞쪽에서 넘어갔고요.
잠깐만요. 끝까지
루시드가 안 잡혀요?
점프차 먼저 나.
아니 근데 덕담이 기네요. 덕담이.
테라가 멀어요. 테라가 이제 왔어요.
이제 점프 들어오고 있는데요.
한 번 더.
이게 뭐예요?
그리고 울트라 하이퍼 슈퍼 판타스틱 플레이.
3,600. 누가 먼저 걸래?
아니,
누가
이거
먼저 걸래?
드래곤을 줘줘.
만개!
만개!
자, 불 끄고 성해비사.
그리고 그래서 드래곤
덕담 납치됐어요. 덕담. 자, 드래곤
일단
먹었어요.
그리고
덕담.
덕담이
덕담이었어요.
아니 진짜
너 납치될 거야.
카라 선수 죽여.
다 죽어요. 다 죽어요. 하는데 분대가 밀려요. 분대가 밀려요.
지금 플랫카드
와.
떴어요.
자, 그리고 의체.
그리고 한 번 더 들어간 거 아니에요?
그리고
한번
너도
더 들어간 거 같아요.
일로 와. 일로 와.
스포츠 전멸합니다.
자, 템까지 잡아내고요. 이러면 에이스.
빼내요.
예. 그러니까 DRX도 이건 알고 있었던 것 같아. 너는 진심 아니잖아.
이러다 갑자기 멋있어.
프란타가 바로 뒤에서 지금 지켜보고 있어.
와, 애초부터 감사.
맞췄어?
기리전.
말팔 끌고.
말파.
자, 불 껐어요. 불 껐어요. 말팔. 자,
디플러스야 우리 결승으로
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to the LCK Challenger 2023 Summer Finals. I am Altos or Valdez, depending on which one you'd like to call me for today. I'm happy to answer to both, and this is Wolf. Yeah, that's just Wolf. It's the only one.
I was like, what? For some reason.
Congrats on your World
I was like,
Championships, by the way.
you did all the like really cool like Godality, and you've got your like whole vibe going, and I'm like, I can't just be like, yes, up. I had to like do something, you know?
Yeah, you got the how. It's good.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's on theme. That's on brand. And what's also on brand is D+ absolutely dominating their opposition. That was the brand they set up at the beginning of the season. Kind of what we like. If you watch the beginning of the season and then the first game of this final, you're like, yeah, obviously predicted this, easy. But that wasn't really how it went last time these two teams met. And we'll see whether that is going to continue, because there are a couple of things that may be a little bit outdated with how Nongshim approached the draft. I think by the end, by the last pick, right, looked like they had a beautiful draft put together. But first pick Kai'Sa kind of out of vogue at the moment. They gave away the Maokai, which was very powerful, and then they didn't pick Poppy.
And then they also didn't have a front line for the Jace, who constantly had, it was basically taking away half of the health of everybody before the fights even started. And then didn't go Crown, so knows how quickly the Azir died every single time. Because the engage was really good from Thumb, you know, when he was getting on top of this Azir non-stop from the Cassante as well. So you have to go Leandres. You feel like if you're in a game state like that, especially against that really tanky
I would agree
Cassante
with this person.
Yeah.
The Poppy would be great.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good move. We have a question in chat. Someone was talking about military exemption. Someone said that there is no way for a male Korean to get exempt from the military.
That's not
entirely
true. That is
untrue.
absolutely
Massively untrue.
Very false.
Please don't spread misinformation in our chat. That's your first warning. Next time, Skynet might just come for you.
A lot of famous players have been exempt, like Teddy, for example.
Yeah, Teddy, Faker. Although I don't know whether that is like official, but I'm pretty sure it's like unofficially official that everyone knows.
Yeah, if he gets the Asia Games medal, he definitely won't have to go. And we'll see if he can nail it. Obviously, Chovy can help him out if that's what needs to happen when we do go to the Asia Games coming up very soon. As well, we got a lot of fans here today for the finals. This is a D+ Kia squad.
That is, yeah, that's just, it's almost more signs than people.
If you
crazy.
cover the first part of Thanatos, it reminds me of Khan as well, another D+ Kyo player, you know, from a different time.
True.
And I think the draft needs to look like you say. And then some of the early game choices just gave D+ so much agency.
Yeah.
So play slower, play a little bit more calm, don't all in early. As they're still in good spirits. That's kind of been the Challengers' way so far in playoffs this season. Is even after a tough loss, everybody seems to be in a pretty good mood, and gonna keep it like that.
Yeah. Someone asked why Teddy is exempt. It's actually really interesting. It's because there are too many people in his year. And so he just didn't have to go because there were just a lot of people that could go instead. And so he just didn't have to. And it was because he like applied to go and then they were like, nah, you don't have to. And he's like, all right. I think that was how it worked. Like someone explained this to me a while ago, so it might be a little bit.
There's a lot of like different rules as to how you can get exempt. You know, like medical conditions and stuff like that as well. And obviously, if in the old days, depending on how notable you were, you could delay significantly.
Yep.
So I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, but Maokai will be banned this time around by D+. I think Nongshim probably realizing, hey, we should make sure we take that away, and D+ are like one step ahead. Like,
Yeah, I
no,
like it.
you actually can't first pick this. We're not going to allow it.
And the Jace being banned, I think may have like triggered that or something. I'm not entirely sure.
I see. This is like more along the lines of what I would have liked to see last time. Ban the Vi instead of banning Nico and Ari, because you just don't want to deal with Pulbay when he has great jungle support from Lucid. But maybe target Lucid a little bit more. Take the Jace away. I think in this case is fine. But the Maokai is also banned now, so it doesn't feel like as strong of a ban regardless. As now Rel is gone, so not a shocker there. And I hope it's not first pick Kaisa. I'd almost honestly rather see Xayah.
Zeri.
Or Zeri.
Yeah, Xayah or Zeri would be totally fine. I think Xayah is probably the highest priority pick. But Tristan is up, and so you may as well take that, I guess.
See if Pulbay is willing to play the Azir into it. He's going to get locked away now. And they don't have to lock in the Azir now anymore because they know that it's almost 100% Tristan's going to go mid here. So let's see what they're going to lock in instead. No Sejuani here. As this is going to be a Nico, was banned last game around.
Oh man, if this could be like Nico Rakan, and then you like third pick Nocturne, because I don't think you're playing Nocturne Tristan. It doesn't feel very good. And D+ will have a glorious draft if that's what they do decide to go with. If you don't lock Rakan here, then you can fall into Tristana Xayah Rakan, which can be tough to play against.
I think they'll probably get it. They'll probably get the Rakan here.
Or they could just take Xayah if they want to as well for the highest priority AD carry.
Could also be a... Okay, they're going to do that. I was going to say they could lock Viego if they really want Nico Viego, which can be quite strong, but...
True.
They're not going to do it, and so Zeri gets taken away here, which means now you got to get Xayah. As Nongshim, you can get Rakan with it. Feels like a very strong rotation. And Nico's pretty strong into those champs, but obviously it's going to be execution-based.
Yeah. I think Call Me could just play Azir again. I wouldn't mind some extra priority put on the Alistar here as well. But Xayah is going to come in, and I imagine that means that Rakan will be the follow-up. Double H had, you know, he had an okay game, I guess, but wasn't very notable and did not exactly have those huge quickness moments in the last game. I actually feel like Alistar is a much better choice. Just because there's a Nico on the other side, right? Pop some starts and you can get that headbutt off.
I think legit everything we were talking about and that you're alluding to is what they're discussing right now. And they're going to go with the Rakan in the end. Just for some additional longer lockdown for Tristan to have just that extra second or two of burst damage to hopefully get a reset is the hope. And Rakan, I feel much more viable into Zeri than the Alistar. It feels a little bit more tough to play the Alistar into that really high mobility AD carry. But Rakan has some of the same challenges. But now Thumb gets to play it into Rakan again after getting POG in game 1. That's going to be the lock away here. So we have a pretty defined bottom half of the map now, but the question becomes what's going to get banned away from topside, as the Vi was already taken away here. I think Viego probably will get a look, this time by Nongshim, banned away from Lucid, I have to imagine.
I wouldn't mind it. I'd like a Nocturne ban. But like you were talking about, the Viego is going to be that priority first up. They could take away some Mahile picks as well. They were having a look at the Jax. Saw that one hovered earlier on to try and protect that matchup. There are a few things that you can go with. Of course, Mahile loves his Cassante. You could take that one away from him, but doesn't exactly feel like it's getting that much value. And maybe just an Azir ban is what you want to do. Oh, Tristana is picked, so never mind. It's not going to be played in the top lane.
They could flex it, but not with the Xayah. The Gnar is interesting here. Does mean that they might be trying to grab a Renekton here as Poppy gets taken away. And maybe they're like, okay, we ban Gnar, we take Gragas, so you don't play Jax. That's a pretty weird way to go about things. I don't think we'll be seeing the Sylas here. Lee Sin actually is looking like it's going to be the choice here for Lucid. Best Lee Sin player in Challengers, but
oh yeah,
don't know if it's still a strong pick at the moment with this type of draft, but we'll commit to it anyways, and sometimes it's just with Lee Sin and Challengers, it's about how good your hands are.
And his hands have been pretty good. Plus that 1-2 punch of Nico Lee Sin could be very, very dangerous at the beginning of this game. Call me, considering the Sylas himself, as you can see Vital, a little bit of a wry grin on his face. But instead, maybe just the good old Gragas to come through. And Sounder, what we playing? Oh, he's playing the Gragas.
Okay. Do it. Oh, you better. He's not going to do it.
Maybe Mahile is just that guy.
Kled actually into Zeri is pretty fun. But he was going for Cassante, not for Kled. And he's going to lock that one in, which is a little bit more boring and a little bit more stereotypical and a little bit more Mihail. But hey, I love Kled, so I was hoping maybe we'd see it. We won't. And now the Gwen counter pick here. It's a lot of magic damage in D+'s composition. Yeah, I actually like the Renekton a little bit more here just for what he's going to be able to do for you in a team fight. And Xayah is pretty good into Gwen, as it turns out, with her feathers. Get locked down by that. It's kind of problematic for her to do anything.
Yep. I also think like Thanatos yesterday had such an incredible Renekton performance. I think that like you just try and ride that train. And Cassante, I mean, while he can sometimes make Renekton feel a bit like a handbag, it's not very often. And Mahile, he has done some amazing things with this champion, but this is Thanatos, and I don't think that you're going to be able to get that much bullying done. I think this is actually, like, you can see that Nongshim have a very clear game plan with this composition. There is so much chaos that you can create with the cast, with Buster Shot, and having the all-out available to really capitalize on that repositioning that you can accomplish. But it is also, like, it's a two-threat composition. Gragas is not going to have that much damage, and DK have damage everywhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried about this Gragas jungle pick because while I think what Gragas' kit is going to offer you for setting up for this Tristana and team fights potentially, I don't think there's really a very strong gankable lane here with Nico being able to root him on approach. Renekton can, of course, just simply dash away. Cassante's lockdown is very conditional, and will rely on this ultimate very likely, so I don't really like it as much as some of the other picks that were available. The Lee Sin also here, similar situation where I don't think it feels very good, but it can at least kick away at Tristana, who's trying to finish off a target. Can also disengage against the Rakan decently well, but it's going to be about execution, and my money right now is on D+ after the great game one that we just saw.
Not to mention their series yesterday as well, Wolf. I think you're exactly right. I think this is, at this point in time, D+'s series to lose, and we'll see whether they're going to start here. But meanwhile, we're going to start rocking out. Let us know what you think about the series so far. All right, and now we're on to the yeah, like we almost get like the double do-do-do-do. That's pretty dope. What I was asking before is, do you think that Nongshim have got a better draft this time or a not as good draft?
I actually think their draft last game was better overall.
I'm kind of thinking that too. I want to know whether that's the consensus in chat, but so far chat is just all do-do-do-do's, and you know,
this is the longest we're ever gonna hear of this song. It's crazy.
I know.
And this song might not even be back for next year. Like, this could be the last time.
Whoa, on the last day of Challenger, we get the full track.
Oh, it
what?
happened a second time.
But that wasn't even, that's not even like the do-do-do-do. That was like a beep. Oh my god.
Well, there was even like one final ping there as well, and now it's...
Yeah. Whoa, that was dope. That was even more cool than the original do-do-do-do. Maybe I can like, instead of doing that, instead of doing do-do-do-do's, while the do-do-do-do's are happening, we can go beep instead. Like, to be super meta.
Now we got like a little bit of a bridge.
Yeah.
Whoa. It's just
Damn.
raising the tension for this finals.
It's like extra melodic as well. Damn. This song's dope. I wonder whether it's on YouTube. Maybe we can just like, we can just do in our spare time. Hillbilly Gragas, Sounder is a score fan. Pause chat. Here we are into onto the Rift. And Mihail back on his favorite champion. That's a feels good. Sounder on something with a little bit more like agency and team fights and things like that. I think that Sounder has been really good on things like the Zac that can really get amongst it. The Viego, a little bit more of a finesse champion, a little bit more of a main character champion. I don't think that that's really Sounder's way. So there are a few things here for Nongshim that they have made better for themselves, but I also think that DK just have a pretty scary draft if they can play to their tempo. And that's what they've been doing so far this series.
Yeah, I think Pool Bay, the cool thing about what we've seen from Pool Bay is this finals is looking to be potentially similar to what Chovy's finals looked like, where it's like, okay, we played Jace Poke with Maokai, super meta lineup there. Now I'm playing Engage. I'm playing a completely different type of mid. I'm showcasing a completely different skill set. And that's the beauty of watching mids right now in a very important meta for mids, where your ability to play multiple different types of champions in a best of 5 can really throw your opponents for a loop. And looking to do just that. Will, of course, eat a little bit of damage here at this level 1. Call Me very good at Tristan. Has only been allowed to play it 4 times, but has never lost.
Yeah. It's been a pretty big pick as well for Pool Bay, as Rahel taking a little bit of damage here, but otherwise not too worried. Just shooting burst fires the wrong direction for fun. That's how that one's going to go. And the Trist should be able to grab the shove in the early stages of the game. Top side of the map, just going to be a bit of a wash until Thanatos gets a few levels, and then he should be able to claim complete control. As Pool Bay getting this wave shoved in underneath his turret. It's just the way of the Tristana. 9-3.
That's actually a lower win rate than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah. This was the 22-0
like
team.
15-1 or something. But yeah, this is of course just for this season. 9-3. And you know, it wasn't as meta this season as it was last season and last year, but he's a very good Lee Sin player, actually, as it turns out. And basically every Challengers player has to have Lee Sin in their wheelhouse because of how common it is.
No. It's even more than
Call
that.
Me.
As Lucid looking for it. There's the rocket jump, has to flash because the Q is perfectly positioned. And Lucid now just going to continue his onslaught. We do toggle the vision. Sounder just gets a cheeky body slam and phase rushes away.
Yeah, there's not enough health here for Call Me, and he doesn't have flash, so they can't follow up on anything. And the fact that the Lee Sin is able to come over here and just casually grab a flash, even without the root. By the way, if the root hits, he's probably just dead 100% because the Q is going to land.
Is the Blade Caller going to be there? The question is no, but the Ignite's still ticking. That's why you drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. Not even close, says Thumb. Even gets the extra experience as he wanders back. Still, this lane feeling a little bit worrisome as Double H going to move on over. And with Thumb having half an HP point, this is going to be a tough steal.
It's an opportunity
or
here
a
for Pool
tough
Bay.
secure.
If he wants to come over here, see if he actually does commit, as Sounda could find himself in trouble, but he's not going to hard commit either. And they're going to push Call Me away, because Call Me was just never ever going to be able to come over here in a longer and more involved fight for both teams. But with Thumb also being at basically 0 health, they decide, okay, we should just back here. Fido going to put this wave in an annoying spot for their return, so that's a pretty nice advantage. He's going to get their bottom side. As Call Me picks up a Cull off of that back, which is not normally what you see on Tristana here after a Doran's Blade start, but a bit of trouble. And speaking of trouble, I don't know if Thanatos is going to commit to anything here. Just going to proxy this wave to make sure he gets the bounce. I say that,
Yeah, he's just getting some control. Is Mihail not going to line up the next Q? And Thanatos just pulling the wave a little. Trying to make sure that Mihail's life is as difficult as possible. Okay, so Mihail going to be absolutely fine. Currently even on farm, but level 5 for Thanatos, moving towards that Dominus, and the Renekton will be just terrifyingly strong. We saw his use of Gore Drinker and empowered Qs was just kind of gross in that last series. We'll see whether he gets any of those moments this time around as well. This could be important. Depends how this bottom lane is going to go. So far, it's going all right. There's a nice buffer there of the rocket jump.
It's kind of dumb that rocket jump can get you out of situations like this. Like
it just has the most spaghetti in the code because it was designed a billion years ago.
Yeah. And I feel like it's kind of balanced, like she's balanced around this, but if you took it away, it should be way worse, but it does feel very annoying to play into her because of this. As Thumb's going in.
All right, he's just going to have the explosive charge explode, and Poolbay, fake version, just going to wander near that ward. Double H now, move on over, but Lucid is in prime position right now. Blast going to be taken down. There's the headbutt pulse. Q is going to connect, and Lucid now follows. There's the flash of the pop blossom, and first blood will go to Poolbay. D+ already on the board. And now transition into a Drake. I have
Thumb POG back-to-back.
Oh, is it happening?
Oh, man, he just really baited them in there, and Poolbay is so ready to on the follow-up. Lucid's activation of his second Q on Sonic Wave to actually get past the Rakan knock-up was perfectly timed, so they couldn't have any counterplay there whatsoever. That was just clean mechanical expression there on the side of D+. And yeah, Poolbay is down flash now, but you know, Call Me doesn't have his up just yet anyways. Doesn't have an advantage because he went for that Cull buy here, so far behind that not going to have any pressure in the lane. Sounda?
Okay. That's going to be a stolen Wolf Camp. Double H coming over looking for some revenge. They get the flash out of Lucid, who's now considering a turn. The Blooming Burst not really getting very much done, though. And D+ are going to back away. Lucid doesn't like having his camp stolen or his flash used.
Look at how he uses vision here super well to make sure that HH is aware there's a possibility of this, but they don't know Lucid's here. And then watch the second Q after the knockup into the flash, Pop Blossom, over the wall. And Call Me is like, all I could do is one auto. That's the best I got for you guys in this situation.
It's really nicely done. And Lucid as well, waiting for the grand entrance escape attempt before proccing the resonating strike. Just everything working out very, very well. So far for D+ is Mihail, yeah, starting to get Renektoned a little bit here towards his top side.
Wants to hit the Q3, isn't going to get it.
Yeah, and it seems like the Shuriman Crocodile is working out better than the Shuriman Human.
Yeah.
And in a 1v1, I'd take Crocodile.
Me too.
Just generally.
To be honest, yeah. Like I'm sure there's a YouTube video of like, if the crocodiles hate this one trick, or if you walk to the right side at the right angle.
I'm pretty sure Steve Irwin's got a few of those from the past.
You know, I don't think Steve's in this one.
No, this is the thing, and I don't know how many he passed on his de-crocodiling skills too, and I don't know whether Cassante in Runeterra was one of them. As Thanatos is going to steal the blue. Yeah, interesting. Dominus comes in. There's the flash, but the flash follow and the Cull the Meek, and I have a feeling that Meek, that's what Sounder kind of is right now.
He's definitely feeling it. This is kind of a disaster. I mean, the fact that Renekton has this much prio to come over here and contest blue buff while they're already getting ready for Herald. Like, Lucid's over here like, oh, cool, nice. I didn't think you'd actually get the kill. That's nice, and we're just going to get this one for free without a contest. Poolbay, just hang mid and deal with that annoying Tristana, because we don't need your help over here. Bottom side's still going pretty well for Vital, but the advantage he has is so small compared to the rest of the advantages D+ have here in top and mid. Not to mention the fact that more plate gold is going to be given over with this Herald. It's kind of disastrous here as Sounda in trouble. Puts the control ward in here to try to get some additional vision. Misses a body slam. Well, I think he wanted to hopefully hit both, but he's only going to hit the blue buff, and then, yeah, smites early.
Yeah, he was trying to set it up for the combo, and it just didn't really work. So pretty unfortunate, the fact that it's like insult to injury as well, with the fact that the blue buff gets lost and you just die. So even if he had have secured the blue buff, he would have still been dead. But at least he had the money for it and the experience. But instead, not going to get anything at all.
It's really weird, like
yeah.
the way he body slammed the blue buff there, because you kind of need to use that to ensure your survival or to like try to deny him from stealing it away from you. But he just kind of used it really awkwardly early after putting that ward in the bush there. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think panicking a little bit there and committing the flash and dying still at least means that Thanatos had to use his, but way less valuable in his individual lane into this Cassante at the moment, especially with the lead he's picked up there. Is Bramble and Steel Caps now for Mihail though, so he should be able to start turning this lane around for a little bit here, since he does deny so much of that healing.
I'm wondering whether there's ever a way back in for Nongshim, because right now it just feels really difficult, and it's going to continue to feel difficult. That interruption was just gorgeous from Thumb. He has the ult as well. They can tank this one for days. Q's going to miss, and Lucid's going to let him go.
Thumb is like, man, I gave you all the opportunities.
Yeah, right?
Who was talking smack in that video earlier?
Did he think that Call Me just flashed? So I guess, like, I don't know. I don't know where that Q was going. It was a weird one. As we are looking for an all-out angle, we will find it here as Mihail pulls Thanatos back. He is going to queue the rest of the wave, slice and dice and trying to go for some alcove gaming. Wants some cooldowns back as he is just going to die. So it will be in trade for a bunch of plates going down here in this mid lane. And Poolbait collects 2 of them, and Lucid grabs 1 as well.
It was a bit strange, everything that went down there all at once, but Thanatos definitely overextending there, not able to get the empowered Q for a lot of that healing, and then is trying to buy enough time to get an additional slice and dice, but just walks right into the body slam here, gets smoked immediately, and it's finally revenge of Sounda here as the Gragas comes over and helps set up Mihail for the kill. And you see it doesn't get a ton of that healing there. And then gets 1 more Q off before going down. Mihail's able to pick up the kill, so that's not stolen away. Call Me had to teleport back to lane as well and still lost those plates. So down teleport and flash now, and they will get the Drake.
Cool. That is a nice buffer from Call Me, avoids damage from the Pop Blossom. Nicely done. Damn, what an ability. Rocket jump.
It's kind of silly.
It's gorgeous. Second Chemtech Soul in a row. What the heck is this? The Sound is taking a lot of damage. Does cast to try and break up this fight. But Double H not going to find any value with the quickness. And now Thanatos is just gigantic. D+ bearing down on them as Nongshim walk away with barely a health bar. Still, they will be able to escape and keep everyone alive.
Welcome to Casting Challenges with Wolf. Valdez and I got either 3 or 4 in a row once this season already. I get them all the time when I'm casting with Valdez.
I mean, it's Orcs' fault. I mean, we all know he's the one that does it, and maybe he just like needs to watch more of your broadcast. That Q somehow missed. Lucid, they don't change positions, and now he's gonna die. Vital going to pick that one up very comfortably. Thumb's now in trouble. Blade Caller should be there, but Vital doesn't even need it. May have used it already.
So remember when I said that this playoff so far has been about the better team getting ahead and not really messing up their advantages? Well, this game definitely winnable for Nongshim if we see any more mistakes like this one, the overextension top from Thanatos, and the already significantly ahead Xayah is going to pick up a freebie here just off of a missed Q. Despite the fact that he had the kick there, it's almost impossible to mess that up.
We have seen it a few times, just not usually by
the
Lucid.
MVP. Yeah. And then Thumb will also die trying to make the play here. So 2 kills going over. The Xayah is in a pretty good spot now here for Vital.
Man, a little bit of a shame for D+, but great play from Nongshim.
Yeah, just to contextualize that, if you're like newer, you don't understand what we're talking about. If you hit the dragon kick, then the enemy is stunned midair, so you just click on them with the Q. Like, they can't outplay it because they can't move. They're in this like extended
They will always go to the same place.
So you should be able to always get the Q and then collapse on them and kill them with the execute. That's why it's the Lee Sin combo. But it's still up to the player to aim it at that airborne target, and he unfortunately did go a bit wide, just like he did in that mid-miss as well.
So maybe Lucid gonna need to get his eye in a little bit. Maybe he's now achieved calibration. We'll see. This might be our opportunity to see. Of course, Cassante, a difficult one to lock down just in general, can press W and BK. But now Nongshim, They're playing with a bit of newfound gusto. I don't know whether it's necessarily warranted just yet, as Colmy is going to once again have the best ability to get away from stuff. Also has Buster Shot, so very difficult for Thanatos to ever really kill the Tristana.
And he did rush the Shiv, which we're not as big of fans on as we used to be here on Tristana.
Yeah.
So he might be dead.
Yeah, Thanatos just walking at him, but now Colmy can follow. Presses Q, shoots really fast.
Thanatos has
like that.
Q empowered and his ult, so if I think he was waiting to see if Colmy all-in him without flash. He just flashes on him and kills him with his ult, so played it very patiently there.
Oh, okay, teleport in. D+, not wanting to give this one away. Q is going to connect there from Lucid. And it looks like Sounder will be moving away. Mihail looking for an angle, finds some Qs here as there's a headbutt onto Sounder just to secure the eye of the Herald. Now Thumb does have the ulti. There's the Pop Blossom. Featherstorm is going to mitigate it from Vital, though. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive as Double H is going to escape. Thumb getting relatively low, and there is the all-out onto Thanatos, but I don't know whether that's the target. Never mind. Mihail is the god of Cassante, and I should have never doubted. Q's going to go wide there as well, as now Colmy is going nuts in this fight. Rahel explodes, and this guy is, yeah, he's lossless on this Tristana for a reason, I guess, and now DK are in a lot of trouble, wanting to try and find their way out of this. Still, Nongshim don't exactly have massive health bars themselves. Blooming Burst gonna lock down Mihail. As Pullbait wanted to find even more. These barrels do need to be respected, as Lucid is going to slink back into his jungle. Nongshim win another fight.
And if Vital isn't as big as he is here, I think the fight might look a little bit different there, as he got extremely low and just walked at them with Calmy, as that is going to be the first turret going down at the end of this as well. And the beginning of the fight looks really good here for D+. Thumb helps push Sounda away here. Then HH comes into this fight and is interrupted by Thumb as well. Then Kolbe gets the amazing Pop Blossom. Vital does ult to avoid it here, and he does a ton of damage. HH escapes here, and then the all-out onto the Renekton works out in favor of Mihail just barely. And that's a huge moment here, because now D+ are corralled in this choke point. They don't know, can we push through? Can we actually force this to work? Vital's cleanse here is really nice. And then Calmy gets the first kill. He wants to go in more. And this turret is going to prevent ultimate disaster for D+, but still a great fight for Nongshim, who are now significantly ahead, 2.3k gold in their pockets.
I just want to remind everyone that this is the Challenger Finals. This is not the LCK Finals hindsighting, chat. Can we please stop hindsighting about something that's already happened, okay? There's no what ifs, there is just Gen.G 130.
The only one he'll allow is if you talk about IGKT in the chat. Like,
yeah.
KT should have won back then.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. No,
that's the only one Atlas will allow.
You're allowed, like 2018 Worlds. 2018 Worlds, go for it. No, that's totally fine. You got me some hindsighting there. I'm totally fine. Like the real final was IG versus KT. If you want to break down each of those games, it's totally fine. As Rahel is going to get cast, but let's see whether he can keep himself alive. Sounder now finds himself between two enemy turrets, and Colmy explodes Lucid, who's having a real rough one here on his Lee Sin.
Yeah, he had some good moments, but it was in the early game, let's say. That's a second turret going down here. That's mid-turret.
Thanatos is being treated like a Goomba, and now he's going to have to try and run away. Pop Blossom does nothing. Mihail is just going to Cassante his way out. And Nongshim just have D+ tied up in their own side of the map, and they cannot move out.
To be honest, after game one, I just thought something has to change, because this is a Challengers Finals. We don't get one-sided ones. We don't get just complete stomps from one team and outclassing. That's not what we get here. And after the beginning of this game, I was like, maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe D+ is just way better today. But the turnaround here has been quite nice here for Nongshim, as Lucid is just completely destroyed by HH and the Tristana there from Calmy. And then, of course, the rest of that fight, not really possible to win. Pop Blossom committed, so that's on cooldown here. No objective up for the next little bit of time, and I think even with the Xayah as ahead as she is, 1,100 gold, not like you can start Baron on spawn here, but we're going to have to see some clutch plays and some really good engages from Pullbay if this game is going to work out. And the fact that Rahel is as behind as he is means you can't just Zeri it here without help. They will be able to take out this mid turret here with the help of the Rift Herald. So that's at least some gold back, but it's a 4,000 gold lead nearly here.
Yeah, it's huge.
I guess it's going to be a little bit smaller now, like 3.5 after this charge does come through. But I am looking at this game state going, you know, what happened, D+, because you had a huge lead topside, you had a decent state in bot, mid was,
oh, there's another
that's a
Feather
Zaya.
Storm, as they are just going to dive on top of him as soon as he doesn't have the ult. They wipe him out, and now the teleport's coming in. Mihail wants to try and make his way out. He uses Thumb as a taxi, but is that the right choice? Because Thumb is still coming for you. He's looking for the opportunity, and Call Me is just going to try and win the game off to the other side. We're not interested in that. They're not going to be able to kill Mihail.
Finals.
Yeah.
Both games. The first game, it was Mihail. This time, it's Call Me just pushing as far as he can up to that inhibitor turret on the top side of the map after a lost team fight. But this in itself isn't enough to say that D+ are back. You know, it was kind of like, it's over, we're back, it's over, we're back kind of game here until...
Look at the Bash Bros, man. They're like, they see Vital press his R button, they're like, we coming!
Yeah, that was actually really well followed up on. And then Mihail tries to get Thumb, but he's a very tanky Alistar. He's not going to care. Pops his ult and is fine. That in itself, though, is not enough to bring D+ back into this game. They will need a little bit more than that. Zeri, though, she got her quick blades off of this play, so that means the next team fight is going to be really important. 90 seconds to go until that Drake does spawn. I think we'll probably see a fight there before we see a Baron fight.
Yeah.
I mean, because Tristana decided to go for the Shiv into Quick Blades. She does not have that early damage to rush it down.
It does feel like a pretty dangerous split push build, though. I kind of like that. Like, having the static Shiv and being Tristana just means you wipe out mini waves so incredibly quickly. Thanatos is going to be discovered here by Mihail, and then Call Me is able to just take this turret down, most likely. Lucid wants to try and kick him away here, but I don't know whether it's going to happen as Sound is moving in, Thumb off to the side as well. So they keep the turret alive, but I mean, next minion wave, this is just dead. There's just not going to be a way. So Pulbe going to not be able to deny it. And from over the wall, Sounder does find Thumb. Rahel just wanting to take these wolves where he can. Double H clearing our vision.
Has to be careful because there's 3 threats on him right now. Like, you got to watch out for this Rakan, you got to watch out for the Tristana burst, and a Gragas was nearby, and he's getting over there trying to maybe help keep that turret alive, but if he gets caught by a body slam and is followed up on by that Rakan, he just dies. He does have Cleanse and Flash, but don't want to be throwing those away either, as if he ends up dying in this situation, you get more than just that inner turret. So 2 inner turrets do go down here for Nongshim. This Tristana wasn't able to get huge advantages alone in mid, had to flash early, but survived so long that it wasn't a big advantage for Pulbe. And now with all that extra turret gold he's picked up here, has an extra BF sword, he is well and truly online, does a lot of damage in signs, as you mentioned, but also just straight up in team fights. And it looks like D+ are going to try to trade this Dragon for Baron, but Nongshim are on the case. They know about this.
I do think that Baron is really valuable. They've only taken 1 turret. If they like get into any lanes with Baron, then this game could swing so incredibly far. Mihail already taking down Vision as this Baron down a little bit. I think they're looking for a turn, but you can see Call Me is already heading back towards bottom lane. He's continuing to push that one out. And D+, they may have to just commit to this. Lucid does get the kick onto Sounder. Pop Blossom off on the other side, trying to make sure that this one works out as Sounder's now burning. Rahel grabs the kill, and they're going to have to get this teleport in fast. There's the headbutt onto Call Me, and now Rahel, can you make this one happen? The answer's no. He is just too strong. Thumb almost did it. He almost made the impossible happen. Nice little sidestep, but the all-out's still going to come through there, and Lucid will be taken down. Pulbe has to flash. Uses the Mega Cone to get all the way back to the inner turret. And D+, they are thwarted at the Baron.
Really think this call from D+ was quite desperate, but they played it out so well that I can't really blame them. But Sounda tanked enough, then Call Me came in and Thumb with the insane heroics to try to actually push that Tristana out of... Okay, wait, I'm gonna have to stop.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to stop comment for a second.
You may need, because Rahel is also coming on over. He doesn't have his ulti available. However, they can get towards this pit. And Nongshim, you are playing with fire, friendos. Okay, the Blooming Burst comes forward. There it is. The Baron is secured by the Zaya, but it's now a double kill, and we may need some certification. Get the printer ready, Wolf. Never mind. No, it's not quite. I mean, it's a double kill, and he's 4-1. So maybe the Zeri could be a Zeri.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm gonna close the stamp ink for now, but at the end of the day, still pretty huge money here for D+, and the Baron secure is pretty massive.
Okay.
And it's hard to say who really comes out as clear winners from this, because obviously the previous fight,
is where a huge swing of gold goes over to Nongshim. This fight, in particular, with Sounda buys a ton of time. Pulbe hits nothing here, so it's very awkward. And then, despite Thumb's best attempt to save this onto Call Me, the rest of the fight is just completely a wash. Thanatos is dead before anything can happen, and Vital just carries this one. So AD carry ends up being the ruler of the day here. Let's look at this play from HH as well to help secure these final kills and then go over to the Baron. But then, didn't have enough damage, did we, Nongshim, to take this one out, as the smite will go the way of Nongshim here, but they're going to pick up 2 kills and they've got to get out.
Yeah, the good old Vital Smite.
Sorry, the secure is what I meant to say. But
Yeah. And Blade Caller does do probably the most damage in one go out of any ability in that pit. So not an official 50-50 or anything like that. And they had managed to take down Lucid. So an understandable attempt. And I think the main thing for Nongshim here is denial of the Baron. You can see that it is a negative Baron power play. Baron would have been, like, it's so important for DK because their ability to, like, fight sides is so limited.
It's really rough. Yeah, you're right about that. And if Nongshim get it and have it on a Tristana who's pushing really hard, it's so problematic for D+ as well. And Lucid is on a flank, as he has been most of this game, but they're very aware of it.
All right, there's another attempted kick as Lucid's just going to boot away Vital. Now he's likely to die. The rest of the team are just going to move back.
That ward it did was so valuable. They see exactly the angle he's trying to take. Vital press star.
That's a great pickoff. But Sounder is going to go golden yet again. Zhonya's has got a lot of value. However, he is still going to die. Pulbe's fake version will be taken out. All inners now destroyed. But DK, I think, have managed to stave off this push for the majority.
Yeah, decent amount. It is going to be a 1-for-1 here of junglers in the end. Baron gonna wear off here in 30 seconds as this ward, the MVP here of this one, and also the reaction time of Vital, because he pulls back enough to where he's not in range of any follow-ups. And look at the angle he takes as well to prevent anyone from following up with that Featherstorm, and Lucid is isolated. And then Sounda gets a little bit greedy here, takes an extra turret shot and steps up and will get caught and taken out. Pulbe just roots him, pretty basic here. Unforced error, just greed. And that's going to be enough to slow down the last part of that Baron.
Yeah, pretty sad that Lucid had his kick popped by the good old Featherstorm. Sometimes Xayah is just too OP. And yeah, I think also Tristana is too OP.
Yeah, I mean, she did get a lot of
money,
turret gold, and a lot of kills on that top side place. Level 16 in this game.
That's a very scary little firefighter. Like the fires would stand no chance. Not against this one.
I mean, keep her away from the sun.
Oh, Thanatos, stand on top of one of the melee minions as Pulbe is going to get back into position, and I believe no one was fooled. Nah. Still, DK, an opportunity to fight for Soul Point. Both teams with that one available. Lucid, once again, spotted out on a ward as Double H looking for that opportunity, but Thumb is not exactly the target that they want to look for. And now, Lucid on the flank. All right, Call Me. Going to get down that control ward. Lucid back into the fog of war, but that is going to be Soul Point secured by Nongshim. Can they get themselves out there, though? Can they find a team fight that they're looking for? As Thanatos is just going to get bursted down. He goes golden. That's going to mean the explosive charge doesn't get anything done as he dives on top. There's the Pop Blossom as now Vital is going to be the target. They take down the bottom lane again. They need to kill the Tristana, though, and she's going to murder the Zeri. Into the backline goes Mihail. He's feeling fantastic as Thumb and Pulbe. I don't know whether they can do it together. Even with a 3-man pulverized, Pulbe's going to be taken down. And that's a full health Tristana. Yeah, you can kill Vital. What about the 6 billion gold Tristana?
Yeah, well, you can kill the one that's extremely hard to kill that has ult. And it was really well played, actually, by Thanatos to try to bait him out there. And then the follow-up from Pulbe was fantastic. But then the Tristana is like, well, I'm still here. I'm still full health. I'm 3.5 items on this Tristana. And he's just going to teleport down bottom side to take out at least this inhibitor here. But with the push in mid here from Sounda, he might be able to get 2. 20 seconds on Pulbe, 5 seconds on Rahel. I don't think they could end here by any means with only a Tristana and a Gragas, but they could start to put the pressure on this inhib. And with that wave coming through, maybe even to put their eyes on Baron. As watch this fight one more time here. Thanatos gets extremely low, and then Call Me's positioning here, fantastic. Thanatos decides to go onto Vital, and then
Follow-up Pop Blossom is going to hit the Tristana, but they go on to Vital instead, and then Mihail pulls them away.
Oh, that coordination. Mihail and Call Me, they get the kidnap into the buster shot.
It's just, it was so well played. And Polbe, after he presses his ult button, and that's all he can do on this pick in this game. The Shadow Flame is just going to offer a lot of extra damage, but if his ult doesn't lead to both of those 80 carries getting caught, it's pretty problematic because he can't offer much sustained damage.
Well, let's see how this one is going to be closed out. It is currently a 7,000 approximate gold lead. And Nongshim, they have a Baron left alive. They are looking to secure so that they can use it to win the game. With bot inhibitor down, oh, it's about as textbook as you like.
Control ward over the bush. Mihail going to try to keep Lucid away from the pit.
Yeah. Lots of vision available. They do get the control ward in there. Let's see. Not going to be any sort of attempted fight. And DK going to have to give this one up. So Nongshim, now with their ability to play side lanes so beautifully.
One of those waves stacked up bottom side here. Someone has to go deal with that. Lucid is once again going to try to look for a flank here. Vital, though, still has Flash, still has his ultimate. And he's only one of two targets you need to somehow kill, somehow lock down. Now we can just stack these Baron buff waves in mid. He's waiting for that flank. He's pulling a pull bay.
He really is. And if, I mean, you are one kick. We're post 30 minutes, like that's Lee Sin, the champion.
One kick man.
You are actually one kick man. That is exactly it. I believe that's the sequel. I'm not entirely sure. And DK, let's see what they can find. That is a great little pickup onto Thanatos, who is going to slice dice and will stay alive. And Nongshim, they'll just move back towards this mid lane. Okay, Lucid wanting to find the opportunity. There is Thumb into the back line. Out goes Double H. He does have the quickness. And it's a secondary flank. It's not even the first one that's the problem. The feathers, though, was so valuable from Vital. And it was their last hope. It was their last plan, and it does not work as Colmy is feeling it, man. The emote spam's coming in. The angry bees are coming out. And Nongshim, they will even up the series. They will not go quietly in this one whatsoever. And this Nexus is going to go down. We have a best of 3 on our hands now. Double Chemtech souls, but the intensity was still there. You love to see it. Orcs, you ain't going to slow us down today.
Nah, not going to happen. And Nongshim feeling very hyped after that win. Very thin margins, too, because they really had to come back from quite a deficit. And the Tristana didn't get killed early, but we'll watch this one more time. This final replay here is, look at this wall up. Lucid's waiting for his opportunity. Charmed. Vital has the feathers. Flashes. Pushed into Thanatos' waiting arms, but he still have the damage.
Yeah.
And the feathers are huge.
The feathers went halfway up the rift.
Yeah.
It was nutty.
That's what happens when you kick Azaya. She's like, hope nobody's standing in between where I was before and where I am now.
And this is like, man, so last time they went with the first pick Kai'Sa. And you can see like the adaptations, the changes, and Trist was banned in game 1, not banned here. And this is very, very important. I need to vote. It's going to be a mid lane vote. I don't think it's.
No,
I don't think my vote is very relevant.
I really feel like this game should have been D+, but they made that huge mistake bottom side. And honestly, Lucid, he had the game under his control, and then he gave control back. Like, we saw two sides of Lucid in this game.
Yeah.
And the early game was fantastic for him, but the mid to late, he wasn't able to make it happen. And then obviously the flanks, like, we can make jokes about it, but he's one kick man. Like, there's only so much you can do from Lee Sin's deficit, right? Or his team's deficit as Lee Sin. And the Tristana just took over the map and was not threatened in sides at all. I don't think Tristana will be played for the rest of, basically, as you coined it, the remaining best of 3 we have left between these two teams.
No, and like I think the experiment of the let's ban other things that aren't Tristana is not really like it's not one that you really want to do again. You know, like it exploded like it did last time. Like so maybe let's not mix those chemicals together. We just don't do it. And then no explosions in your bedroom. Like it's absolutely fine. Like that's how you do it. That's how you avoid it. That's why we go for experimentation. But you have to look at the result and react accordingly instead of just randomly leaving up this guy's Tristana Tristana so that he goes 9-1-8.
Cursed DPM, we've seen it before. Valdez and I have seen that DPM before. It's the one where you're like, ooh,
It's like a small number, but it's a huge number.
Yeah. 1 death as well, 2 aces. That's an interesting stat.
Yeah.
But
wait, does that mean he got 2 pentakills? Because there's 2 times 5 people died. Because like, isn't an ace more of a team stat?
Yeah,
like, I'm a bit confused.
I mean, he's a plan a reset champion, so I like to put with the Tristana comp. They got 2 aces. That's fair. He got a triple kill. I think that was the highest he got. He might have gotten 2 triple kills, but honestly, Atlas, it was a problem. The Tristana, the Xayah, also kind of a problem. They need to change up the drafting. We had a big adaptation here on the side of Nongshim. They were behind, but once they started to come back, their draft was way better.
It was, and I think that there was a lot put on to this Nico being the huge carry threat. It did work that way for D+ in their series yesterday. Pool Bay was kind of a non-factor in this one, and the fact that they had all of this lockdown for a single target, but then there were 2 carries that were both like pretty fed, just meant that it was really hard. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the remaining best of 3. We'll see you there.
자,
이하일이 탑쪽 밀고 있고 이거 스플래시
자.
하면 포킹 맞추고 싸우고 싶을 거예요.
장로 온.
오, 네,
잘
이제
맞아요.
잘 맞추고 있어요.
아니 입이 너무 아픈데요. 입이 너무 아픈데요. 잠깐만요.
그러니까 이하일 그냥 오지 말라고 얘기 나왔나요?
살겠는데요. 어딜 와 하면서 계속 포킹하고 있고.
미알 와요, 미알 와요.
자 와요. 봅니다. 자 6천대.
근데 풀베가 좀 갇혔는데요.
볼까요?
풀베 빠져나왔고.
장로. 아니 장로 나갔어요. 아니 너무 쉽게. 아니 쉽게 싸우는데요. 그러니까요.
그리고 라인
라인 잡힙니다. 스포츠 아카데미. 프랑스도 잡힙니다.
여기다
체력 조금씩 채우면서 각을 같이 보고 있는 것 같죠?
서로 심리전이에요.
네.
심리전.
자
아, 근데
받고.
이게 심리전에서 각이 깔렸고요.
자
근데-
먼저
이러면은
이니시
바로
걸어버리세요.
들어가야 돼요.
아니 이거는 글쎄요.
루시드도 밀려날 수밖에 없고요.
그냥 렌즈가 뗐던 것 같은데 호출 받고 온 것 같고 자 굳어볼까요?
이거 아펠리우스가 돌아와야 되거든요. 지금 아펠리우스가 돌아와야
아니 아펠리우스가 오기 전에 아니 이것도
아,
베가가
진짜
먹으면
기가 막힌 이니시를 했고
루시드
예.
오,
피가
예.
직선 날리긴 했습니다만 일단 드래곤은
네.
폴비를
근데
와,
원병봉이 그리고 라카 다시 한번 들어가고 여기
솔직히.
사무기 풀대 전멸 뽑았고 월간 포화
오.
여기까지
코 활용을 하게 되면 저런 판정이 나오거든요.
그렇죠. 그래서
기분 나쁘다. 기분
바이탈
나쁘다.
잡히면 바이탈 이거.
바이탈
네, 이거 노려야 돼. 와.
와 뭐예요 영화 같은 장면이 끊었어요
그리고
호피가 날렸어요 이러면
그리고 레이지.
레이지
막혔고요.
5대치로 확정. 드래곤 마무리.
드래곤 마무리.
싸움 나오다가 들어가면 잠깐만요 이거 콜비 잡았어요 잭스도 끊겼어요
바이탈 치고 들어가요.
잭스도 잡힙니다
동체미 스포츠 아카데미. 근데 그건 안 되니까 이렇게
이것도.
메이킹이라도.
자기 폭풍
너무 쉽게 했어요.
딱 봐도 안 들어갔잖아요.
그리고 바이블이
그리고
진짜 기가 막힌 한타 에이스
그리고
넘친 e스포츠 아카데미 우리는 결승으로 간다
G'day everyone and welcome back to the LCK Challenger Finals of 2023 Summer, casted from 2027 here in the glorious Faker Knowledge Upload Service Center.
In the Caster Castle, of course.
Yes. But we also upload knowledge to Faker. That's why you can see the white beam. Yeah, see those beams? Yeah, there we go. All of that knowledge being uploaded. That's why his brain's so big, Wolf.
Yeah. That's why he just knows everything all the time. And we thought we knew everything about how Game 2 was going to go after the early game.
Yeah.
We thought maybe I started to feel like, I think this might be a one-sided series. I thought this is going to be a one-sided finals. We thought we knew. But this day is not getting uploaded to my brain, so
nope.
I was wrong. We were both wrong. It's a 1-1 now, and for the first time, D+ will have side selection going into this series, so they'll probably pick blue side. And I think we'll see some changes in the draft. Don't think Tristana going to be allowed anymore, because that was basically like a 2v5 win for Nongshim, where Xayah was big, impossible to kill because Xayah. Tristana was big, impossible to kill because Tristana, but mostly just kind of waited for Xayah to absorb everything and then kill everyone.
Yeah, and that's
beautifully
goes.
played. It was beautifully played. I do want to say that Fast Turtle 23 is now in the chat. Hello, sir. Welcome back. Would love to hear your prediction, just because you did have some big brain knowledge earlier on in the season. So love to see your insight. And we got a first chatter. Okay, so Teddy is exempted from. We're still on the Teddy exempted from military service line, but it's not fact checked, and so someone just went to Wikipedia. Nice, love to see it. Checking out some of the Nongshim fans now, as they were the victors of game number 2. Well, no one was playing Victor, but they played in game number 2, and they did the winning.
They certainly did, and let's see what happens in this third draft, because not a ton changed there in terms of what we saw, except Polbe was pushed off of Jace, and
there was no Maokai.
No Maokai, no Jace, and then we had the pick of the Nico, but obviously he did well in lane, but against double 80 carry threat, you just don't have the damage to compete on that mid pick. You have to kill someone with Nico for it to be successful, but when there are 2 targets that you have to kill in order to win the team fight, it can be quite difficult.
Richie
I
is
can't
correct.
read all that very quick.
That's true. Richie35 says that there is a Korean stream, and the casters are more hyped. They also speak in Korean, so if you can understand Korean, then it does make sense. Otherwise, you're right. It's probably just hype, but you won't understand what they're talking about, which I think might be important. Do you guys care what we say? I'm just wondering, because like whether we like, if that's irrelevant, then I don't know. Maybe like I'll have a crisis.
I think we have very different casting styles, and I think that if you guys knew what the Korean commentators were saying and we commentated like that, while it's very hype and Korean fans enjoy it, I don't think you guys would enjoy it if we cast the way that they did.
No. Aw, there's a few people that care. There we go. Our jobs are legitimized. Wolf. We nailed it. Nongshim on the blue side once again, as they of course lost the last game. So they're allowed to be back there. And we've got LeBlanc, and we've got Vi, and we have the J-Span. This time Tristana is going to be taken away. And so, so Tristana and Xayah, and they're back to a Kai'Sa first pick with Maokai left available. I mean, that, in my opinion, is what we like to call in the biz a whoopsie.
We'll see how it works, or doesn't, here for Nongshim, because they don't have the Jace D+ this time, but I think Maokai is still extremely powerful. And Tristana gone, Xayah gone, right? D+ said neither of those push the Vital back onto the Kai'Sa. They will pick the Maokai, but what are they going to pick with it is the real question here. Might just see, okay, Alistar rocketing up. I mean, Thumb, even in the loss, had a great game there in game 2 on the Alistar pick. But does leave us a little bit wondering what could happen here with no Jace. Like, the Maokai does seem flexible in this draft. Well, not anymore with the Alistar obviously being locked in.
Yeah,
could have been, though, before that was locked.
True. Theoretical flex.
The Rel is going to come through, as you say. So that's a pretty good lock setup here for Kai'Sa. Maybe Jax.
I think the Zed is pretty obvious. I don't know how they didn't ban Zed. It's actually kind of crazy to me that that got through all this way. Kind of insane. Call me just cycling through some champions that he knows how to play. And we'll see what he does actually end up locking down. It should just be the Emperor, and there it is.
Okay, so not going to go for Jax. The Zed starting character and the Jax starting character are the same, so when that hover happened, I thought they were just going to go Rel Jax, but Zeri will be the answer here for Rahel again. Let's see what the next steps are going to be here, because I think Jax definitely does need a look, unless they're going to block away themselves. Rakan taken away means that they're expecting the Rel to be flexed to jungle.
Yeah, and I kind of like that Sounder has so much flexibility, because now DK might feel pressured into banning Zac. Like, once again, even though the Rel is theoretically great in the jungle, and they're not going to be able to ban everything. It might just be, you could ban Rakan Zac, and then the other school of thought is banning Rakan Nautilus and making sure that Rel is in the jungle instead. But Alistar, pretty good into the Rel support just in general, so we'll have to see. where their minds are at. I think taking away the Rakan from Double H, though, is still a good idea. And there's the Nautilus.
So no lockdown for this Zeri. No point in click anyways.
Ooh, it's the Flex Maokai top, and Lucid just plays Zac jungle. Poolbait plays Zac mid. Oh, there are so many things you could do.
It could happen.
Because, like, Call Me uses Emperor's Divide, and you're just like, huh, I'm back. And you use Elastic Slingshot and get yourself straight back there.
Talia is going to be the answer we saw early on in playoffs here in Challengers for the Azir that we also saw BDD like to play. We saw it picked a lot in the LCK playoffs as well towards the end. So this is going to be the response. A lot of map control here. Talia and Maokai have a lot of great synergy.
Love it.
They both have really long extended engage ranges. But the answer here for Nongshim on the top side, they don't get counter pick here, so it becomes a little bit tricky. They're going to play the Azir. So Renekton and Azir works very well together. And final choice here, is it going to be support? Is it going to be jungle?
Give me the Zac. Let's go.
Nah, it's just going to be Viego.
Ooh,
this is more interesting.
Definitely more interesting.
Very squishy backline, Talia and Zeri here, and can just get past the front line with this pick. But they'll just go for the Viego instead.
Not a fan. I just feel like Sounder has been kind of forgettable on this pick. Like, sometimes when they're smashing teams that are worse than them, you can look amazing. And of course, if you get that early snowball, it works out. But they just weren't able to get that against this extraordinarily tanky, controlling composition that DK have yet again. Like, if you're walking away from this stage as Nongshim, you're like, oh, we just did exactly the same thing as game number 1 that we lost extraordinarily hard.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this because you don't have a winning mid lane. Top, you're going to be a little bit nullified against this Cassante. Viego into Maokai, advantage Maokai. And then bottom side, yeah, you could maybe try to make something happen with Kai'Sa Rel into the early Alistar Zeri lane. And maybe Viego can even path down there and do some cool stuff early. But in terms of early game skirmishes, Talia can always control those with her Weaver's Wall. Maokai, once he gets his ultimate, you know, on these maybe second Drake fight, for example, these types of fights in the mid game are so difficult to play out with Kai'Sa. And you and I kind of agree that Kai'Sa is kind of past her prime right now in the meta, especially in when you're playing Alistar or playing into Alistar with your Rel pick. So I definitely think this is a pretty huge draft edge here for D+, and they chose red side. Like, they opted into red and they got what they wanted.
Yeah, I just think that Nongshim needed to take some notes more from game number 1. It was once again the first pick Kai'Sa that we already don't like very much. They give away the Maokai, which is so much map control. It's basically free macro. Like, and as a team that has been really struggling in that department, and it's something that you're very good at as Nongshim, denying that like free ride to D+, I think is very, very important here. That they haven't really prioritized it at all, and instead they're just going to say, this time we're going to play better, this time we're going to figure it out. And I don't know whether that's exactly giving yourself the most chances to win. Still, you can see that high spirits on the side of Nongshim. Business as usual for D+, and we'll see whether they just get back on the horse as we rock out. Ooh, Wolf, that was clean.
That was a good one.
I think that actually, like, as far as our do-do-do-dos are concerned, that's our best one yet.
Yeah, I think we haven't done it together in a while, but
that's true.
That was one of our better ones. You know, to be honest, I was pretty bad at the beginning, so I think that's part of it. But
I mean, we all had some ironing out to do. You know, it's been a brand new thing here in 2023, and I don't know what the thing's going to be next year. You know, like, who knows? Which channel are we going to be on next year? Like, that's the main thing. No one knows.
We're gonna be like LCK CL Global 2024A, like.
Yeah. We're gonna be no. It's just like we'll just go to the year that we still have, and so we're gonna need everyone to just make some new Twitch accounts and just see which year.
How high can we get?
Yeah, which year they have to go with, because it's not 2024. We know that much because he was already here today. So it could be that we're like 2168 or something like that, perhaps. You never know. 0-4 on the Renekton. Not really feeling the croc, is Mihail. He has
Not
been
an inspirational
more...
stat.
No, not exactly.
Pulbe's first game of Talia this season, even though it was picked up by pretty much everybody else last week.
Yeah, and Pulbe used to play quite a lot of this, if my memory serves, but just hasn't really tried his hand at it so far.
Showmaker and Canyon flexed it a lot. I think there's some influence there as Renekton is absolutely loving that Q3. He's like, yeah, you want to keep going, I'll Q again. As HH has been one of our better rel players here, 13-4. And he has a lot of comfort on this pick in particular, and obviously they have the advantage here into Alistar in the early game. Now, Alistar is a soft counter to the rel in terms of stopping those engages later on. And I think this game is going to be a lot about if Nongshim are going to win it. The tempo advantages they do gain with Azir, Renekton, and this Kai'Sa rel. For hell, you know, not the most impressive win rate on this Zeri either, but he has played it every game in this series.
Certainly has, and this is more of a pick that kind of came back. And so while DK was so dominant, it was sort of after she'd left, and then she sort of comes back again towards the end, and that was when they weren't quite as dominant. So it makes sense that it's a little bit more mixed. Still positive is definitely good news, though, for D+. And he's definitely got his hands right, you know, at this point. You know, he's playing his third game of the same champion. The muscle memory well and truly online. So let's see whether this game is going to be a demonstration of that. Vital back to the Kai'Sa once again. And Colmy gonna have to try and skate around this mid lane. We have double Shuriman matchups in our solo lanes. What an incredible lore battle we have going on here.
Yeah, it is very exciting as we do see, thought maybe a little bit of action there was gonna happen, but the Renekton into Cassante is such a fun matchup to watch the early game of because it's really a question of how much can the Renekton actually do. Like, we've even seen level 4 proxies where you get that much of an advantage. We've seen Demolish procs hit if you can get that kind of trade-off. Has gotten a nice advantage here. Was going to go for the Empowered W and Q.
Ow.
And he might be looking for some Demolish procs. Sound actually coming up here. They have a huge advantage right now.
They really do. And the fact that Lucid was on Vision as well, Sounder knows that he can come up here and really bother him. Finds himself a little bit of poke damage, and Mihail, with this wave kind of stacking up, does have a cannon amongst it.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, 2v2 dive, that's a tough one to pull off, and I don't think Nongshim are going to go for it. Now Double H is diving forward, Thumb's in trouble, only level 3. This happened in the last game as well, but he is going to be able to walk it off and survives with a bit more health than he had in the previous game.
So I'm glad to see Sounda and Mihail did not go for the 2v2 into a Maokai and Cassante in this situation. That could have been, it could have backfired very quickly. It did not, though, and I think he did hit that one Demolish proc on the turret, and they were able to secure the Scuttle top side regardless. So pretty even game state here, but the jungle of Nongshim significantly ahead, as you can see, as Lucid is unable to get a forward play. Now he's going to come down here and look for a gank with the minion vision being cut off.
Yeah, they are going to get a bit of a sweep as there's the flash.
Thumb is so good at this pick.
Going to push him back down. That's a great crash down. That is going to eliminate the threat. Still, flash for flash, you'll take that, but they did have to give away Lucid's position.
Yeah, Thumb really played it well, but there's just not enough damage here. And he's just not going to miss on this Alistar, despite the lack of this leading to an actual elimination here. Took a ton of damage and then is still able to turn something back around here and keep Rahel the pressure off for a little bit will allow him to take a nice back timer here.
Yeah, getting the crash is actually really important, and so not even necessarily having to get a kill is fine here. Lucid showing, and will now just go back and clear his bottom side jungle. Crash over here for Double H, who's just trying to secure some control here towards his bottom side. 6 minutes on the clock, and a dragon on the cards if either of these teams would like to look for it. Having a look at lane priorities and things like that, looks like Cormi is having a pretty good time in mid, and bottom side of the map is just fresh off a base. So we'll see whether that dragon does get any attention or not.
Yeah, might be a while before we see that one started up here, as Sound is going to come over here and see if Lucid was posturing, maybe he could get away with grabbing these Raptors. In the 1v1, we'll have some advantage here, but Pulbe could cut him off with an ult if he decides to commit.
Yeah, Lucid instead just steals it. Well, steals it, secures it? Because it's his, but he didn't start it, so is it a steal? confusing.
Yeah, that's actually a tough one to
because you can't
kinda
steal something that's already
quantify.
yours.
Yeah, I'd say he secures it.
Yeah, okay. We'll lock that one down. If you've got any other suggestions in chat, let us know, and we will take it under advisement.
Nongshim, though, with that push away of Lucid, have some power bottom side here.
All right, Double H is going to get slowed down by the extendo beam. Rahel trying to get some damage back, but they have eyes on Thumb, and he is very dead. First blood goes over to Vital. Nongshim off to a great start.
And now the Dragon is up for grabs. Should be pretty easy to secure this one here as Nongshim really aggressive plays here from Sounda. Looks very comfortable on the Viego, even though he wasn't able to make a huge impact in game 1 on this pick. When he has control, he's putting the pressure on, and this Maokai pick significantly behind as a result. You can see Lucid's coming over here to try to take this blue buff away in trade, but I think he'll take that as Sounda here. Drake advantage, grabbing that push bottom side. Massive gold lead here now with Vital picking up that first blood. See if Thanatos can get out here. Does have his ult.
Also has a tree moving his way up as well as Mihail slices forward and gets the bad news. There's the Dominus. Can he actually grab it? He does! This is the 0-4 Renekton, and Mihail is just going to turn it on its head. Oh man, both sides of the map in dire straits right now for D+.
I just don't understand why he didn't try to go for the all-out into the wall. Perhaps he wasn't in range, but I think he could have pulled that one off. I think if you pull him into the turret, this is a much better chance for the Cassante in this scenario versus this Renekton early. And let's watch this again, as obviously he knows there's a pretty high chance that the Maokai is over here. And just kind of messes up the all-out.
Yeah, I didn't want to pull him away from Lucid. Wanted to have them both there and thought that he might live. But unfortunately, you lose a whole bunch of being able to stay alive by pressing R. And then he didn't stay alive very good.
If he pulls him, I mean, he's not going to be able to pull him into turret, but he can back off to the turret and still get the root there with the Maokai and then survive. But I guess he thought they had enough damage between the two of them. Did not into a Renekton who is very survival with his Q. There's all survivability. Pulbay.
There is a bit of a crash down as Pulbay could be in trouble. That's a great seismic shove. And now Lucid is going to dive forward. Sounder breaks his way out. And he'll just taxi towards his Raptor camp. Should be able to grab that one for himself. And then move on out. So everything kind of coming up Nongshim here in this early stage of the game. DK still looking for things, opportunities, and might find one here as well. As Sounder tries to pull the Bramble back out. Just wants to make sure that he buys as much time as possible. And Lucid and Thumb is going to move their way out. So, D+, not really finding too much in the enemy jungle.
I mean, a lot of these moments in this early game have been ones that put you on the edge of your seat because you know there's such a razor-thin margin for somebody getting picked or getting away. Pulbay didn't have to flash there, which is huge, but it looked like for a moment, okay, this guy's definitely going to have to flash. They're going to lose this exchange, but he does get away. You're on top side. A little bit of control for Mihail, but they are losing here.
Shove on to call me, but not going to find too much more. And Pulbay doesn't find the empowered Q. This was really cute from Sounder, by the way.
I mean,
he beelined straight here.
Straight over here. They've got a control ward on the pit, and they're just going to get away with this. And Pulbay, he hasn't played any of this season. It's been a while since we've seen his Talia, but he has not Weaver's Walled to make any impact on the map whatsoever this game, and that's really not where you want to be here at level 9, especially when you're losing control of the map kind of everywhere. And now this Renekton is just getting further and further ahead, and even denying CS as he does it.
Yeah, although, yeah, Sounder in the area, and so Thanatos kind of chasing him out here. I think Mihail was partially trying to keep Thanatos interested, but also partially not wanting to go for a proxy farm. And now we do have a back channel, but he is definitely not going to be going back. That's a full wave.
Where's the team? Like, Thanatos is just like here going, like, I know I'm a top laner, but like, this is just not fair. I have a Talia and a Maokai on my team, and they both got ult, and yet here I am getting bullied. I'm watching a Renekton get multiple plates here, 3 plates against this Cassante here, who has armor built up, has his Bramble Vest.
0 and 4, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of obscene how much Mihail's been able to get away with up here topside, and he's getting another Demolish proc.
Oh my goodness. Thanatos looking for an angle. You could feel it, that he's not actually able to get there.
He just doesn't know where Sound is at all. There's no vision for him there in the jungle, so Rahel also going to get pushed out here. At least he's going to be fine.
And
this is a huge pressure point here on the top side that has just not been answered.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game where you're like, ooh, Viego, value, right? Like the kind of game that you get full control over and you can stay ahead of the clock. As Thanatos looks for a bit of an angle there with a W, but I think Mihail is more than happy to allow him to do anything, and we've got double backs coming through.
Saves the plate for now at least. Should be able to finish his back, but if he does, that means Mihail gets the plate for sure, and so he's going to stick around. He has ult flash as well, the Renekton, of course, and so it's really hard for Thanatos to actually commit to trying to pull him into turret or kill him. And he wants to keep that plate denied, but it's just, I don't think it's going to happen. One minion hit, and that is the gold going over. And they also simultaneously have control of this bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
So off series for Lucid here, I feel.
It's not quite working. And the problem is that he's also playing Maokai, a champion that kind of plays himself, right? Like you're mainly utility, but then he played the carry in the last game, didn't quite find it. That's a cute flash from Thanatos, but Mihail going to find the Kuldameek. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive, and Thanatos just goes all out and grabs the solo.
Well played. The crash of the Herald does go off in mid at the same time.
Ooh. Call me just barely out of turret range. That could have been way worse than it was.
They denied the Dragon for a little bit, at least here. Let's see if Nongshim can actually secure it. They have choke point control here with this Rel, so I think they should be able to do this. Teleport from Pulbe, though, looks like he might be ready to commit. He's going to lose a lot of minions in the interim.
Yeah, Thanatos has teleport available as well, but he hadn't got back to base just yet. Had a Frostfire Gauntlet to purchase, which is a lot of money. And is now just going to pull himself out of base. And it's a Cloud Soul. So to go from, okay, Call Me finds a flash, Emperor's Divide, the special delivery, the outplay, it's just gorgeous. Here from the Azir's Extendo Beam, not quite enough damage as Heartbreaker. Sounder is able to dash and flash and get himself to safety. Such a cute play from Nongshim.
Oh, Sounder looking really good, just night and day from game one.
Oh, double H.
Yeah, well,
bit of a whoopsie, but gets a flash.
Yeah, you know.
I guess you take those.
It's all right. He's got Hex Flash. Rahel, not so much. And over here, second Rift Herald, you know, the prize is going to be a big one later on if they can secure it. But right now, I mean, 2 Drakes to Nongshim, top side plate control, bottom side plays are going their way. This is the one thing that's going well for D+ here, and it's just Mihail overextending a little bit here, then going back in on this. He does have ult. That was a really cool flash to get the knock up and pull him in. And even with the heal he gets from the minion wave, he played it about as well as he could have there. He is going to go down. Then over here, Pulbe thinks he's got Call Me, but this actually puts him in Emperor's Divide range. This is exactly what they wanted. Sound is here, perfectly timed W for the stun. Then he transforms into Talia, gets a shove to keep Rahel at bay. Then Heartbreakers flashes and then puts the mist up so he cannot be targeted there, and then gets out.
Also gets the control ward as well. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of value. Double H is not going to see that there was a Maokai in this brush.
This gold lead is pretty massive, actually, when you look at it, too. You're like, wait a minute, that's a 3,000, 3,400 gold lead here.
And it's only 15 minutes. Like, that money is a lot at this stage of the game. As Nongshim looking for a dive onto Thanatos. They were being mean to the Crocodile, and now they want to be mean right back. Lucid and Thumb are on their way. Vital is going to turn up as well, as they have full information, but Nature's Grasp comes on down. That's the Cassante dead already. And now Sounder's diving forward. The flash comes in as well. Doesn't get the stun onto Lucid, but they do get his flash. And they'll crash this minion wave underneath this turret as well.
With a Talia Atlas, you can't just be losing out on top side like this without making cross maps or Relic coming over to save the play. They're so late with it, as here comes the
There he
Talia.
is now, yeah. The Weaver's Wall does come forward. It's a lot of damage. Sound is likely to die. They do manage to get that one. Rahel is free hitting as well. That's a kill for him. It's a big Crocodile, but I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough. Slices, dices, and now the Magnet Storm comes in, but everyone's already dead. Headbutt pole from Thumb. Vital can't play the game.
game, and that is going to be a huge one. Oh my goodness, manages to get Lucid, but it is still a one fight here. A triple kill for Rahel.
Oh man, the coaches are gonna have a field day with that one from Lucid. Stutter stepping for the BM and then dies for no reason. You still win the fight. It was finally the Weaver's Wall value you were looking for, but that is definitely, Bubbly is gonna have a lot to say. Acorn's gonna have a lot to say on it. It is not worth the little BM stutter steps there, as we'll watch this one more time. The Weaver's Wall is great, and even though they have Magnet Storm opportunity here, he waits until it's too late here. If he's able to do this with the Emperor's Divide coming through, maybe this ends up being a one fight in a turn here. And watch this. Lucid.
Yeah,
Lucid.
It's like, can I? Oh, okay.
Literally no reason to do that.
Maybe he might have been trying to stay in Fog of War. There might have been minions behind him that he didn't want to appear on.
Maybe,
and then, I don't know.
I don't know.
There could have been method to the madness.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good potential argument there, but
I mean that's
I'd have to have a vision toggle, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, he dies in the end of the day. Very happy he lived until he didn't.
But also, it doesn't really matter, right? The fight was still absolutely overwhelmingly in D+'s favor. That's some certification for the Zeri.
He wanted to get the flash kick W.
Yeah, there we go. Put it on cooldown. And he's what? Like, that was his first death. So I guess it's not really great. No, it's all right. It's fine.
It's okay. At the end of the day, it's not that impactful. The team fight win is much better. And finally, Poolbay showed up.
Yeah.
Because we were just starting to... I was about to cry about what I was watching with Talia and Maokai not protecting a Cassante topside when they could be there at a moment's notice and help him out and turn some of those fights. But he's also going to show up to this one, potentially.
Yeah. The first Cloud Drake of the game is going to be spawning. Nongshim do have Cloud Soul Point on the table. That is a cute little stun on the thumb, but he doesn't seem to worry about it too much as there's the wall. It's going to be hopped by Sounder, who had to use the ult in order to do so. Now Double H in a bit of trouble. Ooh, the Void Seeker doesn't find it as Emperor's Divide comes down, and now DK funneling themselves into this choke point. Poolbay can be dangerous there, but doesn't have the Weaver's Wall up and available anymore. Nongshim will grab themselves some control of this Dragon Pit. Thanatos now looking for an all-out angle, but he's not able to quite find it as Mihail is able to sneak away. Thumb Hex flashing, but still takes so much damage here from Vital. And the Rift Herald charges into the mid lane, and all the while, Sounder is just doing Drake.
Yeah, he's like, you used all your big tools. You used your Weaver's Wall, you used your Nature's Grasp. We can just hold on to this one. Mihail still has ult as well. They have Magnet Storm, they have this choke controlled.
Oh, that's a nice little pick as Colmy having a little bit of a rough one, but that Magnet Storm is so good that Viego dives forward. It's reset city time now, and Nongshim, they just got a Drake, but maybe they'll look towards a Baron that's gonna be prepared in 15 seconds.
Yeah, Poolbay, he is sitting on a Ludens and a needlessly large rod. It's going to be difficult for him to contest here as they are going to group up now and start this one up. There's no vision really here on the side of D+ and their challenger squad as they can start this one up. Now Thumb is in the area. Lucid's up in 10. I don't think he's going to be here in time. You're really just hoping for a rogue steal or rogue kill.
Well, yeah, Headbutt Pulp does come down. Poolbay not in range to get a seismic shove to follow up though. And now you got a Hex Flash and Rel moving on over. The Baron is going to be secured. All of the map is belonging to Nongshim as we're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, this is after, of course, the initial setup looks really good for the side of Nongshim. Calmy gets caught here, and bam. Magnet Storm re-engaged from HH. Calmy lives. And you can see the player cams after this moment didn't look so great on the side of D+. Looked pretty good on the Dragon fight, used all the tools, didn't get in a limb, lose control of the Dragon. Think you've got the grab onto the Azir. The Magnet Storm turn is much faster this time around for the Rel. And now you've got a very big Azir. You've got a very big Kai'Sa. I mean, you've got Renekton and the Viego, larger, but in terms of damage here, very scary what Nongshim have to offer.
100%. And that is
Speaking
okay.
of.
What?
Bye-bye.
Rahel, we just certified him, and now he's just dead. Tough time. Tough time to be D+. And man, look at Sounder. You can feel how happy he is that this time it worked out, right? Because if it had been a repeat of game number 1,
I mean, you do yourself a lot of emotional damage in that moment as Thanatos takes an Acathian Rain. Sounder is just going to get to work on this outer turret. They do manage to take that one down. That's their third of the game. 0 turrets being taken by D+ this time around. And yes, they managed to get like second Herald, but that being the only neutral objective is real bad news. Sounder looking to wrap around as Poolbay does a lot of damage to the Renekton and does have to get out of there. Call me now. Relying on his Sun Disc as Lucid wants to get that Twisted Advance to come through here. Might be able to get there, but not going to happen as now Sounder finds Poolbay. Oh my goodness, he is just going to Heartbreak right on top of Poolbay, who doesn't flash, just walks it off. But still, message received, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. He's going back in. Doesn't have flash, or Poolbay is probably going to have to use his. Maybe even dies there if he has it. And you can see the frustration on the D+ Kia players' cams
5K
again.
Wolf.
Yeah,
5K Baron power play.
And this is Rahel caught. And is he going to ult? Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And he's on a tower, and then the WQ just kills him.
Yeah, he has
straight out.
He gets to use the W to start off the play, and then because of the build, he gets a second W. That's what he was waiting for, to press R, so make sure he gets the full combo with both Q and W.
I just really love the fact that he had to be sharing pixels with the turret, the enemy turret, and the enemy team was there, and you can still just do that for free.
Yep.
It doesn't look very balanced, does it? It doesn't look very. It's like the vibe, like the fact that you can do that doesn't feel good.
Well,
you know,
it's 5,000 gold lead, or 5,000 gold picked up. Let's say 10,000 gold lead from the Baron, and Noxium know what time it is because they've got 3 stopwatches for the Cloud Soul fight, and just don't see any way back into this one for D+ unless they can isolate somebody.
I've
Rahel,
seen this one before. There it is. Once again, this time he misses the W because Rahel dashes away. So, yeah, this time it doesn't work, but he doesn't really he invests Killer Instinct. What? And like he'll have the next rank of that real soon. It'll be up pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean they also have so much map control that it's not like.
Oh my! Okay, sorry, that was securing his own blue.
Yeah, if that was like Lucid taking that, that's just a slap in the face. But
it is very sad that like as Mihail, you're not actually able to get it. It has to be like Sounder going around and picking it up. That's a bit of a shame.
That is a bit annoying, but even with the Zeri coming back here with ult advantage, you just don't have any control over this Dragon Pit anyways. You have to fight through this choke point with Rel, with Emperor's Divide. They do get in though, which is the first step.
Yeah, Thanatos also looking for a little bit of an angle as they are collapsing, but Vital throws out that Void Seeker. I think that DK get the information that Nongshim are not to be trifled with down there.
Poolbay can come from a long way away, and he is going to.
The Call Me angle is kind of massive here as well. Weave as well does come down, as D+ desperately trying to deny this soul. Dominus has been precast already, but they're fighting on multiple fronts. Voidseeker connects onto Rahel as Double H dives in. It's not the most massive Magnet Storm, but Mihail now trying to get on top of Rahel. He fails to do so and will go down. The Drake loses interest in everything. Emperor's Divide going to be used only onto Lucid, and now the kills start streaming in. Lucid's going to go down first. Vital is pushed away from the fight, but then dives all the way back in. Locks down Thumb. The fight in the pit, though, is a little bit Rahel. Still, it's going to be Call Me that locks that one up. Great play from Poolbay, who's still keeping himself alive, but Vital has so much damage. He goes golden as well. Poolbay, can you outplay this? Yes, is the answer to half of it. As Call Me, I don't think he wants to face check it Talia.
He can't face check it, but also Poolbay can't come over there and actually take him out. So Call Me will be able to take the scuttle here, at least in trade. So a 4-for-4 in the fight. And that was one of the highest value Rage Blades on a Kai'Sa we've seen, actually, with how long he survived in that fight. Because normally, it's kind of a one and done. You killed the enemy threat, you die for it, as he is waiting for him.
Okay, Poolbay's going to scoot his way over. Not going to find the seismic shot. We all got very excited, and then it was fine.
So 3 broken stopwatches. A 4th one is now locked in here for Mihail as well. So majority of these can be turned into useful items. In fact, all of them can eventually. So those are all on cooldown here. D+, though, just so far behind in gold.
And this Baron is going to die so fast if they do decide to start it, as Poolbay trying to keep control of this area, doing a decent job so far. Mihail just has to get out. These health bars are getting so low, and Nongshim, you're 10,000 gold ahead.
How is this happening every single time? Poolbay is just controlling everything. And now they are on the Baron. The Void Seeker is starting to fly through. And Vital is still very, very scary.
No Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, this Baron is going down extraordinarily low. Sounder now trying to get into the pit. It's not going to work out as the Baron is secured by Poolbay of all people. Thumb going to get taken down first, and now they're in the Thunderdome. My God, the Sand Soldiers are going ballistic. Vital is going ballistic. And that is not enough Kasanteing to be done from Thanatos. So the Baron will be employed by Nongshim to murder D+.
Nobody had flash. Nobody could get out of the pit, even with the secure and the bounty picked up here. It is going to be a negative power play all the way until that Nexus falls. And that's it. It is just a full wipe. And Nongshim are going to push themselves to match point here. A very one-sided affair, but at least D+ kept it interesting in those last two team fights. But the wallets, as you often say, were very heavy, and without Nature's Grasp, there's no turn.
It's just not going to work out. And now the hindsiders in chat, they can discuss whether the Baron was worth it in trade for the Nexus. I'd probably wait a couple of days, ruminate on your decision, and then have a bit of a conversation. We might even start the stream for you to get that one going on. As Nongshim, who is going to be the MVP for this one? It's actually kind of interesting.
It's a tough question, because like for me it was Sounda. I voted for him because he had such great early game control. But I think there's a real vote for Vital, who had a fantastic game with Kaisa. There's a great vote for Call Me, whose play was fantastic on Azir. HH on the Rel. So many good Magnet Storms.
Yeah, the Magnet Storm, that one in the mid game to get them the massive advantage, that was kind of my favorite.
Nobody has Flash here. There's no Nature's Grasp. So it's like, yeah, we got the Renekton's GA, which he did pick up, by the way, right before this fight. And yeah, with no flashes to get out, it's just an easy cleanup here, unfortunately, for the side of D+. But you got to try something when you're 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's a lot of damage from the Void Seeker, but the POG vote on the DK side would have been so easy because Poolbay played his heart out in that game. Unfortunately, wasn't enough, and now Nongshim, they moved themselves to match point off the back of that. And I want to revisit our conversation from game number 1, right? D+ had this series in their hands. Honestly, with how well they were playing, they just looked like the better players on the day. And Nongshim, with the fact that they got the series handballed to them in game 2, they are just running with it, and no one is keeping up with them.
Yeah, it was really like should have been a 2-0 start for them. They were so ahead in game 2. Game 1 was extremely one-sided. And even though I agree with you that Poolbay would have been my vote if they won, his early game with Lucid, they did not play their win conditions, I feel like, at all. The Maokai Talia just never took the opportunity of an overextended Renekton to heart. And then Sounda, he capitalized super hard. He's like, oh, I guess Talia's just going to show bottom. I guess they're not going to do anything. I'm going to take everything. I'm going to take every single early game objective. I'm going to take away some of that Maokai's jungle. I'm going to make plays bottom side. And Sounda, he just was like, they're not going to play around Talia. I'm going to play everywhere. And he had such a massive lead in this game.
No, he was absolutely huge. It's going to be Double H that grabs it on the Rel. His Magnet Storm's absolutely fantastic, but there are a lot of players you could have voted for in this particular game. Really felt like the team of Nongshim came together for this one. Big shout out to Sounder. I'd actually really like to know what the vote skew was
Yundo might
from
know.
old mate Yundo.
Yeah, see if he can give us the info, because I think there were multiple players who could have gotten it. I would not be shocked based on how KR casters usually vote if Vital picked up a few as well.
Yep.
Really great day to be a support player today. I think both HH and his counterpart Thumb have had a pretty nice start to this series.
Big agree. I actually think the level of play after game 1 has really extended outside of a few whoopsies in game 2 from D+, but most of that was Nongshim playing around their 2-threat composition really, really effectively. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we see whether we're going to be delivered Silver Scrapes or whether Nongshim are going to close out the series. G'day everyone and welcome back to the LCK Challenger 2023 Summer Finals. I am Valdez or Atlas. I'm not sure anymore who I am. I am play-by-play of the LCK variety, and I am joined by the glorious Wolf as we take you through what could be the final game of this best-of-5 series. How are you doing? I hope you're having a fantastic time. Some people in chat were being mean. Guess what happened? They got boomed.
They disappeared for some reason.
Yeah, they did.
I haven't seen them back since then.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I'm Valdez. Thank you, Moose Knuckle. I appreciate you letting me know who I am. That's important. That's important for me to know. Someone cast a spell on us, Wolf.
Did they?
Yeah, Bacalord. Or maybe they're naming Pokemon. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm frightened.
Ah.
When will Alakazam come out? Can someone at least type it?
That's a good question.
That would be great.
I feel like Notion are going to close out the series. I think they had the huge momentum shift. Obviously, Game 2 was very disastrous for D+. Game 3 was just not even a real game until the very end when Polbey decided to show up, and then it wasn't, unfortunately, enough. D+ is going to choose blue side this time, so we got that confirmation just now.
Yep.
I don't think this is about draft, though.
No, I would agree. Angus So Old is sitting in the arena right now and got a picture with Fiesta, and Peter is also here.
Yeah, the Nongshim roster is here.
They're giving them the full Nongshim energy, and you love to see it because that's important energy to have in a final against D+. It worked last year, and it looks like it's working so far now, but some grins on the faces of Poolbay and Rahel, so it seems that the matches aren't getting to them too much. But you can see Lucid looking pretty serious right now. Thanatos as well, wanting to just put down this Crocodile that he solo killed last time, and there they are. There's Peter, give us the punch.
Yeah, it says, of course, the summer winning team is Nongshim.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's always Nongshim.
Just some happy Nongshim boys watching their team do some winning. They're going to have to win one more game, though. It might be the next one. It could be the one after. We'll just have to see. But right now, boys.
They were jokingly calling themselves in Korean, like when you describe how many people there are, like Tumyeong, Saemyeong, you use Myeong, but they would call themselves Myeon, which is the word for noodle.
That's really cute.
I think that's what was happening on that sign, which is pretty funny.
So there's like four,
there's
four noodles.
It was like, it's not 3 noodles, actually, it's 4 noodles here today.
Yeah.
That's
very
pretty. They're aware. They're aware of it. You know,
like
that they're the Noodle Boys. And their team over here down in Challengers, their new Challenger squad is ready to pick up another title. You know, they're on match point here. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going here now on red side.
From Academy to Challenger Finals match point. Absolutely ridiculous. D+ are going to be banning away Tristana and Sejuani still, but on blue side this time. Very, very interesting. As LeBlanc and the Vi both taken away here by Nongshim. So still pretty similar when it comes to the bans. And the Xayah taken away as well means that we're not going to see a change up at all. Nico could be banned away. Could be a look at a few things. The Jace has been the newly added perma-ban here on the Nongshim side. And D+ could just first pick a Maokai if they would like to. We'll see where they do decide to go. If it's Nongshim, it'll be Kai'Sa.
Nongshim, it will be Kai'Sa. If it's D+, apparently after what Vital did to Rahel a few times in that game, I guess it's also going to be Kai'Sa. So Nongshim decided to grab here. Maokai
I like
open,
the Rel.
They like the Rel more. It worked very well for them the last game. Still flex pick. And Sounda has been the stronger jungle. I guess it turns out after game 1. And HH has been very good on Rel. So you have 2 power positions for this pick right now. See if they'll grab a Jax with this. We're not really seeing that much Jax right now, and we'll just actually be that Azir once again for Call Me.
Yeah, I don't know about the Azir priority being this high because you can wait and hold it till 3 and then either pick a counter into it or pick it away yourself. Although Azir Rel, the combination is pretty nice. Magnet Storm, Emperor's Divide can really get things going.
It gives the Maokai, though, over to D+.
Yeah.
But Lucid was a little bit invisible on this pick for most of the game last time around. Now it's going to pair with the Kai'Sa. Will just be Alistar here again for Thumb.
I think the Alistair's fine. I think you can also, like, just because Rel is up and available can work out quite nicely. You could just pick Nico if you wanted to as Poolbay, but with Emperor's Divide available, it's difficult. And so
Thumb is just going to stick to what he knows.
Yeah.
And the Alistair going to come through again. There's the Zeri.
All right, so kind of switching some parts of these drafts around, but keeping other parts the same. Like the Zeri and the Kaisa going to swap this time, but then the Azir stays constant, the Rel stays constant, the Alistair, you know, has been, I think, the strong point for D+. Like, Thumb has delivered on it every game, even if they haven't taken the Ws, so I don't mind changing that up. But what you lose is the ability to play Talia, which, honestly, if you're Nongshim, you're probably like, pretty absent for most of the game last time. Not too worried about that. They're going to be more worried about the Ahri that they ban again.
Yeah, Ahri Maokai really does not spark joy.
No.
Not even a little bit. So feels like a bit of a throwaway ban there, but of course Poolbait very good at the champion. The Rakan, no brainer. The Rel flexibility is going to grab that ban once again. And last ban for Nongshim, I assume they might just stay in the mid lane and deny Azir counterpicks.
Nico could be the look here. Pretty easy to pair with Maokai. Yeah, I'll take that away. Then for the side of D+ here, it's awkward to ban another support. I'd rather see Renekton ban here, to be honest, because Nongshim could take that blind and feel pretty good about it. They might just wait and see if Renekton's picked up. They've got Jax, the possibility. It's a really awkward ban here. If you ban another support like Nautilus or Leona, they play Rel bottom, and you're like, oh, then they pick Viego, you know? Viego is also a pretty safe call here, but it doesn't feel great considering the Rel could still be in the jungle. They will do the Viego, but it feels like in D+'s position here, they're wide open.
Give me the Zac. It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
They can also hold off on that pick. Like you say, the Renekton could just be taken, and then you hold the flex, and you decide to fill out your composition with a new jungler or with a new support, and D+ have a more difficult time working out exactly what they want this to look like. As Aatrox insta-lock by Thanatos. Man, I can feel the anger. Wanting to really get some revenge onto Mihail in this game, but Aatrox, it's a difficult matchup early. He will have to send that Maokai up there quite often, and now, what is Poolbait playing?
That's a good question. Okay, going into the Yone here. I mean, if he's actually going to commit to it, I like the Talia a lot more. And I think the Talia Maokai in a draft like this is insanely strong. It just has to be utilized. It was not utilized in game one until the end, but not really as a duo, a macro map present duo that could have punished what we saw from Mihail. The Zac,
Just do it.
Is it happening? I think it's happening.
I would love this. I think the team fight with Zac Zeri is so powerful, and they will lock that one away. Absolutely huge. Feels like a Zorn sort of combo as well. Kind of love that thematically. And Sounder, he had a great Zac series. I am Valdez, so thankfully I've played over 300 games of Zac, know exactly what he does in every single instance. I know that that move where he brings out both of his arms is called Stretch Armstrong. Just know everything, so I'm just going to have a great time in this game. Nongshim, pretty great draft, but I do like the fact that DK added a threat in the Aatrox towards the top side.
Yeah, the Aatrox is really going to be the X factor here in this game, not just going to be a Cassante that sits back. Now, the one thing about this Aatrox, though, that I'm a little bit worried about is, unlike Cassante, is pretty squishy. It is very easy to blow up, so if he gets caught by any of this engage, like, yeah, you catch a Cassante, he's probably going to die in a lot of situations, but you're going to die very quickly as the Aatrox here, and he's very much diveable, so Lucid needs to be playing topside, and I think Rahel and Thumb should probably play a little bit more of a passive early game than what we've been seeing, like not get ignited at level 3 and have to back and lose control, because if you lose control there by default and then Sounda plays through topside, you're going to have a big problem in the early game.
I would agree, and I think that Nongshim are just going to be looking to try and get themselves to team fighting ready as soon as they possibly can. I do love Zac into Maokai as well. Hadn't even really thought about it in like the isolated matchup, but being able to find angles to get into these fights, the fact that Zeri can kind of skate a wall to probably be there as well to follow up, and Azir can get himself in. I think so much of this is going to hinge on Poolbait and where he places the pebbles to try and deny the avenues in some of these fights. Going to be really, really big here for D+. I think they have a lot of tools. The Nongshim have a lot of momentum. Let's rock out. Felt like I'd put some added aggression, some added hype because this is possibly the final that we are going to get to.
Could be of all time.
Don't give me the question marks. Come on, chat. It was enthusiasm, all right?
I think they're questioning about how Zach can float like that. How can he be so light and yet hit so heavily? You know, he's heavy-handed.
Maybe because he's underwater because it's pool party. I think he inflates himself with
Get
helium.
that 5 gold, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
There's a few options. We are going to see that Lucid's going to back away. Bit of a collapse happening here on Nongshim's side. They do get some control of this bottom side. This added ward. And you're not going to have a lot of power as the Kai'Sa Alistar in the early game.
No, not a lot. And he may, in fact, just be instantly hit with a Glacial Augment. Not quite. 14-4, by the way, this Rel for HH. We've talked about it a few times, but he's very good at the pick, and he keeps getting it.
Yeah.
Call Me, on the other hand, this isn't a great win rate, but I feel like he's very clearly... I mean, it's not bad, but it's not, like, as impressive. He's just very comfortable on the pick, and even in a counter matchup like this one, it's not a hard counter, but a soft counter with the Talia. I think he's going to handle the pressure very well.
Did so in the last game, so we definitely owe him something for that. As the level 2, I think, is going to be picked up here by D+, as you can see there. So they will get some control of this wave. Nicely done. Sounder going to stretch his arms, pick up some blobs, have a great time as he zacks around the jungle.
Call Me avoids all of the Q damage there. So is going to feel pretty nice about this. Gonna put his Sand Soldiers up here and try to stay away from some of that unraveled earth. You see a little bit of a slow here on the Thumb. Vital just trying to last hit. The wave's pushing into them, so they can't really put any harass damage off. So this is going very well for Rahel and Thumb. One of the best 2v2 starts we've seen. Obviously with the Kai'Sa this time and not the Zeri. A little bit more power there.
Ooh, looks like Lucid trying to follow this crash as well. Does get the sapling into the brush. Now Vital and Double H feeling like they can fight a little bit more with knowledge of exactly where Lucid is. Sounder not wanting to let his jungle be stolen away though. And you can see the Alistar's roaming up already. Double H is going to be here as well. Stretch Armstrong coming in. Sounder not with a secondary target. And so Lucid just going to steal away his blue buff. And we'll just wander out unscathed. And Call Me able to shift the sands, gets away from the seismic shove.
Fullbay's out of mana as well. Call Me just sitting here on half a bar, has a cookie as well. If he can put some more pressure on with his Dolan's Ring too, he should be able to try to maintain a teleport advantage here for a significant amount of time. If Fullbay teleports back and he gets a decent trade there, then it's going to feel really nice about his advantages. And we'll come over now with Sounda to grab this scuttle. Polbay's trying to put on what damage he can before he goes for that back.
Yep, understanding that they don't have a lot of control in that mid area, so it's going to be a trade of scuttles. But the 3-buff start here for Lucid's real good as Colmy's going to stop a back. No one with any mana to speak of, apart from Colmy getting some back there as well. So Sounda moving on over.
This is potentially a disaster. Okay, Polbay's not going to overextend. That was very worrying.
This wave position is a disaster for Polbay now.
Call Me really outclassing him here in this early part of the laning phase. Again, a counter pick for the Azir. And still holds on to that one cookie. And he picked up at the 4-minute mark. So, going to be a tier. Picked up for Polbay here. That's going to solve some of his mana issues as he heads back. Let's see if Call Me decides to put some pressure on here before he teleports back himself. So that's the advantage he is really looking for with that wave state. As Mihail is once again, as you mentioned in the draft, going to have a little bit of control here in the early part of this Renekton matchup.
Yep.
Significant CS advantage in mid, significant CS advantage in top, but at least bottom side is going well. Sorry, I cut it first.
He is just going to get extendo beamed. It looks like Rahel and Thumb are going to stick around for another wave due to that. Still 10 CS in the lead as Vital and Double H doing their very best to hold on. The wave kind of lapped up by Thanatos. It was a big one that was stacked underneath his turret, so it was a bit of an artificial CS gap that we did see up there. But still, so much pressure being put on by Mihail. Don't want to take away from that whatsoever. Polbay having a bit of a surf towards this bottom side just to get some vision down, and he'll surf his way back. Another ocean start as far as the dragons. I wonder whether orcs will strike again or whether my clouding powers will once again prevail.
Good question. I'm feeling an Infernal Drake myself. I'm ready to get things to heat up a little bit. Ready to see some big damage.
I think it's either it's Infernal or Hextech this game. It has to be, right?
Yeah.
That's the vibe. It feels like this is a match point game, it has to be one of the big boys.
Yeah. I feel like the rest of the Drakes are going to be Mountain at worst, okay? You know.
Oh, Pizza Good Yum is a bit of a Mountain enjoyer.
Could be Mountain, but like that's the worst one it could be, and we'll take it.
Ooh, Fast Turtle 23 says it's going to be an Atlas Dragon, so I think that confirms it. All right. Looks like Lucid's going to come on over and actually contest for this one. This is a 50-50, and Lucid's going to take it. Elastic Slingshot trying to get Sounder out of there, and he is going to be able to get out. Headbutt Pulp is going to dive forward, and Thumb gonna have to get out of here. He's only level 4, and he's just going to be taken. That is first blood. I don't know whether DK really wanted to go for that fight. They got the dragon. They could get out scot-free.
HH has Flash. Looks like they're not going to commit. I thought for sure they at least try to get Rahel's Flash out. Otherwise, Vital picks up a second, but he gets first blood anyways. And you got the 50-50, just be happy with that. I mean, the Weaver's Wall wasn't fantastic, but it felt like when they saw that come up, they were like, well, we got to go on this. And they absolutely did not have to, as this time around, Pulbe is trying to use his ultimate for early impact. It's a bit of a nice little smite steal away here from Lucid. Weaver's Wall gets the flash out of Sounda. And then we're sticking around for some reason. Talia's still not here. She didn't ride the wall into her death. She just used it to try to zone. Bit of a miscommunication here on the side of D+, and something that's been plaguing them and their main roster. We've talked about it a lot, and I don't want to get too into it, is Vital.
Yeah, he's gonna run the passive, gonna get procced, and there is the Void Seeker, but Vital, not even scared, didn't even change his movement, didn't go for a flash, just knew he was gonna be fine. It's a level 5 Kaiser.
Yeah, really scary there, but does not commit to the flash. I might have myself after the passive procced, and I see that Void Seeker. I'm like, ooh, I'm just not 100% sure I'm living here.
Yep.
But he was sure, and he will not flash, and we'll be able to catch this wave. So nothing lost for Rahel, except the opportunity of picking up 300 gold there. Level 6 for Lucid, as being highlighted here, as he does get that first part of the pet to complete at 20 as well. He's a relatively large threat. Like, now the Renekton has to be a little bit more careful about how he wants to play around this top side. Plated steel caps are done here for Thanatos as well.
Yeah,
and
also
we're setting up for this fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, good timing for the Rift Herald for Lucid. Mihail's coming down. We'll try and clear out some vision where he can. I believe that other ward will survive, though. It's going to get pinged out here by DK. And 3 minutes on the Hextech Drake, so Infernal still on the cards. Hextech not so much, as Sounder just really wants to kill an Aatrox. We'll see whether he can actually do that, as Saplings are following Rel, who's riding her pants in that bottom side.
This is what I was talking about. If you're trying to play bottom side, the Aatrox is potentially vulnerable.
Well, there is the Elastic Slingshot. They get out the flash from Thanatos, as Sounder is going to be pulled back. Nice little Q there. The second one getting the double knockup, but still success.
Dive the Zeri with the Nature's Grasp potentially, because they still don't have control of Herald. They need to get something bottom side here. Blue buff just isn't going to cut it. He does have a significant CS advantage right now, but the gold that Sound is going to pick up here and the additional gold they can give to this Azir is kind of problematic.
Yeah, you can see Colmy going to miss an Emperor's Divide onto Pulbe and going to get the flash as the Seismic Shot was in great position. A little bit unfortunate there from the Nongshim mid laner, but they will still be able to secure this Rift Herald. They might be able to try and give this Azir a little bit of a gold buffer by placing it down in mid.
Lucid has just taken jungle camps away. It's almost like he took the last game personally. But this means Vital and HH are just sitting here going, all right, well, HH's about to have 6, so I don't think you guys are going to be diving us anytime soon. And this will feel really nice here for D+. And obviously, if Calmy hits that Emperor's Divide, this game state feels even better for them. But at least Pulbe is able to get that one small advantage. But as you mentioned, that gold is coming in the form of plates very soon. Teleport's now unleashed here, and Thanatos is going for the Dustblade build. We have that confirmation now. So that's the expected build here in this draft, but it does mean that he is going to be vulnerable.
Yep, we'll see how deep in he goes. Of course, you can build a few different things afterwards. It's been so many of the very squishy builds that have been made famous by Zeus. But it's not something that has to happen, as Thanatos and Mihail just trading health bars. And there's the flash forward. They get the stun. Sounder is going to charge the Elastic Slingshot. Thanatos gets himself out of there, as the Zac is going to blob his way around the long way. And Thanatos successfully going to avoid the danger.
Grabs a flash too. Mihail loses flash for this and his ultimate, so it's a trade of ults, but you feel really nice about what you're able to do here. The tier 2 boots, advantage plus the ult, speeding him up enough to get him out of there. Really well played there from Thanatos, dealing with that aggression very nicely. And Sound has been trying to get this Renekton ahead, but has not been coming up with anything. And because he did that instead of dropping Herald in mid, no plates for Renekton, no plates for the Azir just yet.
Yeah, and so things kind of slowing down. We have had a first blood, right? So we've at least ticked that one off. That was about 6 minutes in. But since then, hasn't been a lot of action. Only a 600 gold lead for Nongshim as a result of that early one. Is now Sounder on a control ward. The rest of DK well and truly in position. Sounder with no information of where Thumb is right now. And is looking for that angle. Lucid on vision as well. In fact, Nongshim have vision absolutely everywhere of what's going on here. Sounder can place down the Rift Herald, and they can now look for a potential steal, but there are so many saplings on the way over. It's going to be very hard for Sounder to get himself into the pit. He does pop on over and steals the Drake! If you start the dragon, you do not get the dragon.
Soul too?
Oh god, it's a disaster. As now Sounder, he's bouncing. Vital is trying to get the damage down, finds an ulti. As now we've got the pullback. The Magnet Storm not exactly that valuable as Vital flashing into a wall, but he's still hitting. Lucid gonna be taken down. Call me grabbing that kill. And now you're going to see that Sounder not actually going to fall. The Bloblets made their way back together, and he's going to be A-OK.
Cannot believe it's a third Chemtech Soul in this series, but at least we had that one buffer game.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, over here,
well, you've got Thanatos in a lot of trouble still. He's finding some Qs, and he's pretty dangerous. Mihail wanting to try and catch up to him, though, and the Umbral Dash going to be enough. Mega Cone gets him back over, and feels like the unkillable Aatrox. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, this is just a really nicely timed leap in here. 5 health. He just gets lucky on this one, and then overcommitting to this fight. D+, you're trying to kill a Zac that has his passive available and his ult, so naturally he's going to survive for a really long time. Thumb takes a very long time to kill her. The Magnet Storm isn't great, so he's going to get out, but Lucid will pay for it with his life. It's Call Me who picks up 300 gold on that one. So still a huge win here for the side of Nongshim, and they can't make plays like this without that vision control you were talking about that they had prior, that they had preempted for the Dragon itself. Not going to feel too great about neutralizing this, or even competing for this as D+, rather, I should say, because it's a Chemtech Soul. You're like, oh man, we were trying to get that one Hextech, definitely not worth in terms of losing it and the subsequent fight. And this Aatrox is a long ways away from being a big threat in this game.
I think he still will get there, though. I do feel like the longevity of this DK draft is kind of fine if they keep it within this, like, 2 to 3K gold advantage.
I agree.
But I think the biggest talking point, though, is that Nongshim have just looked more coordinated. They've looked more controlled, and it looks like they haven't let emotions get to the better of them after that Game 1 loss. And it's been very much the opposite. Overconfidence from D+ in Game 2 has led to Nongshim really running away with the momentum of this series.
Just want another summer title, and they might be rewarded.
From Academy to Challenger Champions in summer, like, it's just crazy if this is going to be the result for Nongshim. Getting ahead of ourselves, though, still.
Yeah, Sounded coming up here, they are not going to commit HH. Looked like maybe they were for a second going to go for the 3-man dive here. Thanatos has his ult and flash available. The wave is in an annoying spot here, but they're going to push it in, and going to, instead of going for the dive here, look to set up some additional vision on the Herald. Kraken Slayer here for Rahel, not indexing into that AP build here.
Yeah, true.
So losing a lot of poke potentially here, as at least they'll have the Leandries from Full Bay to augment some of that damage in these longer fights, but it is really scary when you're Kai'Sa into a Zeri and you don't have poke and you're just burst only in terms of competing with that Zeri's damage in a longer fight.
I also kind of think that with Zach, who is a really tanky boy, speaking of which, he's going to dive forward. I'm going to hold the thought for a moment as Thumb is going to get a headbutt onto Mihail to get him out of here, but still, Thumb is real dead. A teleport's coming in, and that is going to spell the end of the cow.
Another kill for Zeri. The only kills here for Nongshim are on the carries, and I don't know about contesting this. I mean, you have no control whatsoever. Polbey can try to Weaver's Wall his way in.
Yeah, he is trying to find a seismic shove, doesn't get it onto Mihail though. And now the Emperor's Divide is going to miss. Possible opportunity here as the Weaver's Wall, the Nature's Grasp, they split up Nongshim, but they are fighting a man down. Sounder is going to be taken out. His passive still on cooldown. Lucid locks down the Herald as now Mihail going to have to stun and run. He does so, but he's still going to get taken out. Rahel, he grabs that one. Double H crashes down to his death. And Vital, nothing he can do. Really beautifully played here by DK, identifying cooldowns and then just playing to it.
Dustblade finishes for Thanatos and he rushes into the fight because he knows that with those cooldowns down, as you mentioned, and the Nature's Grasp available, if he gets one Dustblade reset, he becomes unkillable, because that's the weird thing about Aatrox in fights like this, is you watch him on the flank angle here. Either you turn on the Aatrox and kill him because he's not tanky, or you set up to get him a kill. It's beautifully played, gets away from the Emperor's Divide, and then the Zac, who has no passive, is isolated, and once Sounda dies, this is kind of unplayable here for Calmy and the rest of the squad, because Thanatos is just running towards you. He has Dustblade, you can't target him. Lucid's up here on the front line, and look at all the damage that Polbey is able to do here with Rahel. And Rahel, yeah, he's not going to be the 80 carry who's doing massive damage like a lot of other picks could do in this situation, but when you're able to just chase people down, it's pretty elementary.
And this is actually my point before that fight broke out, was that I would have liked AP from the Kai'Sa just to try and disincentivize armor stacking, because we just saw the ridiculous things that Thanatos can do against these squishy targets that just don't have the resistances built up. And it could have been even worse. Still, I think Sounder would have probably bought a Sunfire Cape no matter what, because it's just the greatest item in the universe. Mihail is going to be getting to work on this outer turret. And so Nongshim still have a gold advantage. Yes, they lose out on a Chemtech Drake, but does anyone care? Probably not. And now Thanatos is getting scarier. These Infernal Chains need to hit, though, if he is going to put on any sort of threat towards Mihail. We ain't out of the woods just yet, but this game is so much closer now.
Yeah, much more interesting than it was before. And the Aatrox now has a lot of power, because just like we saw in the last fight, if he can weather the engage tools, he can weather the Zac, weather the Emperor's Divide, and the Rel's Magnet Storm, if he's just on a flank, when he does decide to go in, everybody's squishy. Well, both carries are so squishy, have a lot of protection, and is going to be the dive target here again, but he reacts very quickly here. We'll lose his turret for this.
Yep.
And some CS.
Yeah, so Mihail's just going to deny what he can. Thanatos is going to be able to clean that up with the final Q. So that is going to put Nongshim a little bit further in the lead. That is first turret blood going over to Mihail. Grabs that local gold as well and still has over a 20 CS advantage as this Renekton, as he should in this matchup, like we've illustrated a few times. But as this game goes on, this Aatrox is going to be scary. And it looks like he might be going Black Cleaver second. I actually really like that. Means that he can stack that up, and with the fact that Rahel is going AD as well, you know, you get some CC, call him in, you're like, I've already sundered him quite a bit.
I think it's a really nice build. See what he does build next. Kendall Gym going to be nice for him if that's the path, and this turret stands in mid in the way of Nongshim getting further deep control with the Zac, because the Zac dive angles are really strong in this comp, even onto picks like the Alistar, if he has that turret down, because he can kind of freely, at no cost or risk, go in on those plays when his passive's back up. Is back up, speaking of which.
Yep.
And Baron spawns in 30. It's a 2 items area. I don't think we're starting this one up just yet, because with the... okay, Sounda.
Okay, we're going to find a little elastic slingshot, as Sounda's just having a good time, hanging out with his friends on D+. Mihail losing out on these trades now. Mr. Duskblade over here is pretty scary. And he's in fact grabbed himself another serrated Dirk. So it wasn't actually the Black Cleaver build. He is just going exactly the same as what we've been seeing. Full lethality. with a little bit of a shield as well. Feeling nice about that one, as now Mihail is bearing the brunt of it. There is a Dominus.
They're starting this Baron. I mean, they actually think they can do it.
Nongshim are just going for it. They don't have an Aatrox to worry about, as now Sounder is just going to kind of pop. Does find a Stretch Armstrong, and he keeps getting his health back with all these bloblets. Lucid steals it, though! And now they can either kill him or try and get out of it. Thumb doesn't quite find the angle, but that is not it from Double H. Colmy gets into a decent position, but now Vital finds himself just crashed into by all of D+, and then Colmy just skates over the pebbles and gets destroyed. I think we're going to a 5th one here.
I think
as
so.
Nongshim crumble.
Looks like another Game 5 here in our LCK/LCK Challengers playoffs. We've had so many this year, and looking for a back interrupt potentially here. Will not actually commit. But yeah, HH, their engage was so slow, so late. They don't zone Lucid out at all, and he's just able to flash in and take it away. Bay, yeah, be all right. But they should be able to take out both of these outer turrets here. So all outers down now for Nongshim. 3rd turret of the game here for D+. The gold lead for Nongshim was like 2,500. Now they're 4,000 in the hole. Excuse me, 5,000 nearly now.
Yeah.
And it's just off of these attempts here from Nongshim that are a little bit shaky here on these objective takes. And look at the build here from Calmy. Because he got that Oblivion Orb, his second item is so significantly delayed. If they actually had Nashor's Tooth, maybe you actually have enough damage where you can rush this Baron down fast enough to make sure that you can secure it. But Lucid just gets so close to the pit. And then, guess what? He's going in. He's on top of the Baron. Doesn't even need the flash to get into range. It's a 50-50 and HH. He has flash, but the position here is too awkward for him to actually commit forward until the last possible second where he knows he and his team are dead unless he gets a miracle engage, and he does not. And this interrupted.
Yeah. Thanatos gets the interrupt, and I don't even know whether it would have changed anything. To be
honest, probably not. It saved Thanatos, or rather saved Mihail from dying.
Well, that is a very, very nice seismic shove onto Vital, as Thanatos is going to be able to pull back Mihail here. Oh, that's a gigantic shard. And straight back into the open arms of the Aatrox, collected by Pulbay. Really beautiful play from the Talia as he weavers walls over, looks for Colmy, but he's going to Mega Cone his way out. Still, Extendo Beam ain't killing that wave, and this inner turret is not long for the world. D+ continuing to push forward. 7,000 on the Baron power play now. They were behind in gold when that Baron was started. And thanks to Nongshim, they're able to grab themselves so much money. Inhibitor going to go down in mid lane as well. All of the map control they could ever want. And now Soul Point on the cards if they want it.
Yeah, and I think the gold lead here is just so massive at this point that I don't think you can win this game anymore as Nongshim. You just don't have the power to set up for these fights. Everyone is just too ahead in even base stats. Like, the Aatrox is significantly accelerated to where if you're trying to get on top of him, he is going to be a problem. He has Edge of Night, so it's harder to even like engage on him or take him out. And Zeri has to be the real key factor in these fights with an Emperor's Divide. And this far behind, I just don't see it as, I mean, you could see what Thanatos could do to Mihail isolated in a 1v1 already here, and then he's picked off, Duskblade gets procced, and this is just in a skirmish in mid. Imagine a real 5v5 over an objective. The last time Nongshim decided to start that one up, they thought they had a good enough turn, but the turn wasn't there. Lucid just walked up and took it away. He's sitting on Randwins. I mean,
yeah, he's huge.
It's not a good time. I think you called it out earlier, we're going to 5. I think so. I just don't see any world in which Nongshim can come back here without a miraculous set of circumstances that shouldn't happen here.
It's going to need to be a pretty powerful pitch from D+ to really get that one out of here. It really is going to come down to a huge mistake if they are ever going to get back into this game. Because right now, D+, they have Inhibitor down in mid lane. They have Soul Point available. And now they can just suffocate Nongshim out of this jungle area. Their turn from Baron is absurdly good. So I think securing that for the next time around should be pretty comfortable. That's going to be in 1 minute and 45 seconds.
It's crazy to me that Calmy still doesn't have his Nashers. Like, how does he not have that? Like, it's 24, 25 minutes into the game. He only has 1 kill and an assist, but he's 20% or 20 CS over his counterpart ahead. And just that Oblivion Orb alone really slowing him down. Buys a control ward now and finally has the Nashers picked up, because without that, you just don't have enough damage here on 2 items there. You're full item behind this Kai'Sa.
And the fact is there's just so many threats, and the Nature's Grasp makes it so easy to follow up on anything as Rahel. You just press R and then, oh, I hit anyone with a W, I'll take anyone. Yeah, actually any target, I'll kill them.
It's working out pretty nicely, and feels like, I mean, I was not really singing the praises of this Kai'Sa that had kind of fallen out of vogue in the LCK at least, but is just kind of getting it done here in Challenger. 2 games in a row wielded by both sides of the Rift. 2-0-4 for him, 4-0-4 though for Poolbay, and he has just looked fantastic on this Talia. Might be worth a look in. Maybe the Ahri ban that we saw is kind of not it.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling that. I mean, to be fair, like his early game was pretty weak in game 3, but looking much better this time around, despite the deficit early on for D+, some clutch fights. And for me right now, though, even though his scoreline is 1-0-1, like it's probably an Aatrox vote for me. I thought his fight there on the Herald was what turned this game around for D+ in a big way. He's been a huge threat in sides, and even
I'm
when he
getting
isn't
into steal object too. That's where my vote's going.
But even if he hasn't been getting a ton of kills, he's been having such a huge impact. But yeah, I think the Lucid angle is definitely a good one too. He's really big in this game. The steal's been pretty nice.
Huh, he doesn't take damage. I guess there's that. I was like, oh, they've caught. No, they haven't. But never mind. Sand Soldier going to run away, as at least Nongshim do not lose anyone in this situation, but still, I don't like.
They won't gain anyone though either, will they?
How does this become okay? Is Weaver's Wall going to interrupt the Elastic Slingshot? Now Sounder, all he can do is flash, and he's not going to be able to do that. They just keep them out of the pit. They've got so many tools to do so. As Mihail going to get dove on top of by Rahel. This guy does a lot of damage with those auto attacks, and we can see it right there. Passive goes pop, and so does the Croc. And now Thanatos able to just run up this mid lane. They've got this inhibitor down already. 39 seconds on that one, so they're going to have to keep their eye on the timer a little because they could get trolled. Still, Sounder now looking for that angle. They don't have their Crocodile, but maybe there's a fight that they still have in them. Emperor's Divide still a powerful tool. Still 2 turrets here. The Pebbles are down. Yeah, the Zac flank ain't fantastic, though, because the Stretch Armstrong ain't finding anyone. Vital,
I think they're just hoping
to get out of there.
To get that inhib respawned, and that will happen. D+ not going to be able to take it out on spawn either. Completely pushed out of the base, and Nongshim lived to fight another day. Dragon up in 30. I mean, I don't know if that's really where you want to put your entire game 4 here, is on that Chemtech Soul, but where else are you really going to have a stand? Maybe if they just group up as 5 here and D+ make a mistake, that's how they get back into it. Speaking of mistakes, whoopsie there, but not going to be too impactful. I look at this fight as an opportunity that Nongshim probably thought they weren't going to have. And let's see.
Oh, Thanatos going to shield the stretchy arms. It'll be all right. Vital takes a blue buff, and now Lucid just standing stalwart in the front line. The unkillable monster tree. As they're now fighting for it. Mihail caught on the flank angle, but does have a slice, trying to keep Thanatos out of here. There's the Weaver's Wall, though, and look at this Wombo combo. Just so much CC. Sounder going to pop into all of these bloblets. They could theoretically teleport onto one of them, but they're not going to be able to. He just goes down. That is a dead Renekton as well. Emperor's Divide lands into the backline, but Call Me is just an afterthought. Vital, he's going to get chased down by Poolbay as well. The threat of volley is decent, but Vital's going to flash, trying to keep himself alive. Skates out of there, and he will live to tell the tale. However, he's going to have to do it from a dead Nexus, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll ultimately end up living here or not, because he's probably going to just walk towards him and try to clear waves. Who knows what he'll do. The game is 100% over no matter what choice he makes. He's going to heal up here and come over and watch the Nexus explode. See if he does live or not.
Even Poolbay not going to be falling down there. Still, Vital is going to cleanse to try and keep himself alive. This Nexus is not going to, though. That is going to be that. Silver Scrapes will erupt in Challenger once more, as D+ will get us to a deciding game.
5 games. We're going the distance, and D+ really bringing it back here in a big way in this one. And I got to vote. I totally forgot about that. And I'm sticking with my guns on this one. I think you could have given it to a lot of people. I do agree with the Lucid choice. I think you could also make an argument for Holbei for how good his Weaver's walls were. The interrupt on the Zac jump earlier, pretty unconventional way of interrupting that one, but this was really good positioning for Vital in this fight. He kites back to the choke point and will be able to take out the Alistar, but the rest of his team is left by the wayside. They can't skate over walls like he can. And yeah, he does survive to watch his Nexus explode, but won't be able to make the impact he needed to here. And this time, the Talia and the Maokai made huge impacts early. This time, Sounda spent the entire early game trying to punish Thanatos and came up completely empty. Couldn't actually lock him down, couldn't kill him. Got his turret eventually, but the bottom side went so well while they were committing everything to trying to get this Aatrox and just not finding that success.
Richie35, stop being mean, dude. It's not very nice.
What did he do this time?
He just said Cast is making him sleepy. Didn't you just suggest going to watch the Korean broadcast?
Yeah,
Why
get
didn't
out
you
of
go
here,
do
man.
that? Like, we don't, seriously. Like, what? Oh, man.
Unless that's what you're trying to do. Like, I mean, we're happy to, like, if you got your tablet, like, propped up next to your pillow, you're, like, laying in bed, you know, you're having a good night. Like, we're here for you.
Yeah, but the Korean stream really does want you there. Don't you worry about that. Nongshim, they do have Vital doing a lot of damage, but it doesn't really matter if it's all poured into a front line made up of this gigantic titanium tree of destiny, who just absorbed absolutely everything, and there was nothing they could really do. I think that the Thanatos vote, absolutely fantastic. His Aatrox, just so good, and he will pick it up 3-0-2 in the end. But Wolf, you were ready to do it when he was sitting at 1 kill. Like, the guy was just like so pivotal in that fight around the Herald that really won them the game.
Yeah, I mean, just so much pressure absorbed on the top side of the map too, and they utilized this pick yesterday quite well. And I was not sure why we weren't seeing it today in particular, but when he was given the opportunity in this 4th game to clutch it out, he did. Now we're going to a 5th one. Nongshim will have side selection, but it's all going to come down to this. Will Nongshim grab another summer title leading into the offseason, or will it be D+, the team that was so consistent, the most consistent, strongest, highest peaking team of the entire year? That was stopped last summer as well. That's what we're going to find out.
Exactly, and don't worry, Chronicler. It's just not happening. He's gone. He is gone. Thanatos is not, and he's going to be back for game number 5. We have got a whole bunch of Silver Scrapes here in Challenger. I think we basically replace the entire playlist with Silver Scrapes. We might even change the backing track of Summoner's Rift.
We might
to Silver Scrapes.
Oh, we're not even might. We are going to get one more do as well.
We are. It's going to happen. We'll see what we can do. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, that ultimate game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to League of Legends Champions Korea Chroniclers League, as it has been dubbed, I'm pretty sure, or Chroniclers Life. Not entirely sure.
That's the real one.
LCK Chroniclers Life, we are back, we are ready, and it is time for Game 5. Silver Scrapes, hope you enjoyed it, hope you loved it, hope you lapped it up. We've been hearing a fair bit of it so far this year, to be perfectly honest. And we're about to wrap up said year, but before that, we got to wrap up this series because one of these teams is going to create history. D plus Kia wanted to get
you know, the monkey off their back, as it were. They were trumped by a Nongshim this exact position last year. They may not have to do it once again.
Well, we'll see what happens in that final game. There's no Din to push down and end the game 0-7 on the Jax this time around, but I think Nongshim definitely a little bit exposed and around the draft a little bit here. I think the Rel, if is banned in this last game, I'm worried about what they're going to do because they seem so reliant on it because either HH is controlling every single team fight and he's winning every single fight, or he's late and he's not making an impact and the team is just like waiting for his Rel engage. Like it seems like everything is all about him. And if they win this, he's probably going to be my finals MVP for Nongshim because in the 2 wins we've seen from him so far, I thought he was super pivotal. And he's just been great all series long, even in losses. Yeah. On the side of D+, it's a little bit of a tougher conversation we will have if they win this final game. Blue side has been picked. It's confirmed. So once again, Nongshim is going to have that first pick advantage. Hopefully it's not used for a Kai'Sa, but we'll have to wait and see.
And it has worked out in the last couple of games for either team. So it might just be that we're going to see another Kai'Sa first pick. It might be banned away this time. We may see a Kai'Sa-less game. Could be crazy. Just have to find out. DK fans in the audience, and in fact, the WDG arena kind of just full to the brim. Saw a bunch of fans waiting outside earlier on today, and they are in for a treat here as we head towards the final one. I kind of like this camera, by the way. It feels like a different one. It's like got a lot warmer light.
Yeah.
You know, it feels a little bit retro. It's kind of cool. I'm into it.
I'm into it as well. Getting this close-up shot here.
Thanatos ready to take some names once again. Remember what he looked like? Stoic before the previous game. He is still looking the same way. Maybe he'll just get Aatrox again and obliterate. We'll just have to see.
Yeah. Nongshim fans here on the other side, and a lot of people ready to believe. And Vital fan there is what she's pointing out, that arrow. And Call Me fan there on the left. We will see what happens in this final one because a lot of momentum taken away from them, but they don't look like they are feeling it. Sound looking very happy still.
This is also like, this is a team that are pretty psyched to even be here right now, right? Like, they have not had very much time, even in Challenger. And already up to this point, of course, Vital's career is a much more storied one than his teammates. But that is just the one guy. Everybody else is pretty fresh. Not as fresh as Thumb, but still. Very, very interested in what this draft is going to look like, what the adaptations are going to be in the final game of this series. See who can take it down, whether Nongshim will once again write history themselves, or whether it's going to be D+ here after an incredible start to this season, looking nigh untouchable. Fell off the horse a little bit towards the end there, but looking fine. And honestly, if you win this last game, everything else can be forgiven.
I agree. I think so. But if you lose it, it's going to feel tragic. Final draft, Nongshim back on blue side. Let's see if the mid bans continue to be the same way they have been. LeBlanc first. We'll see if Nico goes, or if they'll ban the Ahri. Last time they did it in the second phase, which definitely was not the right choice. Vi is gone. Sejuani taken away one more time, and Maokai. See if D+ want to ban that on red here. Gonna take the Xayah first.
And they did, that was their adaptation, was to ban it away. The Jace, once again, taken off the board here by Nongshim, so they're following the same playbook. There's the Tristana ban. And
so
I
Maokai
really...
or Rel?
Well, I mean, Maokai, Rel, or Kai'Sa. And it's probably going to be Kai'Sa because that's what happened the last time they won. And D+ did it as well. But now, what if they just picked Maokai, Rel and said,
I thought about
move?
that. Yeah, I thought about that because be strong in the bottom lane, but I think they'll probably just pick Maokai Alistair instead. Or Zeri first. Take the Maokai because they already have the Kai'Sa lock in.
Yep.
We'll see the Pull Bay lock in the Zeri for Rahel. And now Rel, definitely going to get locked in for Nongshim. As it feels like we're kind of running it back multiple times here, and the series has kind of been, I don't want to call it deja vu because each game has looked slightly different, but the same kind of identity is there. D Plus have their Maokai for objective control. Nongshim looking for more long range, hard engage, Rel, Kaisa, all in with the Azir follow-up. And that's just, we're bringing it back.
I actually would love to see Poolbay actually just lock Talia. I actually think it's more important to have that.
Ooh, that's not a Zeri.
Okay, that's an Aphelios. So this has been picked a lot for lane dominance, but it's when it's picked with Lulu that you have that. Alistair doesn't really offer him anything. And so we'll just have to see how this one's going to be played out, because this is Rahel's best champion by like a country mile.
Yeah.
It is massive how much more impressive he is when he gets his hands on the Aphelios, even if it has been repeatedly nerfed, his items nerfed, all the stuff nerfed.
Aatrox's gone, so is the...
Talia. It needs to be Talia.
Gotta be Talia, right? I think it absolutely should be. I think you're way less worried about Ahri with Aphelios and Ahri Maokai.
Yeah. No, I would 100%
I know Poolbay is
agree.
fantastic
Yeah,
at it, but like this pick is way more relevant, way more meta right now, and they do take it away. Now, Poolbay could still play Ahri, and I won't like it that much, although it has been quite nice into Rel in the past if you can play it perfectly. I don't think they'll do it, though.
No, I hope that they hold counterpick for Thanatos, though. I think that making sure that he is in a good matchup is absolutely pivotal. The Ahri going to be considered, and maybe we'll learn as to why Nongshim have been repeatedly banning this champion. I don't necessarily feel like Ahri is like a checkmate matchup into Azir or anything like that. We have seen it picked into this matchup many, many times, but does need a little bit of getting going, and alongside a Maokai, it doesn't exactly make you feel amazing.
Yeah. Okay, is Renekton here? I think it's going to be Cassante for Thanatos, and the Nautilus is left open. They'll Rel jungle for the first time with the Viego ban. I think this is definitely going to be a Cassante pick. Oh, I say that, though.
I would like this a lot more, actually.
Real side lane threat.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra range, and I feel like the Gnar with Ahri makes you feel like at least you have multiple different threats to set up for this Aphelios. The Cassante is just kind of a big set of HP and resistances that gives the Aphelios room to work with and kind of nullifies some of those Renekton advantages you can get early on in the lane, but the Gnar, I just didn't think he'd be willing to play it. I didn't think he'd be able to pull a Kana, you know, and say, I'm going to play Gnar here. And
bit of a Zeus.
Bit of a Zeus as well, especially in this meta. Zeus being the one who plays a lot more, but the Ahri, I think, is the X factor here. Could either be extremely successful and Poolbay pulls it off, because, I mean, I associate picks like Ahri and like Akali with Poolbay, even though they've both fallen out of the meta massively. He's just so good at it that they've respect banned it so many times. And even though they don't think it's strong, because of his mastery of the champion, maybe they could pull something off here that you just don't expect. Maokai, Ahri, not a ton of great synergy there, but make a mistake, maybe you can find something. Against Azir, I think it's going to be tough, though.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that Nongshim, they have the draft that feels recent, and D+ have a draft that looks like it could be from a year ago, but still, I think that there is a lot of power. There is so much comfort as well. Like Thanatos on Gnar, very, very comfortable there. Poolbay loves Ahri. Aphelios is by far Rahel's best pick. I mean, Thumbs, Alistair, he's played at every game so far this series, and Lucid's looked great on the Maokai as well. I think this is how you draft for a Game 5. You give your players the champions that they want to play and the champions that they've been able to perform on in the past, because honestly, anything goes in a Game 5, and there is fatigue starting to kick in, all of this stuff. Both of these teams ready to try and pick up that trophy. We need to know whether that cup is full of noodles or full of car keys, and we're going to find out after this game, after our final do-do-do-do of the season. We had to just go with the classic.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. That's how you send out the do-do-do-doos. You give it exactly the correct do-do-do-do for the moment. And there it is. You can't eat car keys. That is very true, cheesecakes. 100%. And Pizza Good Yum, we're glad that you agree.
I have seen them served alongside graham crackers, but just as a garnish type, you know.
Ah.
Yeah.
Graham cracker, ramen?
No, car keys.
Ah, car keys. Okay, got it. Call Me is already having a little bit of a less than fun time. But just going to set up some Sand Soldiers, and Nongshim are going to go for a very early invade and just grab themselves this blue buff. Lucid starting red, so he'll be fine, but it might be a 3 buff.
Yeah, looking like a 3 buff situation here for sure. Sounda waiting until game 5 to pull out this Rel. And notice also HH on the Nautilus. It's the other pick I really associate with him next to Rel when Nautilus was king of the bot lane. He's also 8-2 on this pick. And Nongshim have a really good record. That's one of the better ones. Rahel, you mentioned his 11-4, but Pulbe 9-1 on this Ahri pick with so many Ahri Vi games for D+. And this time he doesn't have that. This time he doesn't have the Vi. But we'll see how he does. Obviously in lane here, putting on the pressure early.
Looks like he's feeling pretty good. As you can see, 90% win rate. That's it's a clean one, the 9-1. It's good when it's an out of 10, because that one's easy to calculate. Pulbe played most of these games during the massive like Ahri meta, the Ahri Vi meta like you were talking about, and when this team was just straight up winning everything that ever came in front of them. It's been a little bit less of that recently, as now Sounder moving over, running pretty quick, but we'll have Pulbe move towards the Fog of War. Means that charm is a little bit more dangerous, as Lucid now moving towards the top side. And I love this, blue to blue. Lucid is going to come on in, but Mihail has control of his wave, and they should be able to pressure Lucid out of here.
Yeah, this works out so well that Pulbe is winning this lane as much as he is, so Lucid can still be somewhat relevant in this game and still come around here and see what he can find and try to get some additional vision here, as he does put that ward in the blue buff pit, but won't be able to stop him from taking that one away. So Lucid is just going to have to red to red here after Raptors. Call me. Gets charmed.
Nice
I mean,
charm.
this is Pulbe just getting the maximum value out of his mana bar here with the corrupting pot that he picked up here at level 1.
Ooh, now Lucid's got a couple of choices. Vital has gone for a tempo back. He's grabbed himself his Cull, and it looks like it's going to be red that's going to be taken. Double H, you can see, is just down here trying to hold the wave as best he can. But Lucid can get here right as Vital is moving back. And if a gank timing does come through, that could be really dangerous.
The opposite could happen as
Lucid's
well.
going to be able to steal it away. Hook is going to barely miss. Great sidestep from Lucid.
That was great by Lucid.
Oh, that's a flash. They're still going to look for this one, though, as Vital's flashing the wall. Lucid will be taken down, and that is first blood. And Vital says thanks for the double red buffs, I guess.
And also double scuttle now going to go over to Nongshim as well, as Sounda comes over here and will secure this one. This is a huge swing for Nongshim here, and it looked so good for Lucid. He secures the red buff, he dodges the hook, but unfortunately the flash over the wall is going to get the root, and HH, look at that, sidestep comes through. HH knows, okay, if he paths over to the right side here, I should be able to get up that root, and then can follow up, of course, Vital with the Q to take him out. And then double scuttle goes over to Sounda, 8 CS ahead. Those 2 extra buffs and that red buff, as you were mentioning, goes over to Vital. Everything coming up here, Nongshim in the early game. The mid lane was looking a little bit better here for the side of D+, but with no corrupting potions, and ooh, even the interrupt here.
Yeah.
That Doran's ring is getting its worth in gold.
Really nicely done. Call Me actually salvaging this lane in a big way, largely because of Pulbe roaming over to try and help out. Wasn't actually able to do so. And the fact that Lucid has to still flash and then still dies is real insult to injury, because if he just flashes that wall immediately, he's out of there. It's scot-free, right? But not to be the case, and now Nongshim going to take the first Drake of the game. It's a Chemtech as well. We are guaranteed to be spared the wrath of Orcs in this game, as that's a flash from Thumb, but the flash in response there from Vital immediately, sorry, from Double H immediately, is now Sounder. It's going to get charmed up and destroyed. Lucid going to grab that one. Hex flash from Double H as he finds a hook on the back end, but their health bars are so low. Vital still trying to get the damage, but Thumb gets a beautiful, beautiful pulverize, and he walks out to tell the tale. The flash over, the headbutt's there though, and Call Me's not going to get it. He might go down as well, but never mind. He shifts the sands and he will be all right, as give Thumb MVP. It's happening.
I'd love to see how much experience Call Me had there, because He attempts to get on top of the Alistair there to secure the kill, and if he was about to get 6 off of that, it could have been pivotal, but I don't think he was anywhere close. He actually teleports bottom lane here, and Nongshim very well aware of the fact that they are down a member here, and they commit the teleport, and yet still heavily commit to taking the Drake and the subsequent fight as Thumb. He hits the knock up here and gets out despite the Sand Soldier, just walks it out, and then we see an attempt here from Calmy to secure the kill. And I don't think he was close enough to 6 to where that would have given him an opportunity to turn this around. Would have at least given him some gold, but now he's down Flash. So both of these mid laners, no Flash available. Does have the 6 now, but man, I think Nongshim could have been happy to just let that Drake go. They did not need to try to further the lead, because now the lead is much smaller than it was before in terms of gold. And I'd go as far as to say I think D+ are back in the advantage.
Oh yeah, they're feeling much better after that one. Some CS leads for the mid and bottom lane. You can see also Mihail is ahead as well. But I think that it's going to turn as the mid game rolls around. And I think early team fights around Rift Heralds, things like this, especially if DK can get that first initial pick. First and initial. It's redundant, but it's. I'm just trying to really prove the point and really hammer it home. Spallbait secures the cannon. Very important. Sound are going to move over. And Lucid looking to start off the dragon himself.
Rahel, he's got that red buff now, so he's feeling very happy about this advantage.
The longevity of this red buff is quite large.
Just continues to stick around here. Lucid down a level, so doesn't have Nature's Grasp, but they have the numbers advantage. And I don't think that Calmy should be here with no Flash.
Yeah, can he shift the sense? The question, the answer is no. Emperor's Divide is going to be avoided by the Twisted Advance. Gorgeous play from Lucid. And DK, I think they can now take the Drake.
Nongshim, don't lose your game 5 over this Chemtech Dragon. You want it so badly. It's the most anyone's ever wanted a Chemtech Drake, but it's a Aphelios with red-white. You don't have Flash on your Azir, and even though he's got Emperor's Divide, you're just playing with fire, trying to hard force this. And yes, Sounda did have experience advantage because he took that 2-buff lead earlier, got the double scuttle, etc. But there's no Magnet Storm setup. You're still early game. You don't have any items. Not going to be able to make that work, and now going to be able to try to secure this Rift Hill topside. It looks like they will be successful, but Lucid now with 6 can try to stop these players from getting to their turret here. It's a similar situation, but this time no one to bail them out.
Oh, they do get information as Nongshim moving over at exactly the same time. Thumb going to be standing, sees this control ward go down. 2 plates already for Rahel with this Crescendum armed and ready. That is a lot of damage to this turret, and the Rift Herald will be picked up, so maybe... Oh, never mind, that's 3. That's 3, so it's just not worth. As they get the Drake, they get themselves the plates on the bottom side of the map. Next one going to be a mountain, so we're looking at Cloud, Hextech, Infernal, or Ocean. Ocean would be the least fun.
Would be the most thematic for what we've seen so far this series.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But I look at this game state now as... Yeah, you got Herald, probably going to drop it mid, probably going to give the Azir some additional gold, and you got the local gold for the Herald, so the gold advantage here looking actually much less bad, I think, for Nongshim than it could normally look here, and when the crash comes through, they'll get some of that back, but look at this huge wave Rahel is going to catch after getting all those plates bottom side. I really think D+ have a nice advantage here, and the next fight is going to be really critical for Nongshim. Need to make sure they're set up properly. They're going to have summoners this time. Azir should be able to make an impact, and that's going to be very telling, because if they lose this one while also heavily committing like the last one, then it's kind of like there's no steam for this train. You know, there's no way for them to actually come back in this game, because it's still dead even gold right now, but I like the advantages here so much more for D+. But there's still one really good fight here for Nongshim if they can win it. The Cull's coming online. Shiv's done now for Vital. We got one more big shot at this in 3 minutes time.
See whether they go for it and see whether they can actually find some success as D+ do move towards that gold advantage that we were waiting for. Finally getting some control in some of these lanes, mainly mid lane and top, where Thanatos has really come into his own. Got his steel caps, in fact, identical builds for both of our top laners, which is quite interesting. Thumb coming over looking to try and clear out some vision as stun does get put down. Nice little pulverize though. He's going to say no to any sort of aggression. And he's still at headbutt at the ready, of course. So everything would have been fine. Lucid moving on over. And like you mentioned, 2.5 minutes. That's going to be the next fight. And this is that mid lane Herald that you also mentioned. Going to be coming down, grabbing Call Me some money.
Oh, look at that last one.
Yeah, last plate should go over. As Lucid going to avoid the stun, but the hook is going to come through. Nice Bramble Smash as the Nature's Grasp is going to come through. Call Me going to get locked down by that one. Great charm from Poolbay there as well. As Double H is in trouble, DK just pile on top of the Nautilus. And now Call Me finds an Emperor's Divide, shifts the sands, but Thumb is still there. Stun is good though from Sounder to get themselves out of trouble, but they still lose Double H and lose all control of the river.
Thumb 100% KP. He wraps all the way around through vision there and makes the play happen there. They get the ult flash out of the Azir. And D+, this early game is arguably since game one their best yet. And I mean, it's looking pretty disastrous here for Nongshim because we don't even get to have that fight on Dragon that I was talking about here now be the deciding factor as Lucid here gets caught, but he's Maokai, and there's a follow-up with Thumb wrapping around down here on the bottom side. The ward comes in, and then HH is taken out, and Call Me has to flash, and then ult. And he hits Lucid there, so he is able to escape.
Very
shows up
lucky.
late. Yeah,
like
very
he was
lucky.
right on the edge. So that could have been way worse if Lucid wasn't actually caught by that one. Nicely played. Leandri's now completed here for Call Me, not going for the crown. He's not really a crown believer, and I kind of like it. Because it does feel underwhelming with the lack of damage that you do have at your disposal.
One of the big questions we had going into this was going to be what Poolbay puts together. The observer zoomed in on it. He does decide to go for the Everfrost after some contemplation there. Might still go for some additional damage second, like a Cosmic Drive in this game, but with the lead that they have, I don't think he has to really overforce getting damage because they've got a Gnar, who's another threat. They've got this Fed Aphelios. So I don't think that as D+ here, you're too worried about some of the weaknesses of Ahri, actually, because she's so relevant already, and the CC is alone potentially going to be enough to push this mid-game forward. That Dragon is spawning now in 10 seconds, and looks like Nongshim are still going to try to contest, but they don't have any control, any advantages here whatsoever. No flash for Call Me. Vital sitting on a Shiv.
Thanatos does have his teleport available, but he's going to start roaming down now as well. Mihail going to get there first, so Nongshim should have initial control of the pit. Still, Orbit Deception coming on through there as now Vital is going to tag Rahel as he moves up. Poolbay and Thanatos getting into the area. Thanatos' Narbar is in a great position right now as Vital standing on top of a ward. Not a lot of people actually available here, and he can also turn up in a moment's notice as the charm is going to go wide. Very important for that one. As we do have a crash down. Great headbutt there from Thumb, but the hook is going to connect now. We do see Lucid throw out the ultimate. Moonlight Vigil is decent as well. Vital at full health, and the tree is going to go down. Rahel moves to red-white. There's the Emperor's Divide, but the Flash Wallop is going to cut down the Azir. And now Thumb might be the next one to fall. Vital is going to lock that one up with a great Killer Instinct. But still, D+ fighting for their lives and fighting strong. They do go 2 for 2, I believe, in the trade, but DK, with control of the pit, should be able to lock this one down. More Void Seekers coming in, but teleport. Okay, let's see how this one goes as we do have the flash out. And now Mihail wants to find Rahel. No summoner spells left available, but he does have red white gun still going to be taken down. Mihail looking for more as Thanatos eats a Q, but he's going to throw a boomerang back and will be able to get himself to safety. So Nongshim lose out on the Drake, but they do get an extra kill.
Still advantage D+ here, and the positioning is so good for Rahel. Lucid setting up the defense here with Thumb's headbutt there. And look at Rahel. He's over the wall. He knows he just needs a few more shots of this Infernum to unlock the white. And once he has Crescendum here, he is ready to actually pop off. And they front to back this so beautifully through Thanatos' Narbar. Miao has to get his way out of here. And Vital is just not going to be able to make the same impact at this point in the game as Aphelios sitting on the Shiv alone and a little bit of AP. He had like a Codex in this fight. And then they are going to be able to take Rahel out here, and it is going to be a big shutdown on this Aphelios. And it does, I believe, go to Vital. But at the end of the day, still huge advantage to D+. Now, good things for Nongshim, shutting down the Aphelios, and it is that Ocean Soul.
Oh, man.
I told you.
Yeah, you called it. You knew what was going to happen. Sometimes you can't have two nice things. And maybe it's because the gameplay is going to be so good, we don't want to be distracted by other slightly more relevant souls. And so, therefore, it is just, we're going to keep it baseline.
So now, if you look at the gold for Vital, with those 2 kills he picked up and the shutdown, he went from Codex to, okay, got Nashor's Tooth. That's a huge spike. Now he can
evolve his W, which he has, and can put some serious poke on in these fights. And Gold Lead goes back to Nongshim here, actually despite D+ winning the first part of that fight and getting the objective.
Yeah, my issue is like where the money's at, right? And you can see Poolbay is sitting at 3-0-3. This Ahri is actually going to be a problem. Ahri can be so forgettable if you don't get these early leads. So it's really, really important that they can have these scrappy fights in this earlier stage of the game and lock it down. And yeah, they get the Rift Herald, but the gold is going to go back towards DK with this turret falling down on the bottom side. That's first turret blood going over to Thanatos as well, who will be that split push threat. So opening up control of the map and also just making sure that they have full control of all these dragons is going to work out for D+ as far as getting that map control and getting ownership here.
My concern for Nongshim rather than Gold and where the gold is just their team fighting has not looked clean. Their setup hasn't been as good, and D+ have such a controlling composition, especially with that Ahri lead you're talking about. Now, they will grab some gold here with this mid turret going down, so that's an additional turret worth of money. But D+ have just been so much more clean on the fights, and Lucid wants to try to help deny this charge, but they are not going to be able to. And the thing is, like, Nongshim, when they're winning fights, it's scrappy. It's a surprise, like, haha, you thought it was done, but teleport in. And it feels like kind of a gotcha moment. But D+ have just looked like they've been in control from start to finish, and that's what I'm most concerned about. Nongshim need to have one clean fight, because as the longer this game goes on, if you lose every fight to this Aphelios, Ahri, if you get picked, those death timers get longer. You won't be able to have those gotcha moments as much anymore.
Ooh, Mahal, he's in trouble. Lucid moving on up. And they get vision. Lucid, I don't even think he needs to press an R button. Gets a Bramble Smash as Mahal is going to dominance under the turret. Now Sounder looking for Poolbay. Everfrost does come through. They deal with the turret first. They will be able to take that one. That means that they're not able to kill the Ahri, but still, not a lot of places for the Fox Lady to hide now.
Pretty big win here for Nongshim, dealing with the top side and then making the cross map into a success. They don't get the kill.
Whoa.
Oh, HH.
Not sure how that hook landed.
That's a holy heck.
Yeah, that is a big, big old holy heck. Sometimes anchors are a finesse object. Okay, Vital. Headbutt is going to come forward. Emperor's Divide is just going to sweep up the Aphelios. The thumb going to be taken down as well as the double comes in for Colmy. Lucid now in trouble and they're fighting a losing battle. Poolbay looks for the Everfrost but doesn't find it. And Thanatos is going to go down. The little mini Gnar not doing anything and Poolbay will be shut down. Can he get anything off the back end? No, he can't. Still the shutdown goes to Double H, who gives us the old thumbs up. And there's that fight you were looking for, Wolf.
I mean, look, I said, like, okay, they don't seem to have control. The setup isn't very good for them, but they get two big wins in a row. The survival top side, and then HH just on the edge of this. Procs the Glacial Augment here, gets the slow, and then the follow-up here from the Kai'Sa allows them to close the gap with this TP coming through. Vital waits the last possible second. Yeah. And this is a disaster, right? Vital picks up an additional assist here. It's a double. And then what can you do here is Poolbay. Like, there's no impact you can make. Thanatos, if he had Gnar, this is a fantastic turn, but he didn't. He's popped the passive there from this Kai'Sa. Once again, a shutdown to the support, but still taking away a lot of the control over the map here. Now, what was a small gold lead here is a 4,500 gold lead, and they were gotcha moments, right? It wasn't a straight-up team fight. It wasn't a 5v5 over an objective, but cross-map win, straight-up skirmish win here, and D+, they used a lot to try to salvage it. Poolbay's teleport is down now as well. Nongshim will get the first dragon for them of the game. I still think there's a chance here for D+. They still have a great composition. This Aphelios, though, is now so far behind after what was a fantastic start for Rahel.
Yeah, it's feeling like a Vital diff for me in this game. He might even move up towards MVP territory in my mind, even though it is the Kai'Sa. It doesn't feel like a great vote when you put it in. But it's going to feel good for me to vote for OCE talent, know what I'm saying?
There you go. There you go. Where's Arthur?
Yeah, exactly. Where is my boy? There's so many, you know. Who was there was the guy who played Raze? Raze, yeah. who played for Kongu Monster.
That was a while back.
Yeah, that was definitely a while back. He went back and played for, I think, Direwolves as well. I think Direwolves the one that imported everyone. They just basically, they were the ones with first dibs, as it turned out.
Well, if there was a Wolf in D+'s name, they would be Dire right now, as this is not looking great here after what was a great start. Just like Game 2, you know, you had all the advantages, your early team fights looked better,
yeah.
And then just a few really clutch plays from Nongshim, and they're back in the game. And you mentioned this before the series started. Nongshim are a team that knows the map. They make these proactive plays so well, and both of their wins were just that, proactivity.
Finding those moments. Double H just knew. He was like, we know where everyone is. Mathematically, this is the right play to just try and hard force this because we have the teleports. We can get there, make the skirmish happen. It absolutely did. As D+ will at least be able to try and clear out some vision. And Thanatos forced to hop away.
What's so cool about this to me is like both Jiwoo and Vital got to show different types of growth this year. You know, Vital got pulled back down as Jiwoo came up. He had a really cool champion pool, right? He was very strategic, very decisive player. And Vital's proven himself in a completely different league, a completely different type of environment with a younger support, right?
Yeah.
Less experienced than Peter. And this roster has really come together. Call Me and Colleagues kind of trading mid, Call Me coming up towards the end. And Nongshim haven't won it yet, but what a story it is for two completely different rosters against what has been de facto our strongest roster since DRX split up last year.
Sounder just going to wander in here.
He knows, again, he's got numbers advantage with the rest of Nongshim around here. Nara's bottom side would need some time to TP in, and they're just so ahead.
Yeah, and he's also so tanky, I guess you can just kind of like wander around and be happy. Radiant Virtue now completed, and he's heading for his Sunfire Cape. Top outer turret going to be taken as well, and this is what Nongshim does really, really well, is just control of taking turrets in the mid game, where they allow themselves to extend their gold leads. You can see 4-1, and this is not the first time this has happened in this series, where they've just known where to put people to make sure that they make that structural money. Even against a champion so good at controlling area like
good
the
macro.
Narco.
It's just good macro, you know, and I didn't think that we would be saying that about this team that spent so much of this year being the wild and wonky draft team. You just don't know what's coming into straight up standard, great play around the map. Sure, some of the setup on objectives, very Nongshim in that it's like, we're going, even though it doesn't make sense. But when they're ahead, they're going the right places. And speaking of going, they might find Pulbe here on a back.
Yep, Call Me is not going to get stunned by the Everfrost, but the charm is going to connect. But how many people are required to take him down? He's going to go golden, but that is a see or death mode. Never mind. All right, they find a hook onto Lucid. Emperor's Divide used just defensively here as Mihail dives in. Now tries to slice out, but it's not going to work. The 5-man Magnet Storm, though, will destroy the Aphelios. Thumb is trying to tank, but it's not going to work. The flash forward from Double H, and that is a double here as the Kaiser dives into the backline. That's a triple kill for Vital. And Nongshim, I think, are going to be your challenger champions.
I think so, and you know what? I don't know who's going to get MVP, but I think it's going to be one of the two players in the bottom lane because these two guys have definitely been the heroes of the series, the most consistent. You didn't ban the Rel, you let the Kai'Sa through again, and they're just ripping through D+ here. Fantastic setup there with HH. Sounda on the Magnet Storm engaged there, though. And, I mean, this is peak engaged Nongshim going in on the chase.
And it looked like such an overforce, Wolf.
Yeah, it really did. At the beginning of this, you're like, okay, Pulbe, we're chasing him too far. He's got Spirit Rush. He stopwatches the knock up here, gets out, flashes. There's a teleport and Nature's Grasp. And you're like, nah, this can't work, right? There's no way. And look at this follow-up. Magnet Storm is going to be so huge here. Bam. 4 and then 5 on Pulbe. The Aphelios is dead. HH.
How did that W hit the Aphelios in the middle of the fight as well?
Crazy.
It's just ludicrous.
I have nothing but respect for what this team has been able to do after such a huge deficit in this early game. 8,000 gold ahead. Nongshim, you just can't quantify it, you can't explain it, but you know these guys are going to make the right calls. Lucid now trapped.
Oh no, Emperor's Divide going to push him back once again. The Magnet Storm going to be used just onto the jungler because they just need that one pick to guarantee control. Thanatos split pushing towards the top side, but he's raking in the bounty gold because they're so far behind. And HH just wandering the rift. Sound are going to be able to lock down this second Drake for themselves as well.
To be honest, if I had a vote for most improved player of the entire year, by the way, it'd probably be Sounda.
Oh, 100%.
He is just so good right now. And yeah, I had a bit of a shaky Viego earlier on in game 1, but when he's been on the Rel, and obviously that second Viego game, he really looks so comfortable. He is going to be able to take out this dragon the second of the game here for Nongshim, so not that significant of an objective, but they have the Baron buff, they have map control in every lane. 16,000 damage on this Azir this time too. Call Me finally getting his chance to shine.
And they really committed to playing this Azir every single game. This is the first time he's used this skin though, the original skin to be released alongside base Azir. So going for that one, I like it. You know, mix up the colors and have a much better performance. It's a 9,000 gold lead. Cannot fault that. It must have been skin change power. Absolutely love that. Bit of a chameleon here. As Pulbe going to be trying to face off against that exact Azir here in this top lane. They do have a few people in the area, but you can see the vision for Nongshim is just suffocation. And I don't think they're winning right now off this Baron push. That's only got another 35 seconds to go, but they are just poised with full control. And this composition from DK, it is glorious in mid-game team fights to try and build a snowball. But at this point, moving towards 27 minutes into the game, I feel like Azir Kai'Sa, and especially with all the engage power of this Rel, so hard.
So low range into Azir, into Kai'Sa poke. And if you try to close that gap, the turn for Sounda on this Rel is just phenomenal. Ooh, gotta be dodging those, at least he is thus far. His death cap is on the way here for Vi. I don't know if this game lasts long enough for him to finish it though.
Now, he's still got an unbroken stopwatch, so why build a Zhonya's if you may not even need it? As, yep, Thanatos almost gets half health. He's got a wit's end. So he even, like, it's not stacked, but, like, he does have magic resist.
Yeah.
Just doesn't really look like it, because this Kai'Sa is so fed.
Next one?
Oh, God, okay, thank goodness. Hitbox is a little bit smaller.
Base is disappearing, though.
Yeah, they're just going to use the depth charge to make sure that Thumb cannot defend, and then Sounder crashes his way out. Nongshim, they will just break open the base.
And I think a lot of the
reset.
people who watched this series and watched some of D+ leading up into our grand final will blame Thumb. But if you blame Thumb for this best of 5, you just weren't watching.
Yeah, you weren't.
You just weren't watching.
Nope.
If I see anybody say like, oh yeah, well D+ they just couldn't get it done because of Thumb, you weren't watching because he got it done in all 5 games. But it isn't enough here, unfortunately, for D+ as 4,000 gold advantage here in the 80 carry role. The Aphelios had an advantage. Just to contextualize this further for everyone. Look at how ahead he is from the rest of the team as well. Rahel, but it's just a mega gap there in terms of the itemization. Death cap is done. Everyone's got stopwatches.
Okay, this is like the most absurd power spike as well because it's such an accelerated death cap on top of it all. My God. Okay, well, now if anyone gets hit with a W, maybe they just die? I don't know.
Pretty much everyone is 2-shot, maybe not Gnar.
Okay, yeah, Lucid is still able to take a little bit, like he's got 2 items that have magic resist.
He's got double
them.
MR and Merc Treads. So maybe he doesn't instantly die, but almost everyone else gets 2-shot.
Yeah.
That isn't Gnar or the very tanky Maokai.
Thumb might be able to take one through ult. He might be fine there. Just presses R before he gets hit.
Banshee's Veil for Pulbe.
Oh no!
Banshee's Veil!
It's the most cursed Ahri build. Oh, it's a disaster. That's not what you wanted to see. I really like the Cosmic Drive idea, something with a little bit of extra oomph. It's okay to build Everfrost, but you don't need to build everything defensive. As Sounder now taking a fair bit of damage, Rahel still requires a little bit of respect as that boomerang is going to go wide. And DK, they do punish Sounder for a slight overextension, but the longer Nongshim keep them here, the more control that they will acquire of the Baron area when the Baron's going to be up in 34 seconds.
Mihail split off and pushed that bottom wave, so they should be able to kite back and go to this Baron on spawn here. The inhibitor lives, which is really frustrating, but they at least have this Sundis turret for buffer with some additional vision set up across all entry points to the Baron pit, so they can just group up here and sort of poke towards any approaching members here. Vital, I actually love that. Even though it looks like he's in a risky spot because he's Kai'Sa, they have so much vision, he could just constantly check and harass and slow any approach while the rest of the team groups up here. Baron spawns in 5. Now, D+, they just have to run towards the Baron with no information. That's the only real option here for them. And because this inhibitor is alive, they can get back a little bit of control here of mid. It's not over till it's over. Sounda on the flank, though.
Oh man, this is very scary. Pulbe gonna get control water, doesn't find the charm. Banshees needs to be popped before there can be that rel engage.
High value.
They haven't moved into this this Brambleback pick because it hasn't actually spawned or anything like that. There's no reason to go over there. And so the Rel continues to be unseen. Thumb, I mean, he's almost too low to even go for any of these engages. These Void Seekers just still landing. Rahel takes the next one. Charm is going to go wide. There's the Magnet Storm onto Pulbe, and they find the pick. Still, he is going to go into his Zhonya's, tries to get out, but it's not going to work. Mihail now, the gigantic crocodile. He knows what he wants, and the Aphelios is the target. Vital gets into the backline. This is what Nongshim have been looking for. All the kills on top of this AD carry as Lucid. He's trying to do a Marin from all those years ago as the Maokai clearing out the minion wave. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do it. It's Nongshim pressing up the mid lane to repeat history and win yet another Summer Challengers. It does not matter which players are on this team. This organization just knows how to win in this season. It is just what they're programmed to do. A beautiful best of 5, and they will be your Challenger champions of 2023.
Nongshim Esports Academy, Summer Champions again, and they're going to give each other a huge embrace here. Back on the stage with the coaching staff, but the real prize is what waits across the stage in front of them. Another trophy. And Nongshim have been a team of so many different rosters, varied play styles. We've seen the development of Calyx, then to Call Me, Vital and Jiwoo sharing time across this roster this year. But now together, they will lift the trophy again against this year's favorites. Controlling spring, dominating and setting up the Challengers meta at D+, and all season long, setting records. But once again in summer, they're shut down by old rivals.
And I'm trying to work out who my MVP is for the series. And it was gonna be Vital. But I think that's a bit of recency. I think that the player that they've played around the majority of this series has been Sounder. And I think that he deserves an MVP shout just for how much better he is at this stage compared to what we saw from him earlier in the year, earlier in the season. Mihail as well needs a shout for that as well, because if he wasn't on Cassante, he looked absent. Not in this series.
Certainly not. And the Nongshim players are here to watch the LCK Nongshim roster to see their counterparts down here in Challengers. The coaching staff that has been so successful at fostering talent across multiple rosters, multiple seasons. And we'll take a look at the post-game graph here. Vital was definitely my POG vote here in this fifth and final game.
Yeah, finds that first blood and then he just runs with it, right? And yeah, it's Kai'Sa. Yeah, you can say all your Kai'Sa things, but he cleaned up when he needed to. He landed the W's when he needed to. And he got it done. DK had a team, like a draft full of comfort picks. It's not exactly a modern draft, I guess you could say. But these are all champions that these players have been extremely good at. This was the first loss on Gnar that Thanatos has suffered this season. It's something he goes back to when he just wants to win.
And only the second loss for Pulbe on Ahri.
Yeah,
and right. I was tempted to vote for HH for POG because of that play he made onto the Maokai, onto Lucid, but like the way that Vital followed it up was arguably more impressive. And he also, you know, I think someone else who deserves a shout out is Sounda in this game, who had that amazing Magnet Storm, but I feel like that was mostly, the game was mostly done by them, but he at least was able to save that top side play and really solidify the victory there.
Yeah.
But Nongshim, I think there were some questionable moments in this series. There were definitely some scary moments with like the early overextensions into objectives, but when it mattered most, they knew how to shut D+ down the map, find D+ overextending, find D+ looking weak, better macro game, find advantages on the map, find gold on the map that just seemed like they pulled out of thin air and turn a small gold deficit into 10,000 gold lead. 13,000 here, the finishing gold advantage in a 31-minute game.
And it will be Vital that grabs the POG, 40% of his team's damage. The rest of it was basically just Call Me. But 11, 1, and 7, the man played extraordinarily well. And Vital has been one of these players that has struggled in high-pressure moments, right? Like, part of the reason why he is in the Challenger roster to begin with is because it felt like he wasn't emotionally ready for the LCK stage, wasn't able to perform to the level that we've seen from him in the past in, I guess, lesser leagues. But here in Challenger, he has really made it his own, and I think just progressed slowly but surely to the Challenger champion for 2023 in summer.
He looked very good today, and I think there's a real argument to be made for him getting the Finals MVP. And sometimes it's hard to vote for Finals MVP when it's a 3-0, for example. You know, like what we saw in the LCK Finals, where you're like, well, it's such a stomp, everybody played well, and it's hard to identify one key
I mean,
player.
that was
Sometimes
easy. It was Delight.
I voted for Delight. I was the only one, but I mean, Chovy was a good call as well, and Peanut was also another solid call for most of that series. This series is a 5-game series where you have to really think about even the losses, and it's a really tough vote because I think 3 of these players were real standouts. The other 2 also had great days as well. Or great games.
I think that there were moments for everyone, right? Like you could argue it for. I think Mihail didn't exactly have the greatest of games, but he actually stood toe to toe against Thanatos and didn't just insta die, which I assume is the majority of other top laners in both the LCK and Challenger. Like Thanatos is a terrifying player. Call Me, not exactly having his greatest day, but also found some really clutch Emperor's Divides in that last game. For me, Sounder kind of glues this team together, and I voted him MVP just because it's him still making the calls and making the plays, even when the pressure mounts to its highest. So that's why I threw out the vote.
He's a good shout. For me, I actually went for, this might surprise people, but I went for HH. I think his rel play and his turns were fantastic. His Nautilus play in that last game set up the kill for Vital that both of them absolutely popped off in, right? And then he also set up some of those topside plays as well. So I think we are going to talk through these highlights, guys, and then there's going to be an interview and stuff that we are not going to have. We're going to have our C4 with you guys for the last time this year.
Yep.
So we're kind of flying off the seat of our pants here a little bit, or whatever the term is for that.
Yeah, no, you nailed it.
Is that the right one?
Yeah, up the CD pants.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do for the rest of this show. So hang out with us, chat, as we will, of course, have a bit of an award ceremony and stuff soon.
Yep. And here's the huge thumb moment. I'm really glad that we highlight it, just because this young player, man, like, imagine, like, there's an extra entire year, no, 2 years to wait until this guy is even eligible to play in the LCK.
And the improvements he made throughout this playoffs were pretty substantial. Like, you could see he grew so quickly, and we've seen players like Poby be thrown into these very uncomfortable situations, and you know, I think Poby did improve, but the level of improvement we're seeing from Thumb here, for example, from Academy to Challengers, is so quick and so obvious to see. And I think he probably would have been my MVP for D+ if they had won the final game.
And there is no doubt in my mind that it would be Thumb, and it's a little bit like, you know, some of the other players I think play to a higher level, but Thumb hasn't demonstrated that this whole like season, right? Like he's seemed like a weak link, and the fact that he is part of the reason why they've been winning, I mean that just gives it to me. And with the fact that he's so young, there are so many intangibles here.
I mean,
that he
to be
just
honest,
goes against.
Kolbe had some good games and bad games this series. Same for Lucid, same for Rahel. Thumb had only good games. Like, he didn't have any okay games. Like, he didn't really mess up anything. That was the thing for me. It was like, he was always on point, even in these crazy losses, like trying his best to turn things around. And Alistair is an old champion that a lot of our players that are older have a ton of experience on, and it gets permaban against them because they have played the champion for years professionally. He's like 15 years old, sup, what's this champion, you know?
Yeah, I like this Mookout thing.
And he's been pretty good, but he won't be lifting this trophy tonight.
Oh, here's the
Sounder moment. Yeah.
That's a 5-man Magnus Storm, by the way. That's 5. He hit everyone.
The big one.
Yep, and then Vital, in the middle of all of that chaos, hits Rahel with a W for most of his health bar.
Then gets on the Lucid with the ult. Triple kill. And this is the beginning of the end. Another HH just call to press R on a target that is not in a safe location.
And I like this, right? Because the amount of investment on just that one kill is very, very high. And some people would be like, oh, why are they doing that? Pressing all of their buttons. But getting that man advantage while you're pushing with the Baron allows you to really push that lead further forward. I really do like how Nongshim make decisions in the mid to late game especially as a challenger team.
Yeah, especially if it's a Maokai, because that's one of the best tools they have at potentially catching you and punishing you on your push.
Dapwell has a good point. Alistair is easy for young players because he doesn't have 3 paragraphs
True.
of skill explanation.
True. All right, so now we're going to do our little C4 over here. And I don't know if the MVP and stuff might be told to us over, like, production talking to us, or we might go back to camera. So we will let you guys know, because I'm very curious. It's the most important part to me.
No, me too. And who did you vote for?
HH.
Ah, you're an HH. I was a sounderer in the end.
I think,
but I think that like both like the facilitative votes are the ones that make the most sense. Who are your votes, Chad?
Yeah,
who would you throw them out to?
It's our little caster chat community corner moment. Sounda for Yundo.
All right, me and the dough.
Lots of HHs in the chat. Another Sounda vote.
All right. Oh, Destin Infinity thinks that it's you. You're the MVP.
Whoa, I
Wolf.
didn't even notice that. That's so rad.
Yeah, that's pretty rad.
I think he means you, though, actually, because you
no,
asked him.
No, but it said you.
But it also said you.
No, it didn't say me. It said you.
No, it said
in chat. It said you.
It also, yeah, it said you. That's what I'm saying.
No, but it said you. What? Can't you even read? Oh my god. With the fans, hell yeah, Kevin Kim. That's how you do it.
Trophy robbed.
Oh, you won't spoil? Oh, but Yundo, you could spoil for everyone. Checky, that was wrong because it wasn't me. Is that a bit from Russia? Is it actually Denunciator? I thought it wasn't our own content, but I didn't know it was Rush Hour quote. That makes me even happier. Amazing.
It was a really good day. Good maximum level of League of Legends. Usually myself and Valdez, we don't get these, but today went the distance. We got the full value.
Oh, Kevin Kim spoke in all caps, so I should probably ban him because you're not allowed to type in all caps.
Thousands of LCK CL for this very moment. I think I was holding my mic in a weird way. If you couldn't hear me, sorry about that. I was like holding it like this.
That's actually.
I just got really excited about reading chat.
There was something that there was an anecdote that I was looking forward to saying, and then I got distracted by not wanting to follow Kevin Kim on Twitter.
I followed him.
I think
he deserved it.
I think I followed him for ages. I don't know. I like you. Fly Prince is a king.
Oh, he voted HH as well for Finals MVP. Yundo did.
Wait, so you voted for Sounder for that game, POG, and then
HH for Finals MVP.
HH. Okay. All right. Well, then there's both.
Solid.
Last mosquito in this studio of this year. Do we have any? I was murdered by mosquitoes last night.
But I think it was just a reflection of something on my tablet, and it wasn't actually a mosquito.
Yeah, I could like barely walk. I was just like, I'm just covered, all of my legs.
Who do you
Not
think?
great.
Okay, so I know who you voted for, but who do you think's gonna win? Because that's a fun conversation to have as well. I feel like Vital's gonna win.
I think Vital could win, honestly. Like I had half a mind to vote for him, and he's a fun vote. You know, it's the boom boom damage vote. Feels good, but I just It's not Call Me and it's not Mihail, right?
No, yeah. Unfortunately, the solo laners were not. While they both had great moments, I don't think they were Finals MVP material.
Yeah.
So it's either Sounda, HH, or Vital.
Yeah. And I think that Vital was pretty consistent throughout the series, which is why you'd probably give like an argument that way. I think Double H like had a few faceplant flashes and some odd hooks and stuff like that. And his last game was pretty forgettable outside of, you know, pressing R sometimes. So that's why I was driven away from that. But previous games, like that's recency bias, almost 100%, but I'm okay with it. And then for me, Sounder was just like often there making the big plays that got them across the line, which is why I voted that way. But like there's justification everywhere for all three of those players, I think.
Yeah, I think
That's
there
what I'm
really
thinking.
is. I think the Vital one is generally how a lot of Korean media vote. Like and I don't mean like media, I just mean like commentators,
Yeah.
the observers and stuff. Like the flashy one that got all the kills and did the press Q and blow somebody up after pressing R kind of stuff. Calix is also up on stage. I was hoping so, because he needs to have his moment with a trophy as well. He is also a champion.
Absolutely. Had some decent games throughout the season as well.
Some decent trash talk there as well in the opening.
We like that.
He got involved.
We do have a question. If the 4th seed from Korea wins Worlds, Atlas could be bold for the first. But wait, like the 4th seed's going to be DRX. That was already confirmed, and that means Barrel's winning Worlds again.
Why would you
so,
be bold? Did you
like,
say something about this?
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, why would I make that bet? Like, that's so dumb. That's like me saying, I will shave my head for the beginning of next year. I don't want to do that. I'd prefer not to do that. So I'm not going to do the guaranteed shave my head type situation. I could be bald, but I'm not going to be. I'm going to grow this out. I'm going to have, like, the full Viking ponytail thing. I'm going to clean shave. There's no more fades on the side. It's just going to be bald head. Might even get tattoos. Probably not.
Don't do that.
No, I'm not going to do that.
The Worlds qualifiers, by the way, just for those who don't know, are starting 2 days from now. So around the same time we start Challengers, I believe, will be the time we start. But anyway, 48 hours from now-ish.
Yep.
Slightly less than 48 hours from now. So going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So mark your calendars. We do have that coming up. That will be the final LCK broadcast of the year. And
Yeah,
it's not really LCK, but you know.
We think on Leaguepedia as well, it says it starts on Friday, which is untrue. It starts on Thursday, so it's a day earlier.
Yeah, it is on Thursday.
So
day after
you
tomorrow.
guys will know. Some other people might be surprised that it starts a day earlier because some of the dates have been a little bit messed up. Does Atlas still have nightmares about that Gen.G versus Damwon Game 5? I mean, I loved that game. So they would be nice dreams and not nightmares.
I've had great dreams about that KT T1 Game 5 as well. That was a good game. Finals didn't live up to it, but, you know.
Was that the best of 5? When was the... I mean, there've been a lot of really, really good best of 5s.
D
like the one where
versus Gen.G is always like the best of 5s we normally get, but this one was pretty good. The KT T1 first BO5 from spring that we had was not as good as this one.
No.
And also, I would say the second one we got was also not as good. I think it was the best of the 3 that we got.
Mm-hmm.
Like in this case, like Return of Jedi was actually the best movie of the Telecom War, you know.
But
it was Return of the King a little bit there.
Yeah. Yeah, Game 5 was a really good game, but I guess it wasn't exactly the best of 5. The comeback, like if KT had have managed to win the last game, then maybe it would have been because the story fits and it kind of works. But it didn't actually in the end. I wonder whether KT will make it to Worlds.
I think they will. I think I'm ready to predict that they're going to win it.
Do you know what my prediction is going to be?
That they're not?
No. My prediction is that KT wins in a pretty comfortable 3-1 against Harmon Life Esports. And then it's DRX 3-2, DRX 3-2.
That sounds like that sounds like what happened last year. Wait, hold on. You mean like they beat Live Sandbox and KT Rollster, right? Like
I mean,
and
Liv
Prince
Sandbox,
doesn't go to Worlds.
Liv Sandbox
and
might
he's
just
crying
sub
and
in.
he's so
They might
upset.
just sub in, you know? I mean, KT subbed in their entire Challenger roster. Surely, like, D+ might just sub in Liv Sandbox. You know,
maybe
we'll
you're
see.
right. Maybe Prince isn't going to Worlds, man. Maybe Pyoshik's going. That's crazy.
I mean, Pyoshik's already going, right? Hasn't he qualified? I think he's in there. So we've got Pyoshik already. We're not going to have Harmon Life Esports, though, Saj. Unless, oh my God, you could actually... No, you can't, because Deft can never make it. It's so sad. Like, D+, I love that team, but imagine just having to face Beryl the first round of the gauntlet.
Well, Deft, they might like ask him if he wants to come along for a ride, you know, or vice versa.
There you go.
Definitely like, hey, Beryl, you want to just come with the team?
If DRX actually go to Worlds, is it possible for them to bring Dr.
I think so, but I don't know exactly. Looks like we're going to do the prize and trophy ceremony and MVP ceremony in a moment, guys. So
I think we've got that one coming up. I believe the interview is almost wrapped up, and then we're going to have to conclude Quad C for a little bit, but then we'll be back. Don't you worry. So here we go. The award ceremony as the Marine going to... I didn't know that he was like the caster guy.
yeah, he does the. So he was a StarCraft pro gamer, for those who don't know, and then was one of the first real ex-pro commentators at OGN for StarCraft Brood War, and then coming to League of Legends very late, like myself. We cast like the same games across our careers, basically, and then he became a
Wait, you
play-by-play.
cast Summoner's War as well?
I didn't do that one.
Ah.
That's the one I didn't do, but
I was jealous of Marine casting.
But
that
it's the
one. I always
first
wanted
time
to.
he's been a play-by-play caster in his career, and now he's also a host. So big career transition from him. As we will have Kim Chor-hak from the Korean esports department here, KESPA.
Yeah, from KESPA.
To give the first award, which I assume will be for the runner-up first. That's generally how it goes.
Yep, and so D Plus will get a big chunk of change. It's actually, it's not bad money, I don't think, as they will come out and take a bow as well. And this is the main part, is saying congratulations, even though D Plus don't walk away the victors here. It is still a great season for them, and these players are so talented. So talented.
And big shout-outs to Bible as well, even though he did not play in this playoffs. Obviously, huge season for him as well, and came up to try to fix some of the problems with the main roster. We might see him in Worlds qualifiers in 2 days' time, and D Plus will take home 20 million won here for second place. Obviously not feeling too good about the loss, but it's their final moment to greet the crowd before a long off-season.
And that is not $20 million. It's about 20K, 20 grand. I don't know how the
depending on
one's doing
exchange
at the
rate,
moment.
you can type in. It might be like 17K, 16, 17K.
So not a bad chunk of change for second. And it's mainly like these players have demonstrated so much, and I imagine that the amount of offers that they may receive in this upcoming off season will not be dimmed by the fact that they came second today.
You will be seeing these players again. I don't know where, but I do know when. Most of them next year.
Yeah. Pool Bay is technically a millionaire of wands, 100%.
And now, our champions are going to come out onto the stage.
Oh, conversion to Australian dollars? It's about a bajillion Australian dollars, I think would be the translation to like the, what is it, Monopoly money conversion. And now, the champions, Nongshim, massive congratulations. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And you can change every player on this roster that's not Vital. And Vital wasn't even playing in that final. And you can still just walk away with a victory.
Bringing the big roster here, even Noblesse, who came down to do some analysis and coaching here for this roster. He kind of double dipped a little bit here in summer season between the main roster and the Challengers team. Great former pro himself, and that is going to be them holding the trophy and getting all that money.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Get that money, that big check.
We'll see what this check is going to say. And that is going to be the delivery here. I wonder which player is actually going to pick that one up.
Good question.
Who will be the designated holder of 35 bajillion buckaroonies? Oh,
coaching staff going to slide it down.
Yeah.
Slide it down. Slide it down for a little bit further.
Yeah, Vital sort of has it, but he can't hold
Give
it.
it to Calix. Okay, wait, call me.
Call me. Maybe they want to give it to the
just wanna put
MVP,
it
but
in
they
the
don't know
center,
who
I
that is
think.
yet, because that's coming up next.
Oh yeah, the MVP will also be picking up some cash money as well. We'll find out who it's going to be.
Man, it really does put into context, like, the amount, like, Challenger is weighted in comparison to the LCK. Is the LCK prize is very large in comparison.
Yeah, it's true. That's why you gotta work hard to get there.
Absolutely.
And one final bow was Jung-hoon, of course, and there's one more piece.
This is what we've all been waiting for.
Because we don't have audio, we will try to tell you guys as fast as we can figure out. Is the Marine's gonna be like, the MVP is? And then he's gonna say, like, I'm trying to read his lips, I can't tell.
I was just thinking, I'm like, yeah, but like he's gonna say his name, and then I realized that we don't have audio, so
Yeah.
I guess we just will never know.
I think production will tell us as soon as it is announced.
All right.
Oh wait, hold on. Audio
music
coming
change.
in.
Music change. Who is it going to be? Who is your LCK Chroniclers Life 2023 Summer Finals MVP?
This is Sang-gi Lee from WDG. And the MVP.
Oh. Wait for it. He doesn't even know yet. We got some grins coming in from Nongshim.
He's asking who it's going to be. Who is it going to be? One more cue card back has the answer. He doesn't even know.
Is it in a letter? Okay, this is going to be Marine. I definitely can't read his lips from here.
The MVP is... is...
Oh, is it Vital? It's Vital.
It's Vital.
And we almost voted it. We just did everybody else that was eligible outside of Vital. But I think this makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like a vote for consistency. And he will pick it up.
He played very well. I think he deserves it.
He was clutch in that last game as well. And he's going to take home 3 million won.
Just under 3K for some great Kaisa play.
You could at least get yourself a Nintendo Switch and a bunch of games.
Oh, yeah.
Like Vampire Survivors, you could definitely get that. But I mean, that's $10, I guess. But the main thing is that he's going to take home a whole bunch of confidence as well. It's something that Vital has been lacking in the past. But this, a huge moment for a player like Vital especially. And he played amazingly this series. And I just can't believe that it's happened again. Nongshim have won again. Now we're going to have DRX, I guess, make the run from 6th place to Worlds. And then I guess the rest is history. Or it's the future. Or it's the present. Or it's like a Bruce Willis movie. I don't know.
What was that movie called? Looper?
Yeah. What about Jiwoo? I mean, Jiwoo deserves a bit as well, but he wasn't in this series, you know?
Yeah. But, I mean, he deserves credit like Bible deserves credit. It's a good shout.
Oh, yeah.
And that'll do it for us. I mean, we're going to have a little bit more time with you guys because we're going to do a little MVP interview, I think. But we're not going to be involved in that. So if you got anything to say or ask us, now is your last chance.
And T1 Chronicler has already done exactly what Chronicler has been doing for the last 2 months, which is don't manifest DRX World Champs Atlas. Please don't do that. And don't worry, I already have. It's started and it cannot stop. Basically, the way it works, and I'll explain it to you, is Beryl is definitely winning Worlds until it's impossible for him to win Worlds. That is how it goes. So I'm just going to say it like it's a fact until it becomes impossible to happen. That's pretty much how it goes.
Someone asked if they could just come to Law Park. You can, but you need a ticket to watch the games.
Yeah.
And you can go, there's like a shop, and there's a coffee shop, and
there's
a
Hall
hangout
of
area, Hall
Fame
of Fame and stuff.
yeah.
You can just go to it, but if you want to watch the games, you got to get on Inner Park and get a ticket.
I actually do think that LoL Park is worth a visit if you're in Korea, even if you can't get a ticket to the games. Because even if games are on, there's TVs all around the LoL Park area that you can watch the games on. It's just not quite as comfortable, and
There's
you
a
don't
lot-
can't see the players, but
Yeah.
it's still good.
There's a lot of really good food and like street food. Insadong is a really cool area you can go and visit as a tourist. Kind of classic old Korean area you can check out. There's a lot of stuff to do around Lowell Park, so you're kind of thinking you want to go to Central Seoul and check out some stuff. Stop by Lowell Park along the way.
Yep. It's Gwanghwamun, there's lots of lovely temples and things like that.
Sejong statue.
So just a great area to visit. So if you are here, just come and check out Lowell Park. It is definitely worth it.
I've really enjoyed this experience with you guys this year, chat.
Yeah.
We did a really fun year of challengers and communicating with you guys and talking more casually about League of Legends than we normally do. And I'm glad that you guys got to spend it with us. And thank you guys for hanging out.
And the thing that's really awesome about it is the fact that it is so different from the LCK broadcast. And it's been an absolute joy to actually have the chat open, have these moments with you. Even YouTube chat has been lovely when Alexander's there trying to keep everyone in order. So thank you so much for watching our glorious Challenger broadcast. And we'll see you next year, because you best believe, even if they don't want a global Challenger broadcast, we will force one way or the other. But for now, thank you so much for watching. We're going to have to stop comment for the final time in 2023. See you next year.